Blood was not just part of childbirth in European palaces, it was the centerpiece. Imagine a queen, the most powerful woman in the kingdom, lying on a bed drenched in sweat and fear, while an entire room of strangers waited to watch her deliver an heir, not in private, not with dignity, but as a public performance where every scream, every drop of blood, every gasp could determine the fate of nations. The walls were heavy with tapestries, but even those could not muffle the cries of a woman whose body was treated more like a battlefield than a sanctuary. And let's be honest, isn't it ironic that kings went to war with swords and shields, but queens fought their deadliest battles in silence, armed only with fragile flesh and forced courage? The expectation was cruel. A queen was not allowed to labor quietly with a handful of trusted attendants. No, she was required to endure her suffering in full view of doctors, midwives, courtiers, and sometimes even ambassadors, because no one trusted her womb. The monarch needed proof that the child was indeed born of royal blood. Privacy was considered dangerous, as if secrecy itself could give birth to scandal or illegitimacy. One might chuckle at the absurdity, an entire empire on edge because they needed to be sure the baby didn't magically swap itself on the way out. But the reality was far darker. The queen's agony was not just her own, it was a national spectacle, an ugly theater where her body was both stage and script. It is almost comical to think that in these moments, kings rarely entered the room. They preferred to pace outside, wringing their hands or drinking wine, pretending to pray for their wives while actually praying for sons. The queen, meanwhile, had to suffer under the eyes of dozens, with little more than herbs, whispered prayers and crude instruments. One slip, one wrong tug, and the heir to the throne could emerge lifeless. Or worse, the queen herself could bleed to death before anyone even thought to intervene properly. And yet, people believed this display of pain was necessary to prove legitimacy. Imagine the paradox. A woman writhing in pain, surrounded by spectators, her blood soaking into linens, while everyone else thought only of politics. The atmosphere must have been suffocating. Curtains drawn, air thick with incense to cover the stench of sweat and fear, whispers carrying from one noble to another about whether it would be a boy or a girl. Every few minutes, a maid would rush out with updates, sometimes exaggerating, sometimes minimizing, because after all, gossip was as important as medicine. What was at stake wasn't just the birth of a child, it was the stability of dynasties. A daughter could mean negotiations, dowries, and alliances, but a son meant security, power, continuity. The queen, in that moment, was both woman and nation, her body reduced to a vessel whose success or failure could tip the balance of history. And doesn't it make you wonder, in today's world where we argue over gender reveals, how absurd it is that the gender of a baby once dictated the future of an empire? Some courtiers describe these scenes with chilling detail, noting how queens often lay half-conscious, their cries ignored, while physicians argued over which outdated method to use next. One would suggest tightening the belly with cloths to push the baby down. Another might reach for forceps, cold, heavy tools that tore as often as they delivered. And the queen, the supposed jewel of the realm, was little more than a patient pinned down, gasping for air while her worth was measured in the cries of a newborn. It's the kind of detail that makes you stop and think, how many modern audiences would faint at the sight of blood in a medical drama? And yet here, entire courts leaned forward eagerly waiting for it. The cruelty wasn't just physical, it was psychological. Imagine knowing that your screams of pain would not only echo in your ears, but in the ears of ambassadors who might later report them to foreign courts. Every grimace, every failed attempt at composure, became political currency. A queen who wept too loudly might be mocked as weak, while one who remained stoic was praised as almost saintly, but neither survived unscathed. And here lies a grim irony. While men fought for honor on the battlefield, women were expected to win theirs by bleeding in bed. Perhaps it's worth asking ourselves why we remember kings for their victories, but queens so often for their deaths. One might find a trace of dark comedy in how superstitions shaped these events. If the queen screamed too much, some whispered that the child would grow timid. If the candles flickered, it was taken as a sign of divine displeasure. If the labor lasted too long, someone was surely cursed. In some cases, priests hovered nearby, muttering prayers as if heaven itself could be bribed into easing her torment. Yet all the holy water in the world could not sterilize a scalpel or stop an infection. It's tragic, but also telling. Faith often stood in for science, and mothers paid the price. At times, the queen's suffering blurred the line between childbirth and execution. She was surrounded by witnesses, forced to endure humiliation, her blood proof of loyalty, her agony proof of lineage. When the child finally came, gasping or still, the room either erupted in cheers or fell into heavy silence. If it was a boy, bells rang and feasts were planned even as the queen fainted from blood loss. If it was a girl, the joy was more restrained, polite smiles masking disappointment. And if it was death, hers, the child's, or both, then the curtains were drawn tighter and the whispers carried news of failure through cold stone corridors. It is tempting to think of these moments as relics of a brutal past, but the echoes remain. Even today, women face scrutiny over their bodies, their roles as mothers, their worth measured by outcomes beyond their control. The Queen's suffering may have been exaggerated by her crown, but at its core, it was simply human. The fear of pain, the fragility of life, the weight of expectation. And that, perhaps, is what makes these old stories both haunting and familiar. They remind us that history is not just written in ink and marble, but also in blood and breath, in the forgotten cries of women who gave everything for dynasties that rarely remembered their names. The most humiliating element of royal childbirth was not just the pain, but the audience. Imagine the strangest theater performance of your life, one where the actress had no choice but to play her role and the play could last hours or even days. The Queen was placed in bed, her body exposed, her agony unveiled, and in front of her stood a crowd of observers. Ministers, ladies-in-waiting, doctors, midwives, and sometimes even foreign diplomats who would later write gleeful reports back home about how the Queen screamed, how long it lasted, and whether the king looked nervous. It's the sort of scenario that makes modern reality television look merciful. At least contestants on those shows signed consent forms. Queens had no such luxury. Why was this necessary? Because in a court drowning in paranoia and intrigue, privacy meant suspicion. If the Queen delivered behind closed doors, whispers would arise that the baby was swapped, that an heir was smuggled in, or that a bastard child was being passed off as royal. So the solution was grotesquely simple. Turn her labor into a spectacle of legitimacy. Nothing could be hidden if dozens of eyes watched every drop of blood and every breathless scream. But one can't help but laugh bitterly at the absurdity. How many men in powdered wigs and velvet cloaks really understood what they were seeing? To them it was evidence, to her it was torture. To us, it sounds like the worst possible version of family bonding. The Queen's dignity evaporated under those gazes. She could not even mask her expressions, for even her grimaces carried political meaning. If she clenched her teeth too much, whispers of weakness spread. If she cried openly, stories of fragility followed her. And if she dared to show indifference, she risked being called heartless. It was a no-win game, where the only victory was survival. Think of the irony. Kings could wage brutal wars, burn villages, and lose thousands of soldiers without tarnishing their reputations, but a queen could be destroyed by the way she breathed during childbirth. History truly had an odd way of balancing scales. Descriptions from chroniclers often highlight the eerie silence between screams. Observers shifted awkwardly, some feigning prayer, others trading sly glances, while the Queen fought with her body. And in those moments, the room resembled less a birthing chamber and more an execution hall, the condemned awaiting her verdict. Yet, unlike an execution, there was supposed to be joy at the end. But joy depended on the outcome, and the outcome depended on the fragile line between life and death. That tension turned every royal delivery into a political cliffhanger, and gossip thrived on it more than any courtly festival. It was drama in its rawest, bloodiest form. There's a comical detail buried in these tragedies. Sometimes too many people crowded the chamber. Nobles, clerics, midwives, and even servants peeking through cracks in the door. The room was hot, stuffy, and so packed that one account noted a fainting spell, not of the Queen, but of a courtier who couldn't stomach the sight. Imagine being remembered not for your political career, but for passing out at a Queen's delivery. It says something about human nature, doesn't it? Everyone wants front row seats to history until they realize history is dripping with fluids they'd rather not think about. The Queen, of course, had no such escape. Her ordeal was prolonged by the sheer stress of so many witnesses. Medical knowledge was already poor, and anxiety only made things worse. There are reports of queens laboring for days while being stared at like caged animals. Days of screaming, bleeding, fainting, and reviving, all while courtiers took notes on their expressions and debated whether the cries were signs of strength or weakness. It's almost unbearable to imagine, and yet it was considered the normal duty of a royal woman. We talk today about work-life balance. For them, there was only womb versus tomb. One cannot ignore the cruel humor in how men explained these rituals. Physicians swore it was necessary to secure dynastic stability. Politicians claimed it was about trust and succession. Religious figures insisted it was a divine mandate. And yet, none of these men would have lasted 5 minutes enduring the agony they demanded the Queen to display. It brings to mind that eternal human flaw. Those who decide the rules are rarely the ones who suffer under them. Perhaps that's why so many queens prayed silently for a daughter to escape this fate, even though daughters brought their own disappointments to the court. And then there was the moment of truth. The child's first cry, or its absence, decided whether the room erupted in triumph or dissolved into whispers of despair. If it was a boy, trumpets blared, bells rang, and cannons fired as if the Queen's screams were instantly forgotten. If it was a girl, congratulations were offered with careful politeness, as though her pain had been a wasted investment. And if silence followed, if the child did not move, the air thickened with dread. People tiptoed, voices hushed, and glances shifted toward the king who already calculated his next marriage. The queen, barely alive, became invisible, reduced to a footnote in the story of her own suffering. The ritual of observation never truly ended. For hours after birth, the room still buzzed with scrutiny. Some would examine the placenta as if it held secrets about the legitimacy of the child. Others would gossip about the queen's endurance, comparing her to past royals, weighing her against an invisible scale of pain tolerance. Her screams became data points in dynastic history, her exhaustion fuel for rumor. The absurdity lies in the fact that her humanity was stripped away in the name of securing her humanity's most basic act, bringing life into the world. And it leaves one wondering how many queens silently wish they could trade their crowns for anonymity, just for the chance to give birth without an audience. Infection was the silent assassin of the royal court, a killer that arrived without ceremony yet claimed more queens than assassins' blades ever did. Picture the scene. A queen, pale and trembling, lies in her bed days after delivering a child. The court breathes a sigh of relief because she survived the screaming, the blood, and the public humiliation. They think the worst is over, but the real danger has only just begun. Her womb, torn and raw, is now the perfect entry point for disease. With no knowledge of bacteria, no concept of sterilization, and no antibiotics, the doctors and midwives might as well have been marching death into her chamber with every touch of their unwashed hands. And perhaps the most tragic part is that no one even understood what they were doing wrong. To them, the queen's sudden fever was simply God's will. The details are almost unbearable. Within a day or two, the queen's body would betray her. She might develop chills so violent that her bed shook, her skin hot and clammy, her breath shallow. This condition, known centuries later as puerperal fever, swept through palaces like wildfire. One physician might try to bleed her further, convinced that draining her blood would balance her humors. Another might press foul-smelling herbs against her belly, or force her to swallow concoctions of wine, vinegar, or even powdered animal parts. These remedies, rather than saving her, often sped up her decline. And the cruel irony is that the same doctor who had just touched the corpse of another patient could walk straight into her room, press his bare fingers into her wounds, and wonder why she suddenly looked worse. If history teaches anything, it's that confidence without knowledge can be the most dangerous weapon of all. There is something almost grimly comical in the way superstition filled the gaps left by science. When a queen developed fever after childbirth, whispers rose that she had sinned or that an enemy had cursed her womb. Some priests rushed to sprinkle holy water, others demanded confessions. They prayed fervently, even as her pulse grew weaker and her cries more delirious. The palace might light candles in every chapel, but no amount of devotion could clean the dirty linens piled in corners or the blood-soaked rags reused until they reeked. And this is where the human mind shows its stubbornness. It's always easier to blame witches or devils than to admit you never washed your hands. The stories of queens lost this way are countless. Some died within a week of childbirth, leaving their newborns motherless at the very moment they were most vulnerable. Others lingered for days, trapped in cycles of pain and confusion, their once regal faces hollowed by fever. Courtiers described the smell of infection seeping from the royal chambers, a stench so strong it clung to the air, even in nearby halls. This smell of decay was the scent of a queen's body surrendering to forces unseen, a cruel reminder that even a crown could not protect against microbes no one yet knew existed. Imagine the gossip at court dinners, whispered over roasted pheasants and goblets of wine. She seemed fine 2 days ago, and now she's slipping away. Tired. It was tragedy wrapped in casual conversation. What makes it worse is how frequently these deaths were accepted as inevitable. The court might weep, the king might drape himself in black, but behind the sorrow lay resignation. Queens were replaceable, at least in the political sense. If one succumbed, another would be chosen, another womb to gamble with. It is almost shocking to realize how quickly mourning turned into matchmaking. For a woman who had just given her body, her blood, and sometimes her life to produce an heir, the reward was often to be forgotten, replaced by another bride who would face the same risks. In some ways, royal childbirth was less about continuity of love than continuity of power, and infection was simply one of the costs. The paradox is that queens had access to the best physicians of their age, men who studied in universities and carried impressive titles. Yet those very men were often the most dangerous. Their insistence on using invasive tools, their refusal to admit ignorance, their obsession with outdated theories of humors, all of these turned the royal chamber into a laboratory of suffering. Midwives, who sometimes possessed more practical knowledge, were pushed aside or blamed when things went wrong. It's a reminder that authority does not always equal wisdom, and sometimes the highest rank in the room is also the least useful. One almost wants to laugh at the absurdity. Here were queens surrounded by the cream of Europe's medical minds, and yet the outcome was often worse than if a village grandmother had attended the birth with clean water and common sense. One detail that rarely gets mentioned is how infection shaped politics. A queen's death could plunge a kingdom into chaos. Alliances shattered, successions collapsed, wars ignited, all because a fever carried her away. Foreign courts waited eagerly for news, sometimes celebrating a death if it gave them an advantage. Imagine a letter arriving in a rival palace. The queen is dead, the child is weak. Behind those words lay opportunity, ambition, and scheming. So while infection devoured her body, vultures circled the throne, hungry for whatever scraps of power her absence created. Her death was not just a family tragedy, but a political earthquake. And yet, despite all the horror, one cannot help but notice the human details buried in the accounts. The way attendants tried to cool her forehead with cloths dipped in wine. The way a king might kneel by her bed, begging her to hold on. The way her child, if alive, was sometimes placed at her side in desperate hope that maternal instinct could battle sepsis. These moments of tenderness are fleeting, swallowed quickly by the inevitable decline. But they reveal that even in palaces dripping with ambition, there were glimpses of love, desperation, and fear. It's a reminder that queens were not marble statues, but flesh and blood, and their suffering echoed the suffering of countless women outside palace walls who died the same deaths without chroniclers to record them. The strangest part, perhaps, is how long it took humanity to connect the dots. Generations passed before the link between hygiene and survival was truly understood. It wasn't until the 19th century that doctors like Semmelweis proved that washing hands saved lives. By then, how many royal women had perished unnecessarily? How many children grew up motherless because no one thought to rinse away the invisible killers on their hands? It's a question that lingers, both tragic and absurd, because the solution was so simple, yet so stubbornly ignored. And this is where history forces us to laugh through our tears. Entire empires rose and fell. Dynasties crumbled, all because men in wigs didn't like soap. There was perhaps no heartbreak sharper than the sound that never came, the silence where a cry should have been. For queens, the birth of a dead heir was more than personal tragedy. It was a failure broadcast across the continent. Imagine the tension in those suffocating chambers, filled with nobles and midwives, when, after hours of agony, the infant emerged limp and lifeless. All eyes turned not to the queen who lay broken and bleeding, but to the tiny body that would never inherit the throne. And the silence was heavier than any scream. It was the sound of dynasties shattering. The irony, of course, is that this silence often echoed louder than any battlefield trumpet, carrying through palaces and parliaments, a reminder that power depended on something as fragile as a newborn's breath. The consequences of stillbirth were cruelly political. A dead heir meant treaties could collapse overnight, alliances could sour, and enemies could suddenly find courage. Kings raged, courtiers whispered, and queens bore the blame, as though their bodies had chosen betrayal. The cruelty of the system was staggering. A queen could nearly die in childbirth, survive infections and tearing, and yet, if the child did not live, all her suffering counted for nothing. History shows us a disturbing pattern. Women reduced to the worth of their wombs, their lives measured in heirs produced, their failures turned into weapons against them. And if you think modern gender expectations are harsh, imagine being criticized by ambassadors, bishops, and even playwrights for something you had no control over. Some accounts describe the macabre rituals that followed. The tiny body of the child, often still warm, was carried away swiftly, sometimes hidden from the queen herself to spare her further anguish, or perhaps to spare the king the sight of her grief. In some courts, the body was baptized hurriedly if it showed any twitch of life, a desperate attempt to secure its soul for heaven. Others went straight to burial, small coffins lowered into royal crypts already crowded with generations of lost heirs. The royal nursery remained empty, a cradle waiting like a mocking sculpture in the corner. And doesn't it strike you as almost absurdly tragic that these same courts, which lavished fortunes on golden thrones and jeweled crowns, could not ensure the survival of their own future? The queen, meanwhile, was left to mourn in silence. Publicly, she was expected to recover quickly, to resume her duties, to try again as if nothing had happened. Privately, her chambers were filled with tears, whispered prayers, and the weight of her own self-blame. Diaries from ladies-in-waiting reveal how some queens whispered apologies into the air, as if begging forgiveness from a kingdom that saw them as failures. The most haunting detail is how often their grief was dismissed as weakness. A dead child was tragedy for any mother, but for a queen it was political inconvenience. Her tears were tolerated briefly, but soon enough she was reminded of her duty to conceive again. And there is something darkly humorous in that reminder, as if human hearts could be swapped out like pawns on a chessboard. The ripple effects spread beyond the palace walls. Ordinary people often tied their hopes to the birth of a royal child, imagining stability, prosperity, or divine favor. News of a stillbirth could plunge a city into despair, fueling rumors of curses, sins, or omens of coming disaster. Astrologers were summoned, trying to explain why the stars had betrayed them. Priests gave sermons blaming moral decay or divine punishment, and in taverns, commoners whispered darker thoughts, that the royal line was cursed, or worse, that the queen herself was unfit. In this way, the personal sorrow of one woman became fodder for gossip across an entire nation, a reminder that her womb was never truly hers alone. Even art and literature captured these losses. Poets wrote melancholic verses comparing stillborn heirs to fallen stars or extinguished candles. Painters, when commissioned to commemorate a birth that failed, often resorted to allegories: blank cradles, weeping angels, darkened skies. These images carried layers of symbolism, but also a quiet cruelty, immortalizing absence rather than presence. One can't help but think of how different the story would have been if the child had lived. The same court poets who penned dirges would have been writing odes of triumph, praising the queen's strength. In a sense, queens lived at the mercy not just of biology, but of narrative. Heroes when life emerged, villains when it did not. The psychological toll was immense. Some queens, haunted by repeated stillbirths, withdrew into themselves, becoming shadows of the women they once were. Others turned to religion with obsessive devotion, convinced that only divine mercy could change their fate. A few even sought out strange remedies, charms, potions, whispered advice from old women, because when science fails and politics pressures, superstition becomes a strange kind of comfort. And while it's easy for us to scoff at these practices, can we really say we're so different? Even today, people pin their hopes on lucky charms, miracle diets, or old wives' tales when faced with problems medicine hasn't solved. Perhaps desperation has always been humanity's truest inheritance. The king's reaction often added another layer of cruelty. Some were genuinely grief-stricken, but others turned cold, distancing themselves from their wives as if sorrow could stain them. A few sought new mistresses, blaming the queen for what was never her fault. And in the darkest cases, whispers of annulment or divorce surfaced, with courtiers suggesting that the dynasty might be better served by a new queen altogether. This cold pragmatism reveals the brutal reality. Love in palaces was often secondary to lineage. A stillborn child was not just a loss, but a threat to dynastic continuity. And in the ruthless arithmetic of power, queens were expected to be expendable. Even the surviving siblings of dead heirs carried the weight of absence. A living child grew up in the shadow of the one who had died, treated as fragile, overly protected, or constantly reminded of the sibling they had replaced. In some ways, stillbirth haunted families for generations, shaping not only the grief of mothers, but the destinies of brothers and sisters. It is almost eerie to consider how many royal decisions, wars, and alliances were influenced by the ghost of a child who never lived. The silence of one birth echoed across centuries, louder than anyone could have imagined. The turning point in these royal tragedies often came not with survival, but with a single realization. The queen was more symbol than woman. Her liberation, if it ever arrived, was rarely physical. It was the moment she grasped that her suffering, her near-death experiences, and even the deaths of her children were not accidents of fate, but the natural consequence of a system that valued her only as a womb wrapped in velvet. Imagine lying in a bed that smelled of iron and sweat, your body torn apart, and realizing that no one in the room saw you as anything beyond the vessel of the dynasty. That clarity was painful, but it carried within it the seed of rebellion. Not rebellion in the sense of raising armies, but rebellion of spirit, an unspoken refusal to be reduced entirely to duty. Some queens did manage a form of escape, not from childbirth itself, of course, but from its grip on their identity. They became patrons of the arts, leaders of charities, protectors of the poor, and suddenly the court saw them as more than failed childbearers. The irony is almost comic. When the womb betrayed them, they turned to the mind, and in doing so, left legacies that outlived many of their so-called heirs. Consider queens who, unable to produce surviving sons, instead built hospitals, funded schools, or commissioned works of architecture that still stand today. Their names survived not through the bloodline, but through stone, music, and memory. It is a reminder that sometimes the most powerful legacy comes not from what you are expected to give, but from what you choose to create. Yet even these moments of triumph were shadowed by the constant threat of being replaced. A queen who failed to produce an heir often lived under the sword of annulment, exile, or quiet dismissal. The court's whispers were crueler than any battlefield rumor. They suggested new brides, younger women with healthier wombs, as if fertility were just another diplomatic asset. To imagine that kind of pressure is to imagine a life lived on borrowed time. Each year of barrenness, another reason for your husband to find someone else. And still, many queens endured, wearing crowns with the quiet dignity of prisoners who refused to show their chains. Perhaps the true strength was not in delivering heirs, but in continuing to hold their heads high while everyone waited for them to stumble. There were also rare stories of confrontation, moments when queens openly challenged the cruelty of their fate. Some resisted remarriage plans, some asserted their right to remain by their husband's side. Others wielded religion as a shield, claiming that to discard them was to defy God. These flashes of defiance unsettled courts, because nothing is more dangerous than a woman who recognizes her worth beyond her assigned role. And doesn't that strike a chord even today? The expectation may have shifted from heirs to careers, from bloodlines to appearances, but the same invisible weight presses down. The idea that a woman's value must be proven again and again, and always by criteria set by someone else. The Queen's liberation was not always personal. It could also come through others who dared to speak. Sometimes it was a midwife who finally whispered the truth about dangerous practices, risking her own life to suggest change. Sometimes it was a chronicler who recorded the Queen's suffering with unusual sympathy, letting posterity see her not as a failure, but as a victim of an impossible system. These voices, though rare, pierced the silence. They are the reason we know these stories now, the reason queens long dead still speak through time. And it is almost darkly humorous to think that while entire armies vanished without record, the screams of a woman in labor were written down in detail that survives centuries later. There is also the curious fact that, in some instances, queens who stopped trying, whether by choice or by exhaustion, outlived the system itself. They became dowagers, grandmothers, respected figures whose authority came not from childbearing but from survival. These women became symbols of resilience, their wrinkles badges of victory in a world where many never lived long enough to age. In a strange twist of fate, the failure to produce heirs sometimes freed them from the cycle of endless pregnancy and loss, allowing them to reinvent themselves in ways impossible for their younger counterparts. It suggests that liberation often hides inside what looks like defeat, and perhaps that is one of history's most ironic lessons. The legacy of these struggles still lingers. Modern medicine has made childbirth infinitely safer, yet echoes of that old cruelty remain. Women today are still asked when they will have children, still measured against standards they did not set, still praised or pitied based on choices and circumstances not entirely in their control. The difference is that today there are more avenues to resist, more ways to define oneself outside of biology. But the shadow of those royal chambers remains, a reminder that liberation often begins with recognizing the cage. And once you see the bars, you cannot unsee them. In the end, the story of queens in childbirth is not just about blood, screams, and dynasties. It is about the slow awakening of agency, the quiet rebellions, the legacies carved out of suffering. Their liberation was rarely dramatic, rarely celebrated. It was found in moments of clarity, in acts of endurance, in the refusal to let their worth be erased by silence or death. And that endurance, passed down through centuries, is perhaps the most enduring heir of all. It lingers in every story retold, every lesson learned, every reminder that crowns may glitter, but it is survival that truly reigns. What remains most haunting about these stories is not only the blood spilled or the children lost, but how history chose to remember, or forget, the women at the center of it all. Queens who endured agony beyond comprehension were often reduced to footnotes in dynastic charts. Their lives boiled down to whether they produced a son or failed to do so. The records will say, she bore 3 daughters and 2 sons, one surviving, as if her body were a ledger, not a life. That is the great cruelty of power. It immortalizes numbers while erasing the pain that created them. And it makes you wonder, if someone centuries from now judged us only by our family size or fertility, what absurd caricatures would they draw of our own lives? The irony is that, in many cases, the queen's death was followed by feasts and marriages before the dirt had even settled on her grave. Kings remarried swiftly, courtiers adjusted loyalties, and the machinery of politics rolled on, indifferent to the screams that once echoed through palace walls. The image is grotesque, a court still draped in black for mourning while negotiations for the next marriage are already underway. It's almost like attending a funeral and a wedding on the same week, only the corpse is your wife. One cannot help but laugh bitterly at the speed with which grief was repurposed into diplomacy. For those in power, tragedy was never an ending, just a new opportunity. But in quieter corners, the grief lingered. Servants who had wiped sweat from the queen's brow, midwives who had heard her final cries, children who grew up without mothers, they carried memories that no official chronicle preserved. A maid might whisper to her grandchildren about the smell of incense masking the rot of infection, or the way the queen whispered prayers into the night when no one else was listening. These stories live not in marble tombs, but in fragile oral traditions, passed in kitchens and taverns, where truth survived in ways official history refused to acknowledge. Perhaps that is why the past feels so alive when we peel back the layers. It is stitched together not just by kings' decrees, but by the secret testimonies of those who watched women suffer and refused to forget. Over time, a strange duality emerged. On one hand, queens were glorified as saintly martyrs, their deaths painted as noble sacrifices for crown and country. On the other, they were vilified if they failed, accused of weakness, cursed with reputations they never deserved. This contradiction reveals a timeless truth. Women in power are judged by standards impossible to meet. Too soft, and they were scorned. Too strong, and they were feared. Too fertile, and they were reduced to wombs. Too barren, and they were cast aside. It's almost comical in its predictability, as if society has always played a game of heads we win, tails you lose when it comes to women's lives. And yet, despite all this, many queens managed to etch themselves into memory, not for how they died, but for how they endured. The architecture of Europe still whispers these stories. In cathedrals, Effigies of queens lie in eternal repose, stone faces serene, hands folded in prayer. They look peaceful, but their histories are not. Underneath those carved figures are tombs filled with women who bled to death on birthing beds, who buried more children than they held, who lived in constant fear of pregnancy. Pilgrims walk past these monuments without realizing they are gazing at the gravestones of survival and suffering. It raises a chilling thought. How many grand palaces and dynasties were built on the broken bodies of women we now call statues? The legacy of these queens also shaped medicine, though often through their deaths. Each tragedy forced physicians, slowly and clumsily, to reconsider their methods. Their suffering became experiments that eventually led to better practices, though not soon enough for those who paid the price. If progress is built on trial and error, then it is undeniable that royal women bore an unfair share of the error. It's a grim reflection on human history, that countless lives were ruined so that eventually we might learn to wash hands, sterilize instruments, and stop blaming demons for what germs caused. And perhaps the funniest tragedy of all is that the breakthrough idea was soap. Not golden instruments, not mystical prayers, but soap. It took centuries of dead queens to arrive at something so mundane. Even literature could not resist these stories. Chroniclers dressed them up as morality tales, poets turned them into metaphors for divine justice, playwrights mined them for drama. Yet the queens themselves rarely spoke in their own words. Their letters, when they survive, reveal something far more human: fear, longing, love, despair. In one, a queen begged her husband not to leave her side during labor, knowing she might not live. In another, a mother described the heartbreak of losing her infant and praying the next would survive. These voices cut through centuries of pomp and politics, reminding us that behind every crown was a woman who wanted what all mothers want: to live, to hold her child, to not be forgotten. The question that lingers is what we, as modern witnesses, are supposed to do with this history. Do we pity them as victims? Do we admire them as martyrs? Or do we recognize in their suffering a mirror of our own society's blind spots? After all, we still measure people by roles they did not choose, still celebrate triumphs, without noticing the pain that made them possible, still replace individuals as if they were parts in a machine. Perhaps the true lesson of these bloody birthing rooms is not just about the past, but about our present. Cruelty disguised as tradition never really goes away, it just changes costume. And so, the memory of queens who died in childbirth, who lost heirs, who endured endless cycles of pain, lives on not just as tragedy, but as testimony. They teach us that behind every great throne is a cost we rarely acknowledge, that history is as much about the silence of women as it is about the speeches of men. Their stories urge us to listen more carefully, to question what is missing from the record, and to remember that survival itself can be a form of defiance. Because while crowns glitter in museums and names echo in textbooks, it is the human endurance, the blood, the tears, the stubborn refusal to vanish, that still breathes life into history long after the palaces have crumbled. The image of queens giving birth in gilded chambers often distracts from the brutal reality that their daily existence was a cycle of anticipation, fear, and recovery that never truly ended. The moment one pregnancy concluded, whether with survival, death, or heartbreak, the pressure to conceive again began almost immediately. Imagine a woman who had nearly bled to death, who was still weak and trembling, being told that her duty required her to try again as soon as possible. The body was not seen as fragile or in need of healing, but as a resource to be exploited, a national project that could not afford delays. It's almost laughable in a bitter way how little regard was given to the fact that even a queen was still human, still flesh and bone, still in need of rest. Her womb was a clock, and time was never on her side. This endless cycle created an atmosphere of constant tension. Every month became a calendar of hope and dread, every missed period a matter of state. Servants monitored her appetite, physicians tracked her pulse, and courtiers speculated about the shape of her belly before she even had the chance to confirm it herself. The queen's body became a public document, scrutinized more carefully than any treaty, and if you think today's gossip magazines are invasive, imagine having the ambassadors of rival nations report on your menstrual cycle. The absurdity of it almost borders on comedy, but the stakes were deadly serious. Entire wars could hinge on whether her stomach swelled or remained flat. The strain on the queen's mind was just as severe. Repeated miscarriages, stillbirths, and infant deaths chipped away at her spirit, each one a blow not just to her heart, but to her status. Some withdrew into silence. Others turned to religious devotion, clinging to prayer as their only refuge. There are accounts of queens locking themselves in chapels for hours, begging for forgiveness, as if their wombs had committed sins. It's tragic, but also revealing, that in a world built on superstition and politics, women were forced to bear responsibility for mysteries no one could explain. And doesn't it feel strangely familiar? Even today, women are often blamed for infertility, as though biology itself listens to blame. The husbands, the kings, played their own contradictory roles. Some were affectionate and supportive, genuinely mourning with their wives when tragedy struck. Others grew impatient, shifting their attention to mistresses or considering annulments. For them, affection was often conditional on results. A living son could buy years of loyalty, but repeated losses made the queen vulnerable to whispers of replacement. And the contrast was cruel. A king could father bastards across the kingdom without consequence, while the queen's entire reputation balanced on whether one legitimate child drew breath. It's enough to make you laugh grimly at the hypocrisy. One rule for men, another for women, a tradition so old it feels almost timeless. And while the court obsessed over heirs, the queen's own body often bore permanent scars. Childbirth left her with torn muscles, chronic pain, prolapses, and lingering weakness that made every new pregnancy more dangerous than the last. Yet none of this mattered. In the calculations of dynastic survival, a physician might recommend more caution, but the machinery of monarchy pressed forward relentlessly. And here is where the human heart meets the coldness of politics. A woman's health was expendable, her suffering acceptable, as long as a crown remained on a royal head. This cold arithmetic played out again and again, reminding us that empires were not built solely on battles and treaties, but also on blood that flowed quietly in royal chambers. The ripple effects extended beyond the queen. Ladies in waiting, who witnessed each ordeal firsthand, carried trauma of their own. Some wrote in private journals about the horror of seeing their mistress scream and bleed, about holding stillborn children in their arms, about the stench of decay that lingered long after the physicians left. These women lived in proximity to power, but paid their own emotional price for witnessing its cruelties. Their voices rarely entered official chronicles, yet when they did, they revealed details more chilling than any polished account. It's almost poetic justice that centuries later, it is their raw observations, not the sanitized reports of men, that keep the truth alive. And then there were the children who survived, heirs who grew up carrying the ghosts of siblings who never lived. Imagine being told from birth that you must live not only for yourself, but for the 3 brothers or sisters who died before you. It cast a heavy shadow, shaping their personalities, fueling their anxieties, and sometimes driving them toward recklessness. Some heirs felt cursed, others spoiled, but almost all grew up acutely aware of the cost at which their survival came. It is no wonder that so many royal children became unpredictable rulers, their lives haunted by the invisible presence of siblings who never had the chance to breathe. In a strange way, the dead heirs ruled from the grave. The cultural memory of these endless cycles of birth and death seeped into the imagination of Europe. Superstition spread, tales of cursed royal families circulated, and entire dynasties were branded unlucky. People pointed to stillbirths as signs of divine disfavor, as proof that a line was doomed. And when a dynasty eventually fell, chroniclers almost always linked its decline to the failures of its women's wombs, as if politics and war had nothing to do with it. This scapegoating reveals much about human nature. When people cannot control outcomes, they invent explanations, often cruel ones. And while we may smile at the absurdity of blaming a kingdom's downfall on a miscarriage, the persistence of such thinking across centuries should give us pause. Through all of this, one truth emerges. The resilience of these women was extraordinary. They endured what few could imagine, surviving physical agony and emotional devastation while still carrying themselves with dignity in public. Some even managed to cultivate legacies beyond childbirth, using their influence to shape culture, religion, and politics, despite their personal suffering. It's almost comical, in a bittersweet way, that while kings were remembered for conquests and treaties, queens who survived repeated childbirths were remembered simply for doing what biology demanded. And yet, perhaps survival itself was their greatest conquest, one that deserves far more recognition than history has ever granted them. The deeper one dives into the history of royal childbirth, the more it feels like walking through a theater where the curtains never closed and the actors were never allowed to rest. Every event, no matter how intimate, became part of a performance staged for power. Even grief was rehearsed and regulated. A queen who lost a child was expected to weep just enough to show her humanity, but not too much to undermine her strength. Her mourning clothes had to be cut to perfection, her posture rehearsed for public processions, her tears carefully rationed so as not to unsettle the court. It is almost comic in its absurdity, as if etiquette guides could dictate how one should cry over the coffin of their newborn. And yet, that was the reality of women whose lives were bound to crowns heavier than gold itself. Behind these performances, however, were private chambers where the masks slipped. Imagine the queen alone at night, long after the bells had rung to announce either triumph or tragedy. The courtiers were gone, the whispers momentarily silenced, and only the echo of her own thoughts remained. Some prayed feverishly, some screamed into pillows, some clung to their surviving children with a desperation that frightened the nursery staff. A few wrote letters, words soaked with despair, begging God or fate to release them from a cycle they could neither control nor escape. These letters, when they survive, are haunting in their honesty, proof that even the most elevated women in Europe were, at their core, human beings craving love, safety, and rest. Their crowns did not shield them from grief. If anything, it magnified it. What is striking is how the court used these intimate tragedies as fuel for politics. A miscarriage could be turned into a weapon, whispered as proof that a queen was cursed or unworthy. The death of a child could ignite rumors of witchcraft, poisoning, or divine punishment. Rivals pounced on each loss as evidence of weakness, while allies scrambled to spin it as a temporary misfortune. The queen's womb became the battlefield on which rival factions fought, each tragedy ammunition in a war of words. And doesn't it make you laugh bitterly to realize how little has changed? Today it might be tabloids dissecting a celebrity's fertility struggles. In the past it was courtiers dissecting a queen's womb. The stage is different, but the performance is eerily familiar. The physical toll of these repeated ordeals is almost unimaginable. Many queens spent more of their adult lives pregnant or recovering from pregnancy than they did ruling or enjoying freedom. Their bodies weakened, their skin stretched, their bones brittle from malnutrition and constant strain. Yet, in portraits, they were painted as serene, elegant figures draped in silk, hiding the reality of prolapses, torn muscles, or the endless fatigue of motherhood multiplied by political pressure. The disconnect between image and reality is staggering, and perhaps it teaches us something about human vanity. We prefer our symbols polished, even if the truth beneath them is crumbling. In that way, a portrait of a queen becomes less a likeness and more a mask, designed to shield everyone from the horror of what she endured. But not all queens accepted this fate quietly. Some pushed back, subtly or overtly, against the system that devoured them. There were women who refused further pregnancies after nearly dying, women who openly argued with physicians, women who sought out unconventional remedies because the official ones kept failing. Their defiance may seem small to us, but in their world it was monumental. It was the assertion that they were not merely vessels, that their lives had value beyond the heirs they could produce. It's almost inspiring, even comedic in its audacity, to picture a queen scolding her doctors for their incompetence, reminding them that she was not livestock. These moments of resistance are scattered across history like sparks in darkness, brief yet bright, illuminating the fact that even within cages, people still find ways to push against the bars. The perception of childbirth as both miracle and spectacle created bizarre cultural rituals. In some courts, crowds gathered outside palaces during a royal delivery, waiting for news, singing hymns, or speculating about the queen's cries. The anticipation turned private agony into public entertainment, as though the birth of an heir was a kind of sporting event, and sometimes the news was delivered with grotesque fanfare, bells ringing, cannons firing, or feasts planned before the queen had even regained consciousness. It's hard not to chuckle at the thought. Celebrations erupting for a baby, while the woman who nearly died bringing it into the world lay ignored in bed, pale and trembling. It speaks volumes about priorities, and perhaps it explains why so many queens ended their lives not as triumphant matriarchs, but as hollowed figures, worn out long before their time. What lingers most, however, is the silence of those who were never allowed to speak. Queens rarely left detailed accounts of their experiences, either because they lacked the opportunity or because society did not value their words. Instead, we are left with chronicles written by men who describe the number of children produced, the presence of blood, the political outcomes, but rarely the emotions of the woman at the center. And yet, every so often, a letter surfaces, or a diary entry, or a whispered testimony from a lady-in-waiting that cuts through the centuries like a blade. In those fragments, the queen ceases to be a symbol and becomes a voice. And those voices, faint though they may be, remind us that history is not just made of kings and battles, but of women whose screams went unrecorded, whose endurance kept empires alive. The echo of their suffering still shapes our imagination today. Films, novels, and dramas return again and again to the image of the queen in her chamber, laboring under impossible pressure, surrounded by suspicious eyes. We are fascinated not because it is glamorous, but because it is raw, exposing the human fragility at the core of power. The crown shines, but the body beneath it bleeds. And perhaps that is why these stories endure. They remind us that no throne, no empire, no dynasty can exist without the most basic, brutal process of human survival. In that way, every royal child was born not just of privilege, but of pain. And every royal dynasty was built on a foundation of blood that palaces preferred to ignore. And the unsettling truth is that once you see this, it's impossible not to hear the echoes of those cries every time you walk past the gilded halls of history. One of the strangest aspects of these bloody birth chambers is how quickly the line between faith and fear blurred. For every physician with his forceps and theories about humors, there was a priest clutching relics and muttering prayers in the corner. The queen's body became a battlefield, not only for life and death, but for competing interpretations of divine will. If the labor dragged on too long, whispers began that God was displeased. If the baby emerged lifeless, it was chalked up to sin. And yet, in the very same room, the same people who prayed for miracles often ignored the filth on their hands or the contaminated linens at their feet. It's a contradiction that makes you smirk and sigh at once. Heaven was blamed for what soap could have prevented. The use of relics was especially peculiar. Some accounts describe rosaries, pieces of saints' bones, or even drops of holy oil being pressed against the queen's body mid-labor, as though sacred objects could coax a child into the world. In moments of desperation, courtiers were not above dragging in astrologers to consult the stars, or wise women to mumble charms just outside the door. It was a surreal blending of superstition and medicine, with the queen caught in the middle, her body treated like a laboratory for every ritual imaginable. And doesn't it say something about human nature that, in the face of the unknown, we throw everything at it? Prayer, science, magic, hoping that at least one will stick? History shows that hope, more than reason, often dictated action. The cruelty lay not just in the failed remedies, but in the way blame was assigned. When a child died or a queen succumbed to fever, explanations were rarely sought in the incompetence of doctors. Instead, suspicion fell on the queen herself. Maybe she had sinned. Maybe she had angered God. Maybe she was secretly cursed. This shifting of responsibility reveals a pattern that still exists in subtler forms today. When things go wrong, it is easier to blame the woman than to question the system around her. It's a pattern so old it feels fossilized in our collective behavior. A reminder that progress in science doesn't always translate into progress in fairness. And then there were the omens. Every flicker of a candle, every crack of thunder outside, every falter in the queen's breathing became a symbol to interpret. One chronicler reported that when lightning struck a nearby tower during a birth, courtiers took it as a sign the child would be unruly. Another wrote that the sudden hoot of an owl was considered an omen of death. The absurdity of these superstitions would be laughable if the consequences weren't so serious. Imagine the pressure of a labor while people around you are interpreting bird calls as reviews of your performance. It's almost like giving birth under a panel of judges, each with their own set of bizarre scorecards. But even in this atmosphere of superstition and fear, there were moments of startling humanity. A midwife might whisper encouragement, a lady-in-waiting might hold the queen's hand, or a nurse might hum a lullaby even as the outcome grew grim. These gestures remind us that beyond the politics, beyond the superstition, there were people who saw the queen not just as a vessel, but as a woman in pain. Such details are often buried in chronicles, but when they surface, they shine like fragments of compassion in an otherwise brutal narrative. And maybe that's why they matter so much. Because in the bleakest rooms, even the smallest acts of kindness stand out like sunlight through cracks in a wall. Of course, the queen rarely had the luxury of remembering those kindnesses. If she survived, she was expected to recover quickly and resume her role as if nothing had happened. She was congratulated for her success if the child lived, ignored if it died, and pressured to begin the cycle again regardless. The emotional cost was immense, but it remained hidden under layers of ceremony and expectation. It is sobering and almost darkly comedic to realize that for all the incense, prayers, and rituals, the most important part, the queen's mental and emotional survival, was given the least attention. They could summon saints and astrologers, but not once did anyone think to ask her how she felt. And yet, out of this grim cycle emerged legacies that still shape how we view monarchy today. The stories of queens who suffered became cautionary tales, their names invoked in political debates, their fates used as lessons about duty, sin, or divine justice. Some became martyrs in the eyes of their subjects, symbols of endurance and sacrifice. Others were vilified, remembered only for their failures. Their experiences were twisted into narratives that suited the needs of the court, the church, or the chroniclers who recorded them. And isn't it ironic that centuries later we still hunger for those stories, not because of the politics they served, but because of the raw humanity they expose? It turns out that, in the end, the screams and silences of women in childbirth echo louder than any trumpet of kings. Power in palaces has always had a curious way of being tied not to armies or gold, but to the fragile cries of newborn children. A queen's body, battered and bruised from childbirth, could determine whether kingdoms remained stable or collapsed into chaos. It is chilling to imagine. Battles paused, treaties delayed, entire courts holding their breath while one woman labored in pain behind closed doors. The crown, for all its pomp, depended on something as uncertain as the outcome of childbirth. And isn't that the most ironic image of all? Knights in armor clashing on battlefields, yet the real fate of nations decided by whether a baby managed to take its first breath. When a queen failed to produce a living heir, the consequences were swift and merciless. Courtiers began to whisper about succession. Rivals sharpened their knives, and the king himself often looked elsewhere for solutions, sometimes in the form of annulment, sometimes in mistresses, sometimes in entirely new marriages. The queen, meanwhile, was expected to endure humiliation quietly, even as she was pushed aside for someone more useful. The cold arithmetic of monarchy made her life expendable if her womb did not deliver results. What's remarkable, though, is how often these women refused to fade into the background. Some turned their influence toward politics, religion, or culture, leaving legacies that outlived the short reigns of the very heirs they were pressured to produce. Still, the pressure to deliver a male child in particular created distortions that bordered on the absurd. When daughters were born, congratulations were polite but muted, as though the queen had delivered half a victory. Some courts even went so far as to hide initial disappointment, ringing bells and holding feasts until the child's gender was confirmed. Only then would the mood shift, enthusiasm dampened, as if the queen herself had betrayed the kingdom by producing the wrong body. It makes you shake your head at the ridiculousness of it all, as though the queen had any say in what chromosome combination decided the outcome. Yet for centuries, this superstition about destiny and gender determined marriages, wars, and dynastic survival. The ripple effects of these expectations extended beyond the palace walls. When a boy was born, subjects celebrated in the streets, seeing it as a sign of strength and continuity. When a girl arrived, the cheers were softer, sometimes replaced with mutterings about curses or divine displeasure. In a society obsessed with symbols, the gender of a royal child was seen not merely as biology, but as prophecy. And so the queen bore not only the pain of childbirth, but the weight of public judgment. Her worth, her honor, even her very identity were wrapped up in events she could not control. It is a sobering reminder that while crowns glitter, they can also suffocate, and that the brightest jewels often hide the deepest cracks. When tragedy struck, when heirs died in infancy, or stillborn children left cradles empty, the consequences rippled outward into politics. Succession crises erupted. Noble families vied for influence, and foreign rulers pounced on instability like wolves circling wounded prey. The personal grief of a queen became a public disaster, and often her sorrow was twisted into accusations. Perhaps she was cursed. Perhaps she was incompetent. Perhaps she was unworthy of her role. Rarely did anyone point the finger at the king, even though his bloodline was just as responsible. It's almost laughable, in a bitter way, that men could produce countless illegitimate children without tarnishing their reputations, while women carried the burden of every dynastic failure. Double standards, it seems, are not inventions of the modern age. The irony deepens when we consider how many of these dynasties ultimately collapsed, not from war, but from empty nurseries. Thrones passed to distant cousins, kingdoms splintered into factions, and wars of succession left countries in ruins, all because a child failed to survive the perilous passage into the world. The might of empires undone by what we now recognize as infections, complications, or genetic chance. It should make us reflect on the fragility of power. For all the armies, fortresses, and wealth, the greatest threat to monarchy was the silence of a nursery where no child cried. And that silence was deafening. Yet within this chaos, some queens managed to carve unexpected roles. Unable to secure their positions through childbirth, they wielded influence through diplomacy, patronage, and sheer will. They became power brokers, regents, cultural icons. Their failures in one arena became fuel for triumphs in another. Perhaps that is the most inspiring thread woven through this dark tapestry. That even in a system designed to reduce them to wombs, many queens found ways to transcend, to leave legacies that echoed far beyond the cradle. They remind us that survival itself can be a weapon, and that even when stripped of recognition, endurance leaves its own kind of crown. And so the story of queens in childbirth is not merely one of blood, screams, and silence. It is a story of resilience against crushing expectations, of human fragility shaping the destiny of nations, of women forced into impossible roles, who nonetheless left marks history could not erase. Their suffering reminds us how fragile power truly is, but their endurance teaches us that survival, quiet, stubborn, and unglamorous, is often the greatest victory of all. And once you see the pattern, you cannot help but wonder how many of our own modern empires, built on different but equally fragile foundations, are just as vulnerable to collapse when silence replaces the sound we most expect to hear. There is something unsettling about how quickly the language of childbirth in royal courts slipped into the language of battle. Chroniclers describe torn flesh as if it were a wound from war, blood loss as if it were a siege, and the queen herself as a soldier conscripted without choice. The battlefield was her bed, her enemies invisible, and her weapons nothing but endurance and hope. It is almost grimly funny to imagine how kings glorified their victories at war, while ignoring the greater battles fought by their wives within the palace walls. A man returned from war missing an arm and was hailed a hero. A woman survived childbirth with torn muscles, lifelong pain, and psychological scars, and she was expected to smile, attend banquets, and prepare for the next pregnancy. The descriptions of these injuries are often buried in the cold language of medical notes, but the reality was devastating. Queens endured perineal tears so severe they left them incontinent for life. Some suffered prolapses that made walking painful and intimacy impossible. Others were left with infections that gnawed at their insides for months, slowly consuming them while courtiers speculated about their next pregnancy. These were not just inconveniences, they were life-altering conditions, and yet they were rarely spoken of in public, as if admitting the truth of childbirth would diminish the majesty of the crown. It says something dark about human nature that we are comfortable praising sacrifice on the battlefield but grow silent about sacrifice in the birthing bed. One of the cruelest aspects was how little medical intervention helped. Forceps, when used, often crushed a baby's skull or tore a mother's body beyond repair. Bleeding was treated with more bleeding, as if draining a dying queen would restore her balance of humors. Physicians argued over remedies while the queen's screams filled the room, and if she survived, they congratulated themselves as though her endurance were their success. It's almost comedic in its absurdity, like a surgeon today botching an operation and then claiming the patient's survival as proof of his genius. And yet, this was the standard of care for women who sat on thrones, which makes one shudder to imagine what ordinary women endured without the supposed luxury of experts. The emotional toll of these injuries was equally severe. Queens who suffered permanent damage often withdrew from public life, haunted by shame over conditions they had no control over, the inability to control bodily functions, the pain that lingered for years, the sense of being broken. It eroded their sense of self. And yet, these stories rarely made it into official chronicles because history preferred its queens dignified and composed, not human and suffering. But in private letters, in rare confessions, the truth leaks out. Women describing themselves as ruined, as burdens, as shells of who they once were. It is these fragments that reveal the hidden cost of dynasties, a cost measured not in crowns or castles, but in scarred bodies and broken spirits. Some tried to seek remedies outside the palace walls, turning to folk healers and secret herbs whispered about among midwives. There were poultices of honey and vinegar, baths and special oils, even charms hung above beds to ward off pain. These remedies often did little, but they at least offered comfort, a sense of agency in a world where agency was denied. And isn't it curious that centuries later people still turn to unconventional cures when medicine fails them? From detox teas to miracle diets, the human instinct remains the same. When suffering, we grasp at any promise of relief, even if reason tells us otherwise. But the most tragic part was how these injuries were treated not as catastrophes, but as inconveniences. A queen who limped after childbirth was pitied but expected to carry on. A queen who leaked blood or urine was hidden from public view, as though her body's betrayal was a shameful secret. Some kings turned away in disgust, finding comfort in mistresses rather than facing their wives' suffering. Others pretended nothing was wrong, insisting their queens continue their ceremonial roles no matter the cost. It is bitterly humorous to realize that in a court where every detail of etiquette was choreographed, no rulebook existed for compassion. And yet, out of this darkness emerged extraordinary resilience. Many queens continued to perform their roles despite injuries that would have crushed others. They smiled at banquets, raised their surviving children, and even advocated for reforms, all while carrying pain that never fully left them. Their endurance was both their prison and their triumph. They proved that even when treated as vessels, they were capable of embodying a strength no crown could symbolize. In some ways, their broken bodies became monuments more enduring than any palace. They remind us that survival itself can be a form of rebellion, a refusal to be erased by silence or shame. The legacy of these injuries reaches far beyond the past. It forces us to ask how much of history was shaped not by kings' decisions, but by the hidden pain of queens who endured in silence. How many political choices, how many alliances, how many wars were influenced by the condition of a woman's body that no one dared acknowledge publicly? It also forces us to confront our own blind spots. Today, we still often celebrate resilience without asking why resilience was necessary in the first place. We still admire endurance without questioning the systems that demand it. And perhaps that is the true lesson of these stories, that history is not just written in victories and treaties, but in the scars we refuse to see. The pain we pretend isn't there, and the silence that hides beneath the sound of celebration. The stories of queens in childbirth often end not with the moment of delivery, but with the long shadow that follows. Recovery, if it came at all, was rarely smooth. A queen might have survived the bleeding, the fever, the tearing, but she did not emerge unscathed. Her body bore the marks of the ordeal, her mind carried the echoes of screams, and her position at court remained precarious. Imagine the contradiction, hailed as triumphant for producing a living child, yet still weak, shaking, and sometimes unable to walk without pain. She was congratulated while half alive, praised as though she had performed a miracle, when in truth she'd been dragged to the edge of death and barely returned. It is one of history's most twisted congratulations, like clapping for someone who has crawled out of a burning house while still on fire. The recovery period was supposed to be a time of rest, but for queens, it often turned into another stage of performance. Confinement, or lying in, was officially a period of weeks where the new mother stayed in seclusion, supposedly to regain her strength. In reality, it was also a ritual of control, curtains drawn, incense burning, visitors carefully chosen. The queen was both hidden and observed. Her meals were dictated, her movements monitored, her very silence interpreted as either recovery or decline. It is hard not to smile at the absurdity. A woman who had just endured the worst pain imaginable being told by men in wigs when she could sit up, when she could walk, when she could speak. But beneath that comedy was a darker truth. Many never left confinement alive. For those who did recover, the return to court life was relentless. No sooner had their bodies begun to heal than they were dressed in gowns, paraded in ceremonies, and placed on display as proof of dynastic stability. The queen's smile was part of the political theater, even if her body trembled beneath the silk. It's a detail that makes you pause. How many royal portraits, painted with serene expressions and rosy cheeks, actually concealed chronic pain, depression, or trauma? Behind the varnish of oil paint and velvet robes were women who could barely stand without dizziness, who lived with aches that lasted for years. The canvas lied for them because truth had no place in the gallery of power. The cycle of pregnancies meant that recovery was often short-lived. A queen might still be bleeding when whispers began about when she would conceive again. The pressure was suffocating, and the irony almost comedic in its cruelty. The same people who had nearly lost her in childbirth were already demanding a repeat performance. The womb was not allowed to rest because succession never did. And so the queen's body became a revolving door of pregnancies, recoveries, and renewed risks, each round wearing her down further. History is littered with examples of women who endured 10, 12, even 15 pregnancies, their bodies collapsing long before their crowns did. It makes you reflect on how little has changed when women are still told, in different ways, to sacrifice their well-being for expectations they did not set. The psychological scars often went deeper than the physical ones. Nightmares plagued some queens who relived their labors in dreams filled with blood and cries that would not stop. Others developed what we now might recognize as postpartum depression, though at the time it was dismissed as weakness, sin, or even possession. Without understanding or support, many withdrew into silence, becoming ghostly presences in their own courts. And yet, some found ways to channel their pain into resilience. They immersed themselves in religious devotion, or turned to patronage of the arts, or became fierce protectors of their surviving children. In those acts, we glimpse the extraordinary human instinct to find meaning even in suffering. Court gossip, however, rarely showed mercy. If a queen remained weak too long, rumors spread that she was failing in her duties. If she grew melancholy, it was whispered that she had lost God's favor. Her pain, invisible yet overwhelming, was weaponized against her. This culture of judgment reveals a timeless truth. Society often expects women to endure quietly, to perform strength even when broken. And the cruelest part is how little credit endurance receives. A queen could survive 10 brutal labors and still be remembered only for failing to produce a male heir. It's the kind of injustice that makes you laugh in disbelief, even as you feel the weight of its cruelty. What lingers through all these stories is the paradox of survival. To live after childbirth was both a triumph and a curse, for it meant entering the cycle again, facing the same dangers, the same expectations, the same silence about suffering. Yet, in that survival, something remarkable emerges. These women carried not just their children, but the continuity of kingdoms, and in doing so, they revealed a resilience that deserves to be remembered not as martyrdom, but as a form of defiance. Their endurance, their ability to live in the face of relentless pain and pressure, was itself a rebellion against the system that tried to consume them. And perhaps that is what history too often forgets, that the act of surviving can be as revolutionary as the act of ruling. What lingers most vividly in the imagination is the theater of mourning that followed royal childbirth tragedies. When a queen died, or when her child failed to live, grief was transformed into ritual, carefully staged to convey both sorrow and power. Funerals were not simply acts of remembrance. They were performances designed to remind everyone that while one life had ended, the monarchy itself endured. Coffins draped in velvet, processions through silent streets, choirs echoing in cathedrals, each detail choreographed, each tear weighed against its political value. Yet beneath the solemn grandeur was an unspoken truth. The palace was not only burying a queen or child, but also burying years of hope, ambition, and fragile dreams that would never take form. The symbolism of these funerals was striking. A stillborn heir might be buried in a tiny coffin placed directly in the crypt, without the pomp of bells or parades, while the queen's body, if she too had died, was paraded in elaborate display. Portraits and effigies often presented her as serene, angelic, untouched by the brutal violence that had consumed her body. It's hard not to smirk at the absurdity. After hours of blood, screams, and infection, she was sculpted in marble as if she had slipped peacefully into eternity. History loves to airbrush pain out of its images, but those who attended the funerals carried different memories, the smell of incense failing to mask decay, the whispers of courtiers wondering who would replace her, the uneasy silence of a king already calculating his next move. These ceremonies were also opportunities for manipulation. A grieving king might exaggerate his sorrow to gain sympathy or suppress it entirely to appear strong. Courtiers took mental notes of every gesture, deciding whether his tears were genuine or strategic. The queen's family, too, seized the stage, asserting their continuing importance even in her absence. Funerals became stages for alliances and rivalries as much as for mourning. And doesn't that sound familiar? Even today, funerals can be less about the dead and more about the living, who sits where, who sheds the most visible tears, who gains sympathy from the crowd. The past only makes it clearer. Grief, when performed in public, is never just about grief. When the child died but the queen survived, the rituals were quieter but no less symbolic. The cradle remained in the nursery, a painful monument to absence. Midwives whispered prayers, servants tiptoed, and the court avoided speaking of the failure aloud. Sometimes the child was baptized in haste before dying, the water dripping over a forehead that would never grow into a crown. These moments, though shrouded in silence, shaped dynasties as profoundly as coronations did. A missing heir meant uncertainty, instability, and endless speculation about the future. The absence of a baby could be louder than any feast, echoing in corridors and reshaping the very fabric of politics. And it forces us to ask, how many kingdoms shifted course because of a cry that never came? The rituals of mourning were not limited to the palace. Subjects, too, participated in collective grief, often through sermons, processions, or even punishments intended to cleanse the realm of the sin that supposedly caused the tragedy. When a queen died in childbirth, the people sometimes treated it as divine judgment, an ominous sign of the kingdom's fragility. Yet at the same time, these deaths could strengthen loyalty, turning the queen into a symbol of sacrifice. She had, in the eyes of many, given her life for the future of the realm, even if the realm proved ungrateful in practice. That duality, sacrifice revered yet forgotten, haunts the memory of these women, who became saints in death but burdens in life. The artistic representations of these losses were equally contradictory. Painters immortalized queens as ethereal figures bathed in heavenly light, their suffering erased to protect the dignity of monarchy. Poets wrote verses comparing them to lilies plucked too soon, stars extinguished before dawn, angels recalled to heaven. These metaphors, beautiful as they are, concealed the brutal truth of torn bodies and screaming deaths. Art prefers beauty over honesty, and perhaps that is why we still struggle to grasp the reality of royal childbirth. Behind every angelic portrait was a woman who sweated, bled, and suffered in ways no marble statue could convey. The contrast between representation and reality is almost comical in its audacity, like selling tragedy wrapped in silk ribbons. But mourning was not always noble. In some courts, grief barely lasted long enough for the ink on funeral announcements to dry. Kings remarried within months, sometimes weeks, eager to try again with a younger bride. Courtiers shifted their loyalties with shocking speed, pledging allegiance to the new queen as though the old one had never existed. It is this pragmatic cruelty that makes history sting. Women were praised as martyrs when dead, but treated as replaceable when alive. The crown, heavy as it was, could be passed on more easily than anyone dared to admit. And yet, in the quiet moments, when the torches had been extinguished and the courtiers gone, there were still memories, still whispers, still fragments of love that clung stubbornly to the shadows. The paradox of these rituals is that they were designed to bring closure, yet they often reopened wounds. A funeral procession reminded the queen's surviving children of the mother they lost. A christening that turned into a burial reminded the king of the heir he would never hold. The grandeur of ceremonies could not erase the personal devastation that lingered behind palace walls. And perhaps this is why we are drawn to these stories even today, because they reveal the human heart beating beneath the machinery of power, the fragile pulse that decides whether dynasties stand or fall. Mourning was never just about death. It was about the living trying desperately to convince themselves that life and power would continue. What becomes most disturbing as we move deeper into these stories is the way survival itself was turned into expectation, as if a queen's endurance could be endlessly stretched without consequence. The cycle of pregnancies seemed unending. Once the mourning for a lost child was performed, once the funeral torches were extinguished, the pressure began again. Courtiers whispered, kings demanded, priests reminded her of her duty, and physicians drew up new plans for the next attempt. A queen might still be weak, her body trembling with fever, or her mind clouded by grief, yet everyone around her calculated her fertility as if she were an equation that needed to be solved. There was no pause for healing. It was as though the very concept of rest had been outlawed inside palace walls. Each new pregnancy carried with it the ghosts of those that had come before. Queens walked into their confinements with memories of stillborn infants, of blood-soaked sheets, of screams that echoed in their ears long after the chambers fell silent. The psychological burden of anticipation was almost as brutal as the physical pain. Some queens recorded their dread in private letters, writing that they felt more like prisoners awaiting execution than mothers awaiting birth. And it is here that history becomes painfully ironic. While kings strutted into battle with banners and drums, queens were forced into battles they never chose. Their victories measured not in land or treaties, but in the survival of children who might not live past the week. The rituals surrounding conception only deepened the weight. Court physicians offered strange prescriptions, meals heavy with particular meats, wines infused with herbs, even talismans meant to strengthen the womb. Astrologers calculated auspicious nights for intercourse, while priests reminded the royal couple that procreation was a sacred duty. In this strange convergence of medicine, superstition, and religion, the queen became both laboratory and altar, her body tested and prayed over in equal measure. It is almost comical to imagine the contradictions. A physician urging the king to follow a dietary regimen, while a priest insists on divine timing, as though sperm and stars conspired together to decide the fate of nations. The tension around gender expectations turned every pregnancy into a gamble. A son meant triumph, processions, bells, and national celebrations. A daughter, though cherished in private, often meant disappointment in public. Chronicles reveal the awkwardness of these moments, when cheers erupted prematurely and then softened once the baby's sex was confirmed. One ambassador described how the crowd outside a palace grew quiet when news of a princess was announced, as though the air itself had been let out of the kingdom's lungs, and the queen, lying weak and exhausted, bore the weight of that collective sigh. It is cruelly humorous in hindsight, expecting a woman to decide the sex of her child, as though she could negotiate chromosomes at will. The cycle of repeated births also eroded queens' health in ways that were visible even to casual observers. Their skin grew pale, their frames frail, their faces lined before their time. Some portraits attempted to hide these realities with flattering brushstrokes, smoothing out wrinkles and adding a glow of vitality where none existed. But eyewitnesses left different descriptions. Women who walked with difficulty, who fainted at ceremonies, who lived in perpetual exhaustion. The palace might present them as radiant, but those closest knew the truth. The queen was dying slowly in installments, one pregnancy at a time. And perhaps this should make us reflect on how often society still demands appearances of vitality while ignoring the hidden tolls of sacrifice. Even when queens succeeded, when sons were born and survived, there was rarely peace. Rival factions at court seized on every child's existence to push their own agendas. Tutors were selected with care, godparents chosen for political symbolism, and each milestone of the heir's life became a fresh performance. A mother who had nearly died bringing him into the world might be sidelined in decisions about his upbringing, her role reduced once again to that of vessel. It's a bitter irony. After all the blood, sweat, and near-death experiences, the queen's voice often mattered less than that of ministers, clerics, or even distant relatives. She gave the kingdom its future and was promptly excluded from shaping it. There were exceptions, moments when queens seized authority from their suffering and reshaped it into power. Some used the sympathy garnered from repeated tragedies to cement loyalty. Others leveraged their survival as proof of divine favor, arguing that their endurance marked them as chosen instruments of God. A few even turned their experiences into tools of diplomacy, bonding with other rulers through shared loss and maternal identity. These flashes of agency remind us that history is never as simple as victims and villains. Even within oppressive systems, individuals found ways to assert themselves, to bend the weight of expectation into something that resembled strength. Yet the cost of these cycles was cumulative, leaving behind a trail of graves, broken bodies, and haunted memories. Dynasties might survive, but the women who carried them often did not. Their names live on in chronicles, but usually as appendages to the men and children around them. The mother of, the wife of, the consort who? Alas, rarely do the records dwell on the magnitude of what they endured, or the resilience it took to keep breathing in a world that demanded so much and offered so little in return. And it is this silence, perhaps, that is the most chilling, because the truth is not just that queens died for their dynasties, but that they lived for them too, and in living, bore scars deeper than any battlefield could produce. By the time a queen reached the later stages of her childbearing years, her body often carried the weight of battles invisible to those around her. The palace might still present her as a regal figure draped in jewels, but beneath the velvet and lace were scars that told a different story. Every contraction from past labors, every fever that nearly consumed her, every tear in the flesh that never fully healed, these left traces that no court painter dared include. The public saw a serene monarch. The private reality was a body that ached with every step, a mind haunted by memories of cries that never came. And perhaps this is the cruelest irony. History prefers polished images, while the truth lies in whispers no one wanted to record. These later years often revealed the absurd expectations placed upon her. Even as her health declined, even as pregnancies grew more dangerous, pressure to conceive rarely relented. Courtiers calculated her cycles like accountants, kings demanded hope, and priests reminded her of divine duty. A queen might be in her late 30s or 40s, an age when today most women would be advised to avoid high-risk pregnancies, yet in her time, she was still pushed toward the bedchamber as though time itself could be cheated. It's almost darkly comedic to imagine ambassadors treating the queen's fertility like a diplomatic calendar. Spring for planting treaties, autumn for alliances, and somewhere in between, a royal baby to secure it all. The emotional toll deepened with each passing year. Queens who had endured multiple losses carried grief like a cloak that never slipped from their shoulders. Some became withdrawn, their laughter fading, their eyes hollowed. Others turned fervently to religion, convinced their failures were punishments for sins. A few, remarkably hardened into resilience, wielding their suffering as proof of endurance. Yet no matter how they responded, The court always found a way to twist their behavior. Too sad, and she was weak. Too joyful, and she was callous. Too devout, and she was fanatical. Too stoic, and she was cold. It reveals a timeless truth. Women in power are often judged by impossible standards, their humanity carved away until only contradictions remain. Meanwhile, the children who survived grew into reminders of both triumph and loss. A living heir might be celebrated, but his presence constantly invoked the shadows of the siblings who never lived. Some mothers grew overprotective, terrified that illness or accident would snatch away what little had been granted. Others found themselves sidelined in their children's upbringing, watching ministers, tutors, and even mistresses of the king take roles that should have been theirs. Imagine the frustration of risking life again and again to bring a child into the world, only to have strangers decide how he would be raised. It's almost absurd, like training for a marathon, running it, collapsing at the finish line, and then being told someone else will take the medal. The queen's later labors often became spectacles of anxiety rather than celebration. Each new pregnancy was accompanied by murmurs of dread, not anticipation. Courtiers wondered if she would survive. Physicians argued more heatedly than ever, and the king often paced outside with a face as pale as the candles flickering in the hall. By this stage, everyone knew the risks, and yet no one dared to speak the most rational truth. Perhaps it was time to stop. But in monarchy, reason rarely outweighs ambition. And so the queen was led once more into chambers heavy with incense, surrounded by eyes that cared more for the outcome than for her survival. The cruelty was not hidden, it was ritualized. When death came in these later years, it carried with it a brutal efficiency. Queens who died in childbirth after decades of service were mourned in grand ceremonies, their names spoken in sermons, their bodies placed in ornate tombs. Yet the court moved on quickly, for dynasties could not afford to linger in grief. Kings remarried, heirs were reshaped, and alliances reformed. The woman who had carried the kingdom's future in her body for decades became another name carved into marble. Her suffering collapsed into a single sentence in Chronicles. She bore many children and died in the service of the crown. It's almost laughable, if it weren't so tragic, how centuries of sacrifice could be reduced to so few words. But not all legacies vanished into silence. Some queens, despite the odds, carved their influence into culture, architecture, and memory. They left behind churches, schools, libraries, or charitable works that outlasted the very dynasties they served. In these acts, they proved that their value was not limited to their wombs, that survival and creativity could leave marks as deep as bloodlines. These glimpses of agency are perhaps the most inspiring thread in the tapestry of royal childbirth, that even in a system designed to consume them, women found ways to assert themselves, to endure, and to remind the world that they were more than vessels. Their scars, both seen and unseen, became part of a larger story of resilience that continues to resonate. And so the image of a queen in her later years, tired, scarred, yet unbroken, lingers as one of the most powerful symbols of this history. She embodied both the cruelty of expectation and the strength of survival, both the fragility of life and the stubbornness of endurance. Her presence reminds us that power, for all its grandeur, has always rested on the most human of foundations, the capacity to suffer, to persist, and to carve meaning from pain. And perhaps that is the final reflection these stories demand, that we look beyond crowns and ceremonies, beyond portraits in marble, to the human cost that kept empires alive. Because history, in the end, is not made only by kings who signed treaties or generals who won battles, but by women whose bodies bore the weight of dynasties, and whose silence still echoes through the halls of power. In the twilight of many royal lives, what becomes most striking is not the glitter of crowns, but the shadows left behind by years of pain. Queens who had endured a dozen pregnancies, who had buried children, who had survived fevers and infections, often found themselves transformed into living monuments of endurance. Their bodies bore the marks of sacrifice, stooped backs, fragile bones, hands that trembled not from age but from years of strain. Yet courts demanded they appear regal, polished, and dignified, even when every movement reminded them of scars carved deep within. It is hard not to smirk at the absurdity. The same society that nearly destroyed them through endless demands now insisted they serve as serene symbols of stability. Public image polished like marble, while inside the palace, reality sagged under the weight of exhaustion. The later years of a queen's life often brought a strange kind of invisibility. Once past childbearing age, she was no longer the focus of dynastic obsession. Younger brides captured the court's attention, their fertility seen as fresh currency for alliances. The older queen, even if she had survived decades of agony, was pushed gently, or sometimes not so gently, to the side. Some became dowagers, their power limited to ceremonial appearances. Others turned inward, devoting themselves to faith or patronage of the arts, clinging to relevance in a system that had already moved on. And here lies a paradox worth laughing at. The very moment a woman was finally free from the risk of dying in childbirth was also the moment she lost her central place in the story. Freedom came hand in hand with erasure, yet invisibility sometimes proved liberating. Freed from the immediate pressure to conceive, older queens occasionally reinvented themselves. They became mentors to younger women at court, protectors of grandchildren, even quiet advisors to kings who still valued their wisdom. Their scars became silent credentials, proof that they had endured trials few could imagine. And while chronicles often ignored these chapters, their influence seeped into the culture of the court. A single word from a dowager queen could shape marriages, guide alliances, or prevent wars. The irony is delicious. When no one expected them to matter, some queens mattered most. Survival itself became a weapon, and those who lived long enough often wielded it with surprising sharpness. But the shadows of childbirth never truly faded. Older queens carried memories of children who never lived, of babies buried before names were chosen, of nights spent in whispered prayers for futures that never came. These ghosts haunted them into old age, shaping their sense of faith, their approach to politics, even their relationships with surviving children. Some became fiercely protective, suffocating their heirs with care born from trauma. Others distanced themselves emotionally, too afraid of new grief to fully invest in love. These patterns, invisible to most, reveal how dynasties were shaped not only by policy and war, but by the psychology of women who had endured loss after loss. And isn't it remarkable how the most personal grief can ripple outward into history itself? The presence of grandchildren often reopened these wounds in unexpected ways. A queen who had lost half her own children might look at a grandchild with both joy and fear, rejoicing in the continuation of the line while dreading the possibility of repeating the cycle. Stories survive of dowagers who insisted on hovering during births, desperate to prevent the same tragedies they had endured, even when younger queens found their presence suffocating. It is strangely comedic to picture these matriarchs pacing the halls, scolding physicians, crossing themselves repeatedly as though their very anxiety could act as a protective charm. Yet beneath the humor lies something tender, a lifetime of scars transformed into desperate acts of care. Religion, too, grew more central in these later years. Queens, who had once been displayed as radiant brides, now filled chapels with their prayers, bargaining with heaven for forgiveness or peace. Some endowed convents, built churches, or retreated into semi-monastic lives, convinced that piety could soothe the sorrows of their past. Their devotion was often celebrated by subjects, who saw them as saintly figures, but privately it was fueled by very human fear, the fear that all the suffering had been in vain. Faith became both refuge and reckoning, a way to give meaning to lives otherwise defined by pain. And doesn't that mirror something in all of us? When logic fails, when life feels unbearable, we too often turn to rituals, hoping that belief can make sense of what reason cannot. In their final years, the image of queens often returned to marble. Tomb effigies, depicting them with folded hands, calm faces, eternal serenity. But the irony of those statues is sharp. They hide the screams, the blood, the infections, the endless cycle of pregnancies endured. They transform fragile, suffering women into icons of peace, as though the truth of their lives were too inconvenient to remember. The palace chose to immortalize silence rather than acknowledge the noise of their pain. And yet, behind the stone lies the story that will not be erased, the endurance of women who, through survival alone, held dynasties together. What endures most powerfully is not the grandeur of crowns, but the resilience of those who bore them. These queens remind us that history's glittering surface is built on hidden scars, that dynasties stood because women suffered in silence, and that survival, even uncelebrated, reshaped the course of nations. Their legacy forces us to reflect. How often do we still value endurance over compassion, performance over honesty, survival over dignity? The echoes of their lives linger in our own time, urging us not just to admire resilience, but to question why resilience was demanded in the first place. And that question, perhaps, is what keeps these stories alive long after the candles in the palaces have burned out. By the 17th and 18th centuries, the spectacle of royal childbirth had become so entangled with ritual and politics that the line between tragedy and theater blurred completely. Palaces were no longer just places of governance. They became maternity wards, where the fate of dynasties was staged in front of courtiers who often cared more about succession than survival. Queens entered these chambers knowing that their bodies were about to become part of a public performance, a drama in which they were both protagonist and casualty. The irony, of course, is that the audience expected triumph, but rarely acknowledged the cost, like cheering a tightrope walker without ever noticing the rope was frayed. Descriptions from this era show just how elaborate the rituals had grown. Curtains were drawn, incense filled the air, candles flickered, and holy relics were strategically placed near the bed to remind everyone that divine approval was being invoked. Physicians stood with their clumsy instruments, midwives prepared cloths, and courtiers craned their necks for a better view, each convinced they were witnessing history. But what they were really watching was a woman on the edge of collapse, enduring agony so profound that even the thick walls of the palace could not contain her cries. And one has to laugh grimly at the absurdity. While kings fought wars with cannons, queens fought wars with their bodies, and yet only one battlefield was given the dignity of heroism. What made this period particularly brutal was the persistence of superstition alongside a growing veneer of science. Physicians still clung to ancient theories about humors and bloodletting, while also experimenting with new instruments that often did more harm than good. Forceps were celebrated as miraculous, but frequently crushed infants' skulls. Herbal concoctions were forced down throats while prayers were whispered at the bedside, as if combining enough methods would somehow trick death into retreat. It's a reminder that progress often stumbles forward unevenly, with hope and horror walking hand in hand. And doesn't that sound familiar even today, when we pin our hopes on miracle cures advertised on late-night TV while distrusting the very doctors who might save us? The emotional strain deepened as expectations rose higher. A queen who produced a son was praised as if she had single-handedly secured the future of the realm. A daughter, though biologically inevitable, was treated as an inconvenience, her birth cloaked in polite smiles that barely hid disappointment. And when no child survived, the queen herself became the target of blame. Whispers spread that she was cursed, barren, or unfit to rule beside her husband. This scapegoating reveals an uncomfortable truth about power. When something goes wrong, people prefer a person to blame rather than a system to question. It is easier to condemn a woman's womb than to admit that life itself is fragile and unpredictable. These pressures left scars not only on queens, but on the culture of entire courts. The obsession with heirs created rivalries among noble families, fueled gossip, and shaped alliances that often ended in betrayal. A single miscarriage could spark diplomatic crises, while a stillborn son might invite foreign powers to meddle in succession. It is unsettling to think how many wars, treaties, and rebellions were triggered not by strategy, but by the silence of a nursery. In this way, childbirth, supposedly the most private of human experiences, became one of the most public forces in European politics. And perhaps, this should make us laugh uneasily, entire empires rose and fell not only on the clash of armies, but on whether a woman's body managed to survive the night. The human side of these stories, however, refuses to be silenced. Letters and diaries from ladies-in-waiting reveal queens trembling with fear, whispering prayers, clutching rosaries, as if beads could anchor them to life. Some begged their husbands not to leave their side. Others asked that their children be protected if they did not survive. These private voices stand in stark contrast to the pomp of official chronicles, which reduced their experiences to simple entries. She labored, she delivered, she lived, or she died. Why, it's striking to realize how history often prefers neat sentences over messy truths. Yet the messy truths are the ones that resonate, because they remind us that these women were not marble statues, but flesh, fear, and fragile hope. The aftermath of these labors was equally revealing. If a queen survived, she was expected to recover quickly, smile at ceremonies, and resume her duties, even if her body remained broken. If she died, her passing was woven into grand funerals, her suffering transformed into political theater, and through it all, the machinery of monarchy ground forward, indifferent to the individual lives it consumed. But survival itself became a kind of rebellion. Each queen who lived through the ordeal carved out space for her own influence, whether in patronage, diplomacy, or cultural achievements. Their endurance, though rarely acknowledged, became the invisible foundation of dynasties that otherwise might have crumbled. What makes these stories enduring is not only their tragedy, but their relevance. Even today, women are often praised for resilience without being offered relief, celebrated for survival while their suffering is ignored. The legacy of queens and childbirth forces us to confront how little has changed in the way society treats sacrifice. We admire the result, but forget the cost. And perhaps that is the lesson hidden in these blood-soaked chambers, that endurance, while admirable, should never have been demanded so mercilessly in the first place. The echo of their screams, muffled by incense and music, still reverberates through history, reminding us that behind every crown lies a story of survival, written not in ink, but in blood. By the 18th century, royal childbirth had become a strange paradox, simultaneously the most private agony and the most public duty. The queen's chambers were cloaked in ritual, her body treated like a national treasure, and yet when the doors closed and labor began, she was reduced to the most vulnerable state imaginable. Hours stretched into days. Screams echoed against stone walls, and everyone in the palace, down to the lowest servant, waited for news that could alter the balance of power across the continent. It was no longer just about survival. It was about spectacle. The fate of dynasties rested not on the battlefield or in the treasury, but in the uncertain cries of a newborn. And the cruelest part was that the queen had no choice but to surrender herself to the performance. Descriptions of these events reveal the surreal choreography of the moment. Candles burned to mask the smell of sweat and blood. Musicians played softly in distant chambers to drown out groans, and courtiers crowded nearby, pretending not to strain their ears for every sound. Physicians argued over procedures, while priests muttered prayers, creating an atmosphere that was part hospital, part theater, part battlefield. A queen might writhe in agony on her bed, while a scribe in the corner calmly took notes, recording her suffering like minutes from a meeting. It is hard not to laugh bitterly at the absurdity. A woman bleeding and screaming while someone writes. At the 8th hour, the queen continued to labor. Bureaucracy has always had a way of sanitizing horror into neat lines of ink. The expectations placed upon her were crushing. She had to deliver not just a child, but a symbol. A boy meant strength, continuity, and security. A girl meant negotiations, alliances, and subtle disappointment. No child meant crisis. Her womb became a roulette wheel upon which the fortunes of nations were gambled, and everyone in court placed their bets. Whispered superstitions grew louder with each pregnancy. Some insisted the stars determined the outcome. Others that the queen's appetite or posture during conception could tilt destiny toward male heirs. And while we may laugh at the idea of astrologers advising monarchs on bedroom positions, the stakes were so high that no one dared dismiss these rituals. In their desperation, even kings clung to nonsense. The queen's suffering was not hers alone. It rippled outward into the lives of those who attended her. Ladies in waiting fainted at the sight of blood. Midwives endured the wrath of physicians who dismissed their experience. Courtiers prayed loudly in chapels, only to gossip even louder once they left. In some cases, ambassadors from foreign nations waited just outside the chamber, their ears pressed to doors, eager to be the first to send word back home. Imagine the indignity. Your contractions timed and reported like military maneuvers to rival courts. It's a reminder that in monarchy, even pain was currency, traded for power and influence. And yet, amid the cruelty, small moments of humanity flickered. A maid might wipe the queen's forehead with trembling hands, whispering words of comfort. A priest might hold her hand, forgetting for a moment the weight of ceremony. Even a physician, usually so arrogant, might falter when confronted with the raw fragility of the life before him. These details, rarely written in chronicles, matter more than the official accounts because they reveal what history tried to erase. The queen was not a symbol in those moments. She was a woman terrified, clinging to scraps of comfort, hoping to see another dawn. And perhaps that is what makes these stories so compelling. We recognize ourselves in them despite the crowns and palaces. The aftermath of birth was often as dangerous as the event itself. Hemorrhages left queens pale and trembling, infections lurked in unwashed linens, and exhaustion consumed them so thoroughly that some never regained strength. Yet recovery was rarely seen as a priority. Instead, attention shifted instantly to the child. Was it breathing? Was it male? Was it strong? The queen's survival became secondary to the infant's existence, a chilling inversion of priorities. And here lies the irony. The woman who had nearly died to bring forth life was often forgotten within hours, her body still broken while bells rang and feasts were prepared in celebration of her child. Even when she lived, her agency was stripped away. Decisions about the baby's upbringing, education, and future alliances were made by kings, ministers, and clerics. The queen might gaze at her child in the nursery, but she was often excluded from shaping the destiny she had paid for in blood. It's almost comical, if it weren't tragic, like building a house with your own hands only to be told you can't choose the furniture. This marginalization reveals the deeper cruelty of monarchy. Queens gave life to dynasties, yet rarely had the power to direct them. The cycle rarely ended with one child. Survival meant expectation to repeat the ordeal, again and again, until heirs were secure and spares abundant. Each pregnancy layered new trauma on old scars. Each birth renewed the possibility of death. Some queens endured 10 or more confinements, their bodies weakening with every attempt, their minds eroded by repeated grief. And still, they were praised for resilience, as though endurance were not a prison in disguise. This paradox remains uncomfortably relevant today, where people still admire women for pushing through pain while offering little in the way of actual relief. History whispers an uncomfortable lesson. Admiration is often a substitute for compassion. In the end, what makes these accounts unforgettable is the way they expose the fragility of power. Dynasties rose and fell not just because of wars or treaties, but because of screams behind closed doors, because of tiny bodies that lived or failed to live. Crowns glittered on heads, but those crowns were balanced on the most precarious foundation imaginable, the body of a woman forced into endless cycles of risk. Her survival, her silence, her suffering became the bedrock of empires, even as her name was often reduced to a line in a genealogy. And perhaps that is the final irony. History remembers kings for their victories, but forgets that none of them could have ruled without the blood spilled in the birthing chambers of queens. By the 19th century, the birthing chambers of queens had changed in appearance, but not in essence. Science had begun to dress itself in the robes of authority. Instruments gleamed with polished steel instead of rust, and physicians carried books filled with diagrams that looked impressive on paper. Yet behind the varnish of progress, the same primal risks remained. Hemorrhage, infection, and exhaustion still stalked the queen's bed, ready to claim her life at any moment. The difference was that now the failures wore the mask of modernity. Death no longer looked medieval, but it was just as merciless. There is almost something comical in imagining a doctor with a crisp new scalpel standing proudly beside a queen, only to deliver results not much better than a village midwife with clean hands and common sense. Publicity, however, had grown sharper in this era. Newspapers spread news of royal pregnancies with speed unimaginable in earlier centuries, and gossip spilled beyond palace walls into the streets and cafes of Europe. The Queen's womb had become front-page material, and her success or failure in childbirth was consumed like theater by millions who had never seen her face. Imagine the pressure of knowing that your contractions would be reported in the morning papers, your child's gender debated in coffee houses before you even cut the umbilical cord. In a way, the 19th century turned the royal body into an early form of mass media entertainment. And we can't pretend to be so different today, when celebrity pregnancies are followed with the same breathless anticipation. The rituals of birth retained their contradictions. On one hand, there was increasing emphasis on cleanliness, on sterile sheets and disinfected tools. On the other, superstition refused to vanish. Some queens were still handed relics during labor, or made to swallow bizarre concoctions intended to strengthen the child. Physicians spoke of science, priests spoke of God, and midwives muttered charms under their breath, all in the same room. It must have felt like being torn between centuries, with one hand pulling toward modern hospitals and the other back toward medieval chapels. The Queen, of course, had no choice but to endure all of it. Her body, once again, a battlefield where past and future clashed in the most literal sense. The political stakes had not diminished. A royal birth in the 19th century could still determine the fate of empires, forge or fracture alliances, and shift the balance of power in Europe. Monarchs waited anxiously for sons to secure succession, while daughters were prepared as bargaining chips for dynastic marriages. The survival of one child could alter the course of wars yet to come. It is unsettling to realize how fragile these vast empires really were, built not on armies or fortresses, but on the uncertain outcome of childbirth. And perhaps it should make us laugh wryly. Millions of soldiers drilled and marched, entire treasuries spent on cannons. Yet the stability of nations still came down to whether one exhausted woman survived the night. For the queens themselves, the emotional landscape was as treacherous as the physical. By this century, women's voices began to surface more clearly in letters, diaries, and memoirs. They wrote of fear, of dread before each confinement, of grief that lingered after stillbirths or infant deaths. Some confessed to feeling like failures, haunted by the knowledge that their worth in the eyes of court and country depended on events beyond their control. Others, remarkably, found in these experiences a kind of power, using their suffering as leverage to secure sympathy and influence. The paradox was brutal. A queen's weakness could become her strength if she managed to transform pity into political capital. And doesn't that reflect a truth we still live with? That pain, when visible enough, can sometimes be repurposed into a currency of its own. Medical advances brought their own ironies. The rise of obstetrics as a male-dominated science pushed experienced midwives to the margins, even though many queens trusted them more than physicians. Doctors introduced chloroform and ether to ease the pain of labor, but these were controversial, with some religious figures declaring that suffering in childbirth was divinely ordained. Imagine the audacity. Men who would never know the pain themselves arguing that women should endure it as punishment for biblical sins. It is the kind of logic that makes you shake your head and chuckle bitterly, proof that progress in tools does not always mean progress in attitudes. Queens often became the testing grounds for these new methods, their bodies once again sacrificed in the name of advancement. The public fascination with royal births intensified with every generation. Crowds gathered outside palaces, waiting for announcements, cheering or groaning depending on the outcome. Bells rang, cannons fired, and flags waved if a boy was born. If it was a girl, the celebrations were quieter, tinged with disappointment, as though the queen had delivered a lesser prize. The absurdity of this reaction still stings. Half the population was female, yet half the population was treated as second best at birth. Queens themselves, exhausted and bleeding, had to endure the knowledge that their agony might be dismissed as inadequate, depending on what lay between their child's legs. It is almost comedic in its cruelty, like training for months to climb a mountain, reaching the summit, and being told you climbed the wrong one. Yet the resilience of these women shines through, even in the bleakest account. Some queens who survived decades of childbirth and loss turned their later years into eras of influence, becoming cultural patrons, political advisors, or maternal figures to their nations. Their endurance became legend, their scars transformed into symbols of strength. They remind us that survival itself, though often ignored in history books, was a victory greater than any battlefield triumph. For every king remembered for conquests, there was a queen whose survival kept the dynasty alive long enough for him to conquer anything at all. Their stories linger in the shadows, waiting for us to notice that the true architects of empire often worked in blood and silence, their names carved not in marble but in memory. And so, the 19th century offers no clean resolution, only the same paradoxes dressed in new clothing. Medicine advanced, but still failed. Rituals modernized, but still chained women to superstition. Queens endured, suffered, and sometimes triumphed, but always at a cost too easily forgotten. Their stories echo into our own time, reminding us that behind every glittering crown lies a history of survival demanded rather than chosen. And perhaps the greatest irony is this: the queens who suffered most in childbirth were often the very women whose endurance allowed their dynasties to persist, ensuring that the crowns, courts, and chronicles we admire today could even exist. By the dawn of the 20th century, royal childbirth stood at an uneasy crossroads. Medicine had marched forward with antiseptics, anesthetics, and a growing understanding of germs. And yet, the weight of centuries-old traditions refused to let go. Queens still labored beneath the gaze of courtiers and advisors, their wombs treated as public property, but now they did so under the glimmer of electric lights rather than candle flames. The contrast was almost theatrical, progress humming in the wires overhead while superstition whispered at the foot of the bed. And perhaps the cruelest irony was that even with all these advancements, childbirth remained as dangerous as ever. A single infection, a poorly timed incision, a hemorrhage left uncontrolled, could topple a dynasty just as easily as a sword on the battlefield. The rituals of publicity had only intensified. Newspapers around the world reported on the stages of a queen's pregnancy, sketching her figure with speculative accuracy, turning her belly into an international headline. Crowds gathered outside palaces not merely for announcements, but for live updates, hungry for news of heirs that might one day influence their own lives. Imagine the pressure. Contractions timed not just by physicians, but by the ticking hands of journalists' watches. It was no longer just the court that intruded into her suffering. Now, the world leaned in, pressing its ear against the palace walls. And if that sounds absurd, it's because it is. An entire empire holding its breath for a sound the queen herself had no control over. Inside the chambers, the blend of old and new created a surreal environment. Chloroform and ether floated in the air, offering moments of relief, though often unevenly applied. Instruments gleamed under lamplight, but hands still trembled with uncertainty. Some physicians, proud of their modern training, insisted they could command birth as though it were a military maneuver. Others, more cautious, admitted that despite all their knowledge, nature still dictated the outcome. And while they debated, the queen writhed, her agony filling the space between their arguments. It is hard not to smirk at the scene. Men in stiff collars and polished shoes theorizing about strategy, while the woman on the bed fought for her life. History is filled with examples of those who confuse having authority with having control. What distinguished this era most was the emergence of technology as both savior and risk. The invention of the cesarean section as a more viable procedure promised hope for difficult births, but it was still perilous. An incision could save a child while killing the mother, or save the mother while losing the child. Every cut of the scalpel was a gamble, and the stakes were dynasties themselves. Some queens became the subjects of whispered medical experiments, their bodies testing grounds for techniques not yet perfected. It should make us pause to reflect: how often has progress been built on the suffering of those least able to refuse it? Royal women, elevated in status yet trapped in duty, found themselves at once privileged and powerless. And yet, amid this world of steel tools and antiseptic smells, old anxieties clung stubbornly. Astrologers still whispered about auspicious dates, priests still sprinkled holy water, and courtiers still fretted over omens. The queen's labor remained as much a spiritual and symbolic ordeal as a medical one. This coexistence of superstition and science is both fascinating and faintly comic. Germ theory on one hand, and whispered charms on the other, cohabiting in the same chamber as if they were equally valid. It reminds us that humans rarely abandon old habits entirely. We prefer to stack new beliefs on top of old ones, hedging our bets just in case. The political stakes remained unrelenting. A son born healthy meant stability, reassurance, and sometimes celebration so extravagant it bordered on the absurd. Cannons fired, choirs sang, and telegrams flew across continents. A daughter or a stillbirth, however, brought a subdued hush, polite congratulations masking disappointment. Even in the 20th century, the weight of gender still dictated reactions, and the queen bore the brunt of the judgment. It is a bitterly comic truth that for all the marvels of modern medicine, society still clung to medieval expectations. Chromosomes may have been discovered, but no discovery could protect a queen from the blame for the wrong outcome. Survival, as always, did not guarantee peace. Queens who lived through childbirth often emerged weakened, scarred, and emotionally drained, yet recovery was expected to be swift. Her public appearances staged as proof of vitality. The crowds wanted to see resilience, not fragility, and so the queen dressed in silk while her body still ached, smiling for photographers as though nothing had happened. Here lies another irony. The very innovations that made her survival more likely also made her suffering more visible. Cameras captured her image, newspapers published it, and the world consumed her recovery as part of the narrative. In some sense, her pain was no longer private at all. It had become serialized, chapter by chapter, in daily headlines. Through all of this, resilience remained the unspoken theme. Despite endless risks, repeated losses, and ceaseless demands, queens continued to endure. Some turned their survival into influence, shaping cultural and political landscapes with a subtle but enduring hand. Their endurance became part of the mythology of monarchy itself, woven into national identity as a testament to strength and sacrifice. Yet behind the mythology lies the human cost. Women who suffered quietly while the world celebrated noisily, women whose names are remembered for heirs produced rather than lives lived. And perhaps that is the final reflection the 20th century forces upon us, that even as progress surged, the fundamental paradox remained unchanged. Power rested not only on thrones or treaties, but on the fragile resilience of women who carried dynasties in their wombs and bore scars that history preferred not to record. By the mid-20th century, the story of royal childbirth began to straddle two worlds, one foot in the shadows of tradition and superstition, the other in the bright glare of modern medicine and mass media. Hospitals had replaced palace chambers, white coats had replaced silk doublets, and sterile gloves had replaced bare hands. And yet, beneath these modern trappings, the old pressures remained stubbornly alive. The Queen's body was still treated as a public project, her womb the engine of dynastic continuity, her labor a matter of national security. It is striking to imagine. While doctors adjusted surgical lamps and prepared anesthetics, courtiers still whispered about omens, and newspapers still speculated on whether the child would be a boy or girl, as if medical charts and horoscopes were equally authoritative. That contradiction is almost comic, science sprinting forward while society clung to its favorite superstitions like a comfort blanket. The shift from palace chambers to hospitals did little to ease the Queen's anxiety. If anything, the sterility of modern medicine introduced new fears. Bright lights, stainless steel, and masked faces created an environment that was efficient but unnerving, as though she had been placed not in a sanctuary but in a laboratory. Physicians monitored her pulse with machines, nurses charted every contraction, and reporters outside updated the public with cold precision. The Queen was no longer just suffering in private agony. She was now the center of a clinical drama broadcast to the world. And here lies the irony. The safer childbirth became, the more public it grew. Safety, in this sense, came at the cost of privacy. Technology, while life-saving, also carried its own risks. The increased use of cesarean sections meant that a queen's body became the site of surgical experimentation. Doctors debated the timing of procedures, argued over anesthesia, and sometimes chose intervention more for the sake of spectacle than necessity. These surgeries, though safer than before, still carried the danger of infection, hemorrhage, or long-term complications. And once again, queens were both privileged and trapped. They had access to the best care of their age, yet they were also expected to submit to whatever new technique might promise success. It is sobering to think that progress often comes at the expense of those least free to say no. And it is faintly absurd to imagine a monarch, the most powerful figure in a kingdom, lying powerless under the knife, her fate in the hands of men who often disagreed loudly at the edge of the operating table. The glare of publicity reached unprecedented levels. Crowds gathered outside hospitals, waiting for bulletins, while newspapers competed to be the first to announce the child's sex. Radio broadcasts carried the news across continents within hours. The Queen's body had become international news in real time, her contractions a matter of public consumption. Imagine the pressure of laboring while millions of strangers speculated about the rhythm of your breathing. It is both tragic and absurd, as though the most intimate struggle of human life had been repackaged as a global sporting event. And perhaps that is the darker insight. We have always consumed other people's pain as entertainment, whether in a medieval palace or on the front page of a newspaper. The gender expectations had not entirely disappeared, even in an age of scientific progress. A male child was still celebrated with greater fanfare. A female child greeted with polite but subdued applause. Cannons might fire fewer rounds, bells might ring a little softer, and the collective sigh of the nation was almost audible. Queens, exhausted and trembling after hours of labor, were forced to smile for photographs, while knowing that their agony might be judged as insufficient because it produced the wrong body. And it is here that comedy and cruelty merge. Society had discovered genetics, yet it still blamed women for outcomes decided at conception. Progress, it seems, often runs slower than biology. Recovery remained another stage of performance. Even as doctors recommended rest, queens were ushered back into the public eye. Their survival transformed into an image of resilience. Photographers captured them, cradling infants while their bodies still ached with stitches and bruises. The public wanted proof that monarchy was strong, stable, and enduring, even if the woman at the center of it all could barely stand. It is a reminder that in systems obsessed with symbols, individuals are often consumed to feed appearances. The Queen's suffering was hidden behind carefully staged smiles while the world applauded her strength. But strength, in this case, was not a choice. It was demanded, performed, and photographed into history. And yet, these very women managed to leave marks that stretched beyond their suffering. Some used their positions as mothers of future rulers to reshape politics, to advocate for charities, to lend their names to causes that outlasted their childbearing years. Their survival became their weapon, their endurance their platform. They remind us that even within systems designed to reduce them to wombs, women found ways to assert influence, to carve spaces of agency where none were offered. It is both humbling and inspiring. Empires survived because of their blood, but legacies endured because of their resilience. By the 20th century's middle decades, royal childbirth had become both safer and more visible, both modernized and mythologized. The queen's body was still the foundation of dynasties, her pain still the mortar holding crowns aloft, her silence still echoing through the corridors of power. The tools had changed, the rituals had adapted, but the paradox remained the same. Power rested on fragility, survival was celebrated while suffering was ignored, and history polished the scars into symbols. And perhaps that is the lasting lesson. No matter how modern the world becomes, it is built upon stories of endurance that rarely make the headlines. The 20th century queens carried not only their children, but the weight of a tradition that demanded survival above all else, reminding us once more that behind every crown lies a body that bled, a voice that was muted, and a story that deserves to be heard in full. By the late 20th century, the story of royal childbirth had transformed once more, but the weight of expectation remained as suffocating as ever. Hospitals had become stages, with polished corridors, sterile rooms, and entire teams of specialists on standby. The queen, or princess, now labored not in a chamber filled with incense and relics, but under the hum of fluorescent lights, surrounded by machines that beeped and monitors that traced every heartbeat. On the surface, it looked like progress, science and technology promising safety and control. Yet beneath the antiseptic smell, the same ancient truth persisted. The body of a woman, royal or not, still bore the risk, still carried the burden, and still shouldered the blame when things went wrong. And if anything, the gaze of the world had grown sharper, no longer confined to the palace walls, but expanded to millions watching, listening, and speculating in real time. The media had turned royal pregnancies into global events. From the first announcement, newspapers speculated about due dates, tabloids published blurry photos of baby bumps, and television reporters camped outside hospitals like soldiers laying siege. The queen's contractions were no longer just her own private agony. They were international news bulletins. Imagine the surreal pressure of laboring while television anchors filled airtime with updates about the color of the curtains drawn across your hospital window. It is almost comical to picture correspondents breathlessly announcing, "Sources say she has entered her second stage of labor," as though childbirth were a football match with running commentary. But comedy aside, this relentless attention stripped away even the last vestiges of privacy. Pain had become performance, endurance a spectacle. Inside the hospital, medicine had become both ally and intruder. Epidurals, cesarean sections, and modern monitoring reduced many of the risks that had haunted earlier centuries, but they also introduced a new kind of vulnerability. Decisions about interventions were debated not just by doctors, but by palace officials eager to manage appearances. Should a cesarean be announced openly, or would that invite criticism about weakness? Should the queen appear on the hospital steps within hours of delivery, smiling for cameras, even if she could barely stand? The body was still political property, and medical choices were filtered through the lens of image and expectation. The irony is painful. A queen could survive childbirth more safely than ever before, yet her survival was immediately converted into a performance for flashbulbs and headlines. The obsession with heirs did not vanish, though its language softened. A healthy boy was still hailed as continuity, stability, the future secure. A girl, while increasingly celebrated in public rhetoric, still carried the shadow of disappointment in private conversations. The monarchy insisted on progress, but progress walked with a limp. Chromosomes had long since revealed the science, but centuries of bias were not so easily erased. Queens who delivered daughters still sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere, the faint hesitation in congratulatory speeches, the unspoken sighs of those who wanted something else. It is almost absurd that, in an age of satellites and space travel, people still clung to medieval anxieties about the gender of a baby swaddled in silk. Recovery became yet another performance. Cameras waited outside hospitals, eager for the image of the queen stepping into daylight, child in arms, smiling through exhaustion. These moments were orchestrated to convey strength and stability, symbols that monarchy remained unshaken. But behind the iconic photographs were stitches, soreness, and sleepless nights that no flashbulb captured. Queens became symbols of resilience not because they were allowed to rest, but because they were denied the chance. Their bodies, still raw from labor, were wrapped in designer coats, their pain hidden behind lipstick and waves. It is a detail worth reflecting on. Society praises women most when they pretend nothing happened, when they make survival look effortless, when the truth of suffering is concealed. And yet, some queens reclaimed fragments of agency within this suffocating system. They chose to break traditions, to deliver in hospitals instead of palaces, to breastfeed publicly, to raise their children with touches of normalcy that challenged the old script. These acts, small in scale but enormous in symbolism, reshaped the perception of monarchy itself. By daring to appear more human, They bridged the gap between crown and people, showing that even behind gilded gates, motherhood was marked by the same sleepless nights, the same anxieties, the same fragile hopes. It is almost humorous to realize that centuries of dynastic ritual could be disrupted by something as simple as a queen pushing a stroller down an ordinary street. But in that humor lies power, the power of breaking expectation through the ordinary. The late 20th century also revealed the global hunger for these stories. Births of royal children were no longer national events, but worldwide spectacles, broadcast live, reported across continents, consumed in every time zone. The monarchy had become part of the entertainment industry, its most intimate moments packaged and sold alongside movies and music. And perhaps that is the strangest twist of all. What began as rituals of incense and secrecy had become photo ops and press conferences. The Queen's body, once hidden behind curtains, was now framed in the lenses of millions of cameras. And through it all, the echoes of history remained, reminding us that while the tools and settings had changed, the essence of the story was unchanged. Power still rested on fragility, expectation still overshadowed compassion, and survival was still demanded rather than chosen. By the early 21st century, royal childbirth had become a spectacle of paradoxes. At once, a deeply human event and a meticulously choreographed public performance. The image of a queen or princess leaving the hospital with a newborn in her arms, smiling and waving to crowds while cameras flashed, became an almost ritualized scene. Yet behind the polished facade lay the same realities that had haunted royal women for centuries: pain, exhaustion, fear, and the unrelenting pressure to embody resilience. The difference now was that the entire world watched in real time, dissecting every detail. The tilt of her smile, the color of the baby blanket, even the faint tremor in her hands. What had once been whispers in palace corridors was now trending news, hashtags replacing heralds. And perhaps that is the oddest twist of history. Monarchy, which once guarded its secrets with iron gates, had become a reality show with global viewership. The media's appetite for royal births blurred the line between celebration and intrusion. Journalists camped outside hospitals for days, speculating about due dates, contractions, and even the Queen's dietary habits. Bookmakers took bets on names, tabloids debated whether she would breastfeed, and television anchors filled airtime with endless chatter about the weight of the baby or the cut of her dress. Imagine laboring with the knowledge that millions of strangers were simultaneously refreshing their phones for updates on your dilation. It is absurd enough to laugh at, but beneath the humor lies something darker: the transformation of a woman's suffering into consumable entertainment. The birthing room became less a sanctuary and more a stage, her cries drowned out by the clicking of shutters outside. Yet medicine had finally caught up with centuries of suffering. Advances in obstetrics, antibiotics, and surgical techniques made childbirth safer than it had ever been for queens. Hemorrhages that once killed within hours could now be controlled. Infections that once spread like wildfire could be stopped with a single dose, and cesarean sections no longer carried the near certain risk of death. And yet, progress brought new forms of anxiety. Would the queen be criticized for using pain relief, accused of not being traditional enough? Would a caesarean birth be seen as weakness, even if it saved lives? It is almost comedic to realize that even in an age of modern medicine, ancient attitudes still clung stubbornly, demanding that women prove strength through unnecessary suffering. Science had freed their bodies, but society still chained their image. The symbolism of gender remained stubbornly present, though increasingly subtle. A boy was still hailed as continuity, the future king, while a girl, however celebrated, was often framed in softer, almost ornamental language. Newspaper headlines might praise her charm, her beauty, her potential to modernize the monarchy. But the undertone was clear. Daughters were accessories, sons were legacies, and yet, as societies began to change laws of succession, allowing daughters equal rights to inherit thrones, this ancient bias began to fracture. It is telling that progress in royal childbirth did not come solely from medical science, but from shifting ideas of equality. A crown, it turned out, could rest just as securely on the head of a daughter as on a son, though it took centuries for common sense to catch up. The Queen's recovery, once hidden behind curtains, became another act in the performance. Within hours or days of delivery, she appeared before cameras, styled and smiling, her pain disguised beneath tailored dresses and carefully chosen words. The public expected not only survival, but grace, as though motherhood should arrive without bruises, stitches, or sleeplessness. This pressure was not unique to queens. Millions of ordinary women feel it too, scrolling through social media images of mothers who look flawless mere days after giving birth. The monarchy simply amplified this illusion on a global stage, and perhaps that is the bitter joke. Centuries of royal suffering had been modernized, airbrushed, and packaged into images that reinforced impossible expectations for everyone else. Yet behind the flashbulbs, glimpses of humanity still slipped through. A nervous glance exchanged with a husband, a child crying mid-photo, a queen's hair slightly out of place despite the stylist's efforts. These small imperfections resonated more than polished images ever could. They reminded the world that beneath the crown was a woman navigating the same fears and joys as any new mother. In those unscripted moments, history felt less like a spectacle and more like a shared human experience. And that may be the greatest irony of all. The monarchy, designed to be distant and untouchable, found its survival in moments of vulnerability, in showing that even queens cry in the night, even princesses pace hallways with colicky infants. The 21st century also introduced new debates about privacy and agency. Some royal mothers insisted on breaking traditions, choosing their own doctors, delivering outside the expected hospitals, or controlling the timing of announcements. These acts, though modest, symbolized a shift in power, queens claiming their right to be mothers first and monarchs second. It is worth pausing on this thought. After centuries of being reduced to vessels of dynastic continuity, royal women were finally beginning to reclaim ownership over their own bodies. Their defiance, subtle yet profound, signaled that the story of royal childbirth was no longer just about survival, but about agency. And agency, in many ways, is the ultimate heir, more enduring than bloodlines, more transformative than crowns. And so, the modern story of royal childbirth is not one of escape from history, but of negotiation with it. The blood, the pain, the impossible expectations remain, but they are framed differently, broadcast globally, dissected endlessly. The queen is no longer a silent figure behind curtains. She's a face on every screen, a subject of hashtags and headlines. Her suffering is safer, but more public. Her survival more certain, but more scrutinized. And perhaps that is the final paradox. The farther we move from the past, the closer we seem to carry its echoes. The cries that once shook palace walls now reverberate through cameras and microphones, reminding us that the weight of crowns has always rested not just on heads, but on wombs. The story continues, not because it is resolved, but because it is still being lived. In the 21st century, the story of royal childbirth entered a new phase, one in which tradition, media, and modernity collided with unprecedented intensity. Hospitals became fortresses during royal deliveries, their entrances guarded by police, their corridors filled with carefully vetted staff. Yet, while the inner rooms were tightly secured, the outside world turned the event into a carnival. Crowds gathered with banners and flags. Journalists from dozens of nations camped in tents on sidewalks, and satellite trucks hummed day and night. The queen or princess inside those sterile walls labored in pain, while outside, the world treated her contractions as though they were part of a grand parade. The contrast was almost surreal. Inside, raw humanity. Outside, national celebration. And perhaps that says more about us than about monarchy itself. We prefer the spectacle of joy, even when it is built on the foundation of someone else's agony. Technology amplified this theater. Social media transformed whispers into storms, spreading rumors of water breaking or labor beginning before official statements could be made. Hashtags trended globally, memes circulated, and millions commented on events unfolding in real time. It is difficult not to smile at the absurdity. Strangers on opposite sides of the planet debating the dilation of a woman they had never met. The queen's body, once hidden behind layers of protocol and secrecy, was now dissected by digital crowds, her most intimate struggles turned into global gossip. It raises a question worth reflecting on. If privacy is the privilege of ordinary people, what does it mean when a crown robs you even of that? The symbolism of presentation grew sharper in this era. Within hours of birth, royal mothers appeared before cameras on hospital steps, child in arms, makeup flawless, hair carefully arranged, clothing chosen for symbolism. The world applauded these images as proof of strength and continuity, yet behind the smiles lay exhaustion, stitches, and trembling legs. Ordinary mothers recognized the performance immediately, knew that no one looks radiant 12 hours after labor, and yet the image reinforced impossible ideals. Here lies the bitter comedy. Queens, once pitied for being reduced to vessels of dynastic survival, had now become Instagram-worthy examples of perfection in pain. It is progress and regression at once, dressed in designer fabric. Medicine, of course, had reached levels of safety unimaginable to earlier generations. Epidurals, cesarean sections, neonatal care, these innovations meant that both mother and child were more likely than ever to survive. But with safety came scrutiny. Every decision was analyzed. Was the birth natural or assisted? Did she use pain relief or endure it? Did the baby weigh enough to suggest health and vigor? Each choice became a political message, a symbol of tradition upheld or modernity embraced. And isn't it oddly familiar? Even in ordinary lives, mothers face judgment about their births, breastfeeding, or childcare choices. The difference is that for queens, those judgments are magnified by millions of eyes and written into headlines. In that sense, the royal story is less extraordinary than it seems. It is a mirror reflecting pressures faced by women everywhere. The issue of gender, while softened, still lingered like a shadow in the background. Laws had changed, succession was equalized, and daughters were proclaimed with as much joy as sons. But cultural habits are harder to erase. Subtle differences in language and ceremony and the way newspapers framed the birth betrayed the persistence of older hierarchies. A son was still described as future king, while a daughter was praised for her grace or charm. It is almost comical that, in an age of genetic science and legal equality, centuries-old patterns of bias still crept into public narratives. Biology may have freed us from superstition, but storytelling remained stubbornly archaic. Recovery remained another paradox. While medical care allowed queens to rest, the demands of image forced them into public life almost immediately. Appearances with their infants were carefully staged, their movements choreographed, their every gesture scrutinized for signs of strength or weakness. These performances served as reassurance to the public that monarchy endured, but they also reinforced the silence surrounding suffering. What was hidden were the sleepless nights, the postpartum pains, the anxieties that accompany new motherhood. It is here that the disconnect between public image and private reality is most striking. The world wanted symbols, the women lived with scars, and yet cracks of humanity continued to break through. A baby who cried mid-ceremony, a mother's hair slightly undone, a nervous smile that betrayed exhaustion. These small imperfections resonated far more than polished rituals. They revealed that behind crowns and titles, royal women were still mothers in the most ordinary sense, navigating chaos and joy, fear and pride. These glimpses reminded us that history is never only about institutions, but about people, flawed and fragile, carrying burdens that are both ancient and familiar. And perhaps that is why the fascination endures, because in them we see reflections of ourselves, magnified by gold and diamonds, but grounded in the same human truths. The modern tale of royal childbirth is therefore not one of escape from history, but of its transformation. Science has conquered many dangers, yet the pressures of tradition and spectacle remain. Queens today bleed less, but they are watched more. They risk their lives less, but they risk their dignity endlessly. And this paradox keeps the story alive, keeps us watching, keeps us asking what it means for power to rest so heavily on bodies that are both fragile and resilient. The echoes of the past have not faded, they have simply changed costume. And the question that lingers is whether history will finally learn to value not just survival, not just performance, but the truth of suffering itself. Because until that truth is recognized, the story of royal childbirth will remain less a tale of progress than a mirror reflecting how little we have changed. By the 21st century, royal childbirth had become a ritual both strangely modern and oddly archaic, a paradox of progress wrapped in layers of spectacle. Hospitals gleamed with cutting-edge technology, doctors stood ready with years of training, and the risks of death had plummeted compared to centuries past. And yet, for queens and princesses, the old burden never disappeared. Their bodies remained symbols, their pregnancies national events, their labors watched by millions through the prism of media. The irony is sharp. At a time when medicine could finally make childbirth safer, society had found new ways to make it unbearable by amplifying its visibility. What once was hidden behind palace curtains was now broadcast in high definition, consumed not in whispers, but in hashtags. The staging of these births often followed a script that seemed rehearsed down to the smallest detail. Crowds assembled outside hospitals, waving flags and chanting songs as though attending a festival. News anchors repeated the same sentences for hours. The Duchess is in labor, we are awaiting updates. Bookmakers opened odds on names, gender, even weight. The queen or princess inside those sterile walls became both patient and performer, expected not only to survive, but to produce an heir that could embody continuity. Imagine the absurdity of millions of strangers simultaneously refreshing their phones to know if your contractions have reached 5 minutes apart. It is both laughable and chilling, proof that modern fascination with monarchy still thrives on the most ancient obsession, reproduction. Inside the delivery room, the environment was equally contradictory. Monitors beeped steadily, epidurals were administered, surgical instruments gleamed, and yet the emotional core remained unchanged. The queen still clutched hands, still screamed into pillows, still prayed between breaths. Progress in medicine did not erase the primal intensity of labor. It only layered it with fluorescent lights and sterile masks. The symbolism of the room remained as heavy as ever. This was not just a woman giving birth, but a body producing continuity for an entire institution. And here lies the cruel comedy. Science had demystified childbirth, but monarchy continued to mystify it, treating the event not as biology, but as destiny. Public expectations pressed harder in these years, especially in the age of instant images. Within hours of delivery, the mother appeared before cameras on hospital steps, child wrapped in blankets, makeup retouched, hair styled into elegance. The image was consumed globally as a symbol of stability and resilience, the monarchy reborn with every newborn's cry. But behind the staged moment were bruises, stitches, exhaustion, and hormones raging in unpredictable waves. It is a detail that makes ordinary mothers watching feel a mix of admiration and bitterness. They know the truth, and they know the performance. Yet the world prefers the illusion, applauding strength while ignoring the cost. And maybe that says something uncomfortable about all of us. We want resilience not because it is real, but because it reassures us. The role of gender continued to hover like a ghost that refused to leave. Laws of succession were changing, allowing daughters to inherit equally, yet the cultural undertone persisted. A boy was still celebrated as a future king, his birth treated as destiny fulfilled. A girl, though praised, often carried subtler framing. She was charming, a delight, a bright future, but rarely described with the same weight of continuity. It is almost comical that in an era of genetic science and legal reform, society still instinctively leaned on centuries-old biases. Progress marched, but tradition hobbled behind, tugging at its coat like a stubborn child unwilling to let go. The emotional landscape for these women was equally complex. Some embraced their roles publicly, using their motherhood as a way to connect with ordinary citizens, presenting themselves as relatable figures who endured sleepless nights and toddler tantrums. Others pushed back, seeking privacy, shielding their children from relentless media, and subtly asserting that their wombs did not exist solely for the nation's consumption. Both paths carried risks. Too open, and they risked overexposure. Too private, and they faced accusations of aloofness. It is a balancing act that feels almost comedic in its impossibility, as though the crown demanded not only heirs, but also the perfect calibration of visibility. Technology added another layer of complexity. Ultrasounds, once private glimpses, became fodder for speculation. Social media analyzed every public appearance of a pregnant queen, measuring the curve of her belly, timing her absences from events, even guessing due dates from her shoes. The absurdity of strangers discussing the tilt of a royal pelvis on Twitter is both funny and unsettling. It demonstrates how deeply the monarchy's most personal moments have been folded into collective imagination. Once upon a time, people prayed for royal heirs. Now they post predictions on Instagram. The ritual changed its costume, but the fascination remained intact. And yet, for all the absurdities, these modern royal births carried genuine impact. They reminded citizens that monarchy, for all its gilded pageantry, is still tethered to the most universal of human experiences: the arrival of new life. In those moments, crowns, jewels, and centuries of tradition collapsed into the fragile image of a newborn in a blanket. Perhaps that is why these events captivate so intensely. They strip away the illusion of immortality and reveal that even thrones rest on cries and sleepless nights. And it forces us to reflect. If monarchy, that ancient symbol of permanence, depends on something as fragile as childbirth, what does that say about the rest of us who build our worlds on far less? By the time royal childbirth entered its most modern phase, the contradictions had grown sharper than ever. On one hand, medicine had made the process safer than at any other moment in history. On the other hand, the cultural and political weight placed on royal wombs had never been heavier. The arrival of a baby was not simply a personal joy, but a televised affirmation of continuity, stability, and identity for entire nations. Crowds no longer gathered just outside palace gates. They gathered online. Their cheers transformed into streams of tweets, memes, and live blogs. A birth that should have belonged to a family was repackaged as a global broadcast. Imagine the irony. After centuries of trying to keep royal chambers private, the world had managed to turn a hospital corridor into a red carpet. What made this era particularly surreal was the choreography of appearances. Within hours of labor, a royal mother was expected to emerge from the hospital, dressed immaculately, smiling with a child in her arms. The image was designed to reassure, to show strength, to project the illusion that motherhood was effortless, even when every nerve in her body screamed otherwise. These images, replayed endlessly on television and social media, created impossible expectations, not only for the queen, but for women everywhere. Ordinary mothers, watching from hospital beds or homes, often laughed bitterly at the spectacle. They knew what those hours really felt like: sweat, exhaustion, stitches, swollen feet, and emotions swinging wildly. And yet, the world preferred the performance. It reveals a truth we seldom admit. People don't want reality from royalty. They want reassurance. They want the fairy tale, even when the fairy tale is built on bruises. The media circus surrounding these births was relentless. News anchors filled airtime with speculation about names, astrologers predicted personalities based on due dates, and bookmakers accepted wagers on everything from hair color to weight. The Queen's labor, once sacred and secret, was now dissected like a sporting event, complete with commentary and analysis. It is both absurd and strangely revealing. Human beings, it seems, cannot resist turning private pain into public spectacle. We claim to revere dignity, yet we consume gossip. We talk about respecting privacy, yet we tune in for every detail. The contradiction is so stark it borders on comedy, and perhaps that is why the fascination endures, because deep down, we are entertained by the very things we insist should remain private. Inside the birthing room, however, little had changed in essence. Technology beeped, machines glowed, doctors whispered about interventions, but the Queen still gripped hands, still gasped for air, still crossed the threshold between life and death with every contraction. The centuries-old truth remained. Childbirth, no matter how advanced the setting, is an ordeal that strips away illusion. The difference now was that her ordeal would be followed by makeup artists, stylists, and photographers ready to transform her agony into an image of serenity. It is almost comical in its cruelty, pain repackaged as poise, blood erased with powder exhaustion hidden behind a wave. But this is the heart of monarchy in the modern world. Illusion maintained at any cost. The symbolism of gender still lingered, though modern laws of succession had begun to erase its political impact. A daughter could inherit as easily as a son, yet the language of celebration often betrayed old habits. Boys were described as future kings, their births wrapped in destiny. Girls, though equally cherished, were more often framed in terms of charm or promise, as though their primary contribution lay in how they might soften the monarchy's image. Even progress carried echoes of the past, reminding us that cultural memory changes more slowly than legislation. It is a strange irony. Society could send men to the moon and map the human genome, but it still stumbled over how to describe the birth of a girl in a palace. The queens and princesses of this era also began to claim more agency, though within carefully drawn limits. Some chose to break traditions, rejecting palace confinements for hospitals, breastfeeding openly, or raising their children with touches of ordinary life, school drop-offs, park outings, even supermarket visits. These choices, though modest, disrupted centuries of scripted behavior and made monarchy appear more relatable. At the same time, they reminded us that tradition bends only so far before it snaps back. Every act of normality was dissected, praised by some, criticized by others. It is almost comic that something as ordinary as a stroller pushed down a city sidewalk could be treated as revolutionary. But within the gilded cage of monarchy, ordinary acts become radical gestures. The paradox of visibility weighed heavily. Queens who revealed too much were accused of breaking mystique. Those who revealed too little were accused of aloofness. Their bodies had been freed from the mortal dangers of medieval childbirth, but their identities remained tethered to the same impossible standards: to be perfect, to be relatable, to be strong, to be gentle, to embody every virtue simultaneously. This tension exposes something about our collective psychology. We crave symbols that are human enough to comfort us, but polished enough to remain untouchable. And so, the cycle of expectation continues, as relentless as the cycles of labor that once consumed royal lives. In the end, modern royal childbirth tells a story not just about crowns and cradles, but about us, the spectators. We have replaced incense with Instagram, midwives' whispers with news alerts. But the fascination is the same. We are still drawn to the sight of a queen cradling a newborn, still comforted by the illusion that monarchy endures because life itself continues. What we forget, time and again, is the human cost behind the image, the sweat wiped away, the pain concealed, the exhaustion hidden behind a practiced smile. And maybe that is the final irony. For all our progress, for all our technology, we still prefer the fairy tale to the truth. But the truth waits there, behind the flashbulbs and headlines, reminding us that crowns rest not just on heads, but on bodies that bleed, on voices that scream, on women who have always carried more than their share of history's weight. In the 21st century, the spectacle of royal childbirth has reached a level that earlier generations could never have imagined. Where once the drama unfolded behind palace walls, now every stage of pregnancy is tracked, speculated upon, and consumed by millions across the globe. A royal woman's belly becomes a public countdown clock, analyzed in photographs, debated in tabloids, and turned into a trending hashtag long before the baby arrives. This obsessive scrutiny reveals more about us than about them. We are no longer content to wait for the cry of a newborn. We demand updates at every flutter, every craving, every public appearance. And isn't it oddly comical that while monarchies claim to represent timeless tradition, their most intimate rituals now play out like serialized entertainment binge-watched by a planet that refreshes news feeds as if they were cliffhangers in a TV drama? The choreography surrounding a royal birth is more carefully staged than any coronation. Hospitals become fortresses, their entrances guarded by police, their windows shielded from lenses, yet reporters still find ways to broadcast from the pavement outside. Crowds gather with flags, while journalists recycle the same lines for hours. We are waiting for news, the nation is on edge, as if repeating the obvious somehow feeds the anticipation. Inside, doctors and nurses do their work with professionalism, but they know too that they are part of history, their every decision recorded, their every action destined to be dissected in retrospectives. The queen or princess on the bed, meanwhile, must bear the weight of both biology and symbolism, enduring the primal agony of labor while knowing that her child's first cry will echo through cameras and microphones. The contradiction is almost cruelly comic. Millions cheering while she is in a state that most people would never wish to be photographed in. The hospital steps have become the new stage for royal resilience. Within hours, sometimes a mere handful of them, a new mother emerges, carefully dressed, makeup retouched, hairstyled, smiling as though she has not just crossed the threshold between life and death. The image reassures the public. Monarchy is stable, the air is healthy, Tradition continues, but behind that carefully constructed tableau are stitches, soreness, hormonal surges, and a body that aches to lie down rather than wave. Ordinary mothers watching from home often laugh in disbelief, muttering that they could barely shuffle to the bathroom at that stage, let alone pose for the front pages of the world. The humor is bitter but real, and it forces a question we rarely ask. Do we admire these women for their strength, or do we quietly demand their suffering to be invisible so that we can consume the illusion of perfection? The naming of the child adds yet another layer of theater. Bookmakers fuel speculation, betting slips circulate with odds on traditional names, and when the announcement finally arrives, newspapers rush to analyze every syllable as if the future of the kingdom depends on it. Names that would be ordinary in any other family suddenly carry the weight of centuries. A George or Charlotte becomes not just a baby, but a living archive of history, a bridge between past and present. And yet, at the heart of it all, the child is still an infant, crying for milk, waking at night, blissfully unaware that their mere existence has sent stock markets fluttering and social media into meltdown. The contrast is almost absurd, a reminder that sometimes the grandest symbols are carried by the tiniest of bodies. Gender, though legally equalized, still lingers as an unspoken tension. A daughter may inherit as readily as a son, but the commentary surrounding their births often betrays subtle differences. Sons are called future kings, their weight measured against destiny. Daughters are praised for their beauty before they can open their eyes, their charm predicted before they can form a smile. It is a pattern so deeply ingrained that even progress stumbles under its weight. And isn't it ironic that in a world capable of gene editing and artificial intelligence, we still trip over the same ancient expectations of male and female heirs? Tradition, it seems, has longer endurance than reason. Yet for all the absurdities, there are glimpses of humanity that break through the gloss. A baby crying during a photo call, a mother's hand trembling slightly, a father's nervous grin. These moments remind us that beneath the spectacle, the monarchy is still anchored in the most universal of human experiences. These flashes of reality resonate more deeply than the polished images ever could. They show that even in palaces, motherhood comes with the same sleepless nights, the same anxieties, the same desperate hope that the baby will just nap for 2 hours. In those cracks, the monarchy feels less like an institution and more like a family, which may be the very reason it continues to survive in an age that questions why crowns matter at all. And so the story of modern royal childbirth remains a paradox: safe yet suffocating, private yet public, ordinary yet extraordinary. Queens and princesses no longer die from infections that once claimed their ancestors, but they still bleed and ache behind the images of grace. Their children are less likely to be buried in tiny coffins, but they still grow under a microscope that magnifies every misstep. The spectacle has evolved, the setting has changed, but the essence is stubbornly the same. Power rests on fragile bodies, tradition survives on cries muffled by cameras, and history is written not only in treaties and coronations, but in hospital rooms where women carry both the weight of their families and the weight of nations. And perhaps the truest insight is this: that no matter how modern we become, we still turn to the most ancient ritual of all, childbirth, to convince ourselves that something eternal endures. By the late modern age, royal childbirth had become less a moment of secrecy and more an orchestrated spectacle designed to bridge the gap between monarchy and the public. Where once thick curtains and guarded chambers kept the realities of birth hidden, now transparency, carefully managed and selectively revealed, was the expectation. Hospitals turned into stages, news networks prepared round-the-clock coverage, and the world collectively leaned forward as though watching the climax of a play they had all been waiting for. The queen or princess inside was no longer just a mother. She was a performer cast in the oldest recurring role of monarchy, the guarantor of continuity. The irony is biting. After centuries of women suffering invisibly, their pain is now spotlighted, not so that it can be understood, but so that it can be polished into reassurance. The rituals surrounding these births reveal how much society craves symbols even in an era that claims to be rational. A royal baby is no longer just a child. It is a headline, a hashtag, a meme, a betting slip, and a fashion statement. People analyze the color of the blanket as if it holds coded political messages, debate whether the child's name honors tradition or signals modernity, and speculate endlessly about the dynamics within the palace nursery. It borders on comic absurdity, turning nap schedules and teething into international talking points. And yet, this obsession exposes something deeper. In a fragmented world where institutions crumble and leaders rise and fall, a baby offers a sense of permanence, however illusory. The child represents not just a family, but the fantasy of continuity itself. Inside the hospital, the queen's body remains the axis around which all this symbolism turns. Despite advances that make childbirth safer than ever, the ordeal itself is unchanged. Contractions still arrive with merciless force. Sweat still drips. Pain still shatters composure. The machines, the sterile instruments, the trained professionals, these are new costumes for an ancient drama. The queen may be surrounded by experts, but she's still alone in the primal moment when life forces its way into the world. That is the cruel comedy. The most universal human experience reduced to spectacle and the person at its center reduced to a symbol, when in truth, she is doing what billions of women have done before her, struggling, screaming, surviving. The unveiling on the hospital steps has become one of the strangest modern rituals. Hours after labor, the new mother appears before a sea of cameras, her body still tender, her mind still swimming, yet styled as though she has just returned from a leisurely outing. The crowd cheers, the cameras flash, and the world sighs with relief. What they see is not a woman recovering from trauma, but a symbol of stability, grace, and endurance. Ordinary mothers often watch these moments with disbelief, laughing at the fantasy. They know the truth. At that stage, most are still negotiating with hospital staff for an extra pillow. The humor is not cruel but human, because it exposes how little we want reality from royalty. We prefer the illusion, even if it requires concealing the stitches and suppressing the pain. The naming ceremonies, too, carry their share of absurdity. Hours of television coverage dissect syllables as though the future of nations depends on them. A name that would pass unnoticed in any other family becomes a beacon of interpretation. Does it honor tradition? Does it honor the people? Does it signal modernity or cling to the past? The irony is that the child, squirming and crying, cares nothing for the debates swirling around them. Yet the weight of centuries is draped onto shoulders that can barely hold up their own head. It is almost laughable, but it also forces a sobering reflection. We invest so much meaning into things that are, at their core, arbitrary. A name is both everything and nothing, powerful because we decide it is. Gender expectations continue to haunt these births, though laws of succession have changed. Sons and daughters now hold equal rights, but the old reflexes remain embedded in commentary. Sons are hailed as heirs, their births described with gravitas, while daughters are wrapped in words of charm and delight. Even progress trips over its own feet, caught between equality in law and inequality in perception. The paradox is striking. We live in a world that celebrates female leadership in politics, science, and business, yet still stumbles when it comes to applauding a princess as a future monarch without qualification. Tradition proves stubborn, clinging like dust in the corners of a palace that no amount of renovation can fully sweep away. What makes the modern story fascinating is how these women navigate their roles within such contradictions. Some lean into the performance, using it as a platform to connect with the public, to project warmth and accessibility. Others resist, carving out moments of privacy, asserting their right to motherhood beyond spectacle. These subtle acts, deciding how to present a baby, when to appear, whether to nurse publicly, become battles over agency. And perhaps the most striking part is how ordinary these struggles are, mirrored in households far from palaces. Every parent today negotiates with expectations shaped by social media, family, and culture. For queens, the stage is bigger, the spotlight hotter. But the questions are strangely familiar. How much to share? How much to protect? How to raise a child under scrutiny? In the end, the 21st century royal birth is both ancient and modern, intimate and global, human and symbolic. Medicine may have stripped away the immediate danger of death, but it has not stripped away the weight of expectation. The child may be just another baby, crying for milk and sleep, but to the world, they are a promise of continuity. The queen may be just another mother, aching and exhausted, but to the cameras, she is resilience incarnate. The paradox is the very essence of monarchy in the modern world. Fragile bodies carrying impossible burdens, private pain transformed into public reassurance, and the most personal of human experiences recast as the stage upon which history insists on being written again and again. By the time we reach the most recent chapters of royal childbirth, the story feels almost like a hall of mirrors. Everything is both familiar and distorted, ancient traditions reflected through the glass of 21st century media. The ordeal that once unfolded in candlelit chambers now takes place under sterile fluorescent lights, but the weight of expectation remains the same. A queen, or princess, may have access to the best obstetric care on the planet, yet she still carries the burden of centuries of symbolism. Every contraction is a reminder not only of biology, but of history, and every cry of a newborn echoes louder than a cathedral bell because it reassures the world that continuity has been secured. What once was whispered about in palace corridors is now broadcast across continents in real time, with the strange effect that millions feel they have witnessed something intimate, even though they have only consumed an image carefully staged for their benefit. The choreography of this spectacle has grown increasingly refined. Before the birth even takes place, the public is fed a steady diet of updates. The announcement of pregnancy, the speculation about due dates, the endless commentary on wardrobe choices that supposedly conceal or reveal the growing belly. Newspapers and gossip sites dedicate entire spreads to baby bump analysis, as if fabric folds were diplomatic signals. It is a kind of modern augury, not so different from medieval courtiers reading omens in the skies, except now the omens are detected in photographs taken with telephoto lenses. The comedy is obvious, and yet it is also revealing. For all our claims of rationality, we still hunger for symbols and signs. We still elevate biology into destiny. When labor finally begins, the hospital transforms into a fortress. Security cordons off streets, journalists pitch tents outside, and cameras remain trained on the front doors for hours on end. Inside, the queen, or princess, is surrounded by a team of specialists who monitor every heartbeat with machines that beep and flash. Yet for all the technology, the essence of the experience is the same as it has always been: sweat, pain, breathless panic, and the raw passage between life and death. The surreal contrast is hard to ignore. Outside, the world waits as though for a parade, while inside, a woman grips the edge of the bed and screams. And isn't that the heart of Monarchy's contradiction? It converts agony into reassurance, biology into ceremony, blood into banner. The reveal on the hospital steps has become perhaps the most iconic ritual of all. Hours after giving birth, the mother emerges into a wall of flashbulbs, her child swaddled in a blanket, her expression a carefully balanced mask of exhaustion and serenity. The image is instantly transmitted across the globe, appearing on television screens, front pages, and social media feeds. It reassures millions that all is well, that monarchy endures, that continuity is safe. But behind that facade are bruises, stitches, leaking milk, and an overwhelming desire to collapse into bed. Ordinary mothers often laugh out loud watching these scenes, knowing how absurd it is to expect anyone to look radiant 12 hours after delivery. The comedy carries a bitter edge because it reveals what society really demands. Not truth, but performance, not reality, but reassurance. The naming of the baby follows with equal theatricality. For weeks, speculation dominates headlines, bookmakers tally bets, and historians weigh in on the symbolic resonance of each possibility. When the name is finally announced, it is parsed as if it were a policy statement, every syllable examined for its connection to tradition, diplomacy, or cultural message. In reality, it is still a baby's name, chosen by parents navigating a mixture of personal preference and institutional expectation. Yet the world insists on treating it as destiny, written in vowels and consonants. The irony is delicious. A child who cannot yet hold its own head is already carrying the burden of centuries of interpretation. Even with laws of succession modernized, gender expectations continue to shadow the scene. A daughter is now legally equal to a son, but commentary still betrays ancient reflexes. Boys are hailed as heirs, their existence treated as inevitability fulfilled. Girls are praised for their charm, their promise, their modernizing effect, as if their value lay more in symbolism than sovereignty. It is a paradox that reveals how slowly culture moves compared to law. We may rewrite statutes overnight, but rewriting instinctive biases takes generations. And perhaps the most telling detail is that people still cheer louder for sons, even as they tell themselves they no longer care. Behind all this, the private reality remains stubbornly ordinary. Night feeds, diapers, exhaustion, the fragile fear of losing grip on one's own identity. All these experiences unfold inside gilded nurseries, just as they do in suburban homes. The difference is that for queens and princesses, every decision, breastfeeding or bottle, nanny or no nanny, traditional or modern schooling, is analyzed as though it were a matter of statecraft. Something as simple as pushing a stroller down a city street can spark debates about tradition versus accessibility, modernity versus mystique. The humor lies in how disproportionate the reactions are, but beneath the humor is a sobering truth. Royal mothers can never just be mothers. Their choices are always consumed as signals of what monarchy itself will become. And so, the story of royal childbirth in this most recent age is a tapestry of contradictions. It is safer but more exposed, freer in law but bound by cultural inertia, more ordinary in practice but more extraordinary in performance. Queens and princesses still bleed, still ache, still cradle their children in moments of vulnerability unseen by cameras. Yet, what the world consumes is the carefully curated image, the polished symbol of endurance. The lesson, perhaps, is not that monarchy has changed, but that it has found new costumes for the same old play. The lights are brighter, the audience larger, the commentary louder, but the essence remains unchanged. A woman's body, carrying not only a child, but the fragile illusion of continuity upon which entire nations convince themselves they depend. And maybe that is why we cannot look away, because in that contradiction we see both the absurdity and the fragility of our own need for stories that promise permanence in a world that is anything but permanent. By the time we arrive at the latest chapters of royal childbirth, the ritual has become a carefully balanced dance between tradition, modernity, and performance. Hospitals are no longer just hospitals, they are stages. The maternity ward, a place of sweat, screams, and raw survival, is reimagined as a backdrop for the continuity of monarchy itself. Doctors, nurses, and midwives play their roles with clinical precision, but they are also, whether they like it or not, participants in a global spectacle. The mother, often exhausted and trembling, is recast as an icon of resilience. The child is a symbol of stability, and the entire ordeal as a reaffirmation that centuries-old crowns still rest firmly on the heads of a dynasty. The irony is glaring. What should be the most personal moment of any woman's life has become the most public, broadcast, and dissected one, as if pain and joy need to be validated by the applause of millions. The pressure begins long before the birth itself. Once pregnancy is announced, speculation ignites like wildfire. Newspapers churn out endless pages of analysis, the possible names, the significance of godparents, the baby's likely astrological sign. Fashion magazines obsess over maternity dresses, while gossip outlets study photographs for clues about cravings or due dates. It is absurd enough to laugh at, the idea that a swollen ankle could fuel international headlines. And yet, this circus reveals something about us. Our fascination is less about the baby itself and more about the continuity it represents. We project onto the belly of a queen or princess not only curiosity, but the hope that tradition, however fragile, will somehow endure through her body. The day of labor is treated like the climax of a saga. Journalists swarm outside the hospital, their cameras trained on locked doors, their voices filling hours of airtime with little more than repetitions of "we are still waiting." Crowds cheer at every ambulance siren, convinced it might signal the arrival of destiny. Inside, however, the queen fights a battle stripped of pageantry. Monitors beep, contractions crash, and her screams echo against sterile walls. The juxtaposition is surreal, a world celebrating outside, while the reality inside is raw, messy, and terrifying. And perhaps that is the essence of monarchy's illusion. It transforms blood into ceremony, agony into reassurance, biology into theater. The moment of unveiling has become ritualized almost to the point of parody. Hours after birth, the mother emerges on hospital steps, hairstyled, makeup refreshed, heels clicking against the pavement, baby cradled in arms. The crowd erupts, cameras flash, and the image is transmitted instantly across the globe. For millions, it is a symbol of continuity, proof that the monarchy is alive and thriving. For the mother, it is a performance layered over exhaustion, pain, and hormonal chaos. Ordinary women watching often chuckle bitterly. How many could imagine themselves smiling for cameras while their bodies were still reeling from childbirth? And yet, society demands precisely that. Not truth, but reassurance. Not reality, but spectacle. Names, once private choices, are now treated like geopolitical statements. The announcement is awaited with the anticipation of a royal decree, and when it comes, analysts pore over every syllable. Is the name traditional or modern? Does it honor ancestors or signal a new direction? Does it tie the dynasty to its past or its future? In reality, the baby coos and wriggles, blissfully unaware of the symbolic burden placed upon them before they can walk or talk. The absurdity is almost comical. We imbue layers of destiny into sounds chosen for an infant who will one day, like all children, cry over toys and refuse vegetables. Gender, though legally equalized, still leaves a shadow across the celebration. A boy's arrival may be hailed with more gravitas, his destiny as heir emphasized, while a girl is praised with language softer, more ornamental, even when she stands in line to inherit equally. This discrepancy betrays how slowly culture evolves compared to law. It is both laughable and sobering that in an age of space exploration and genetic mapping, people still cling to ancient reflexes about sons and daughters. Progress marches, but prejudice lingers like dust in the corners of an old palace. And yet, despite the spectacle, there are moments of undeniable humanity. A mother's nervous glance at her child, a father's awkward wave, a baby's sudden cry that interrupts the polished choreography. These details resonate more deeply than the official announcements. They remind the public that beneath crowns and jewels, monarchy is still anchored in fragile, intimate realities. In those fleeting moments, the illusion cracks just enough to let truth slip through. And perhaps it is that sliver of authenticity that keeps people watching generation after generation. The modern story of royal childbirth, then, is not a clean break from history, but a continuation of its contradictions. Medicine has made it safer, media has made it louder, and monarchy has made it symbolic. The women at its center endure less risk of death than their ancestors, but they carry the weight of expectation heavier than ever. Their children cry, grow, stumble, and laugh like any other, yet they are born into a destiny scripted centuries before. And perhaps the greatest irony is this: in a world that questions the necessity of monarchy at all, it is childbirth, the most universal, primal, and vulnerable of experiences, that still convinces millions of its relevance. For better or worse, the story endures, not because it is rational, but because it is human. And humanity, dressed in crowns or not, is the one tradition we cannot let go. By the time royal childbirth became fully enmeshed in the digital age, the spectacle had transformed into something even stranger than its earlier incarnation. No longer was the drama confined to newspapers or evening broadcasts. Now it played out in the relentless churn of social media, where updates flew faster than contractions themselves. A photograph of a swollen belly could spark thousands of comments, memes, and theories within minutes. Rumors of labor would trend globally, sometimes before the palace had even confirmed the event. It created a bizarre inversion. The queen, or princess, enduring the most intimate, grueling experience of her life, while millions debated her dilation on Twitter as if it were a sporting event. The comedy in this is uncomfortable because it reveals how little distance technology has created between reverence and voyeurism. We've simply upgraded the tools for our obsession. The choreography of appearances has become almost ritualized theater. The hospital steps are polished, security lines the streets, and reporters rehearse the same phrases they will repeat for hours. Inside, the mother struggles with exhaustion, sweat, and the disorienting swirl of adrenaline and hormones. Yet within hours, she is expected to emerge, perfectly styled, with a baby swaddled in a blanket, to reassure the world that everything is intact. It is a performance, one so carefully executed that it feels less like reality and more like a scene from a play that has been staged for generations. But the paradox is glaring. This performance is built on real pain, real blood, and real bodies. It is the illusion of effortlessness masking the truth of labor, and it is performed not for herself, but for the collective comfort of millions. Ordinary mothers watching often shake their heads in disbelief, muttering, "I could barely sit down at that stage," and laugh at the absurdity of expecting royalty to rise above biology. Yet, it is precisely this absurdity that makes the spectacle so enduring. Naming the child, too, has turned into a global guessing game. Bookmakers release odds, commentators speculate about historical connections, and families across the world debate what the baby will be called, as though their own living rooms were extensions of the royal nursery. When the name is finally announced, headlines dissect its syllables with the gravity of a constitutional crisis. Analysts trace genealogical links, cultural implications, and even political symbolism, while the baby at the center of it all yawns, cries, or sleeps, blissfully indifferent. There is something almost comedic about the way the world treats these names as destiny when, in the immediate reality, they are simply sounds shouted across nurseries in the middle of the night. Gender equality and succession laws has not erased centuries of cultural reflex. A son is still described in terms of inheritance and continuity, while a daughter is often wrapped in softer language: grace, charm, promise. This reveals how deeply ingrained biases resist change, even in the face of legal reform. We can legislate equality, but we cannot legislate perception. And that is the heart of the irony. In a world where monarchies survive by symbol, perception matters almost more than law. A baby girl may one day reign with the same authority as her brother, yet her arrival is still narrated differently. It is both laughable and sobering, proof that history lingers like dust in the corners of tradition, stubbornly resistant to the sweep of modernity. What often gets lost in the glare of cameras and headlines is the ordinary humanity of these families. Behind palace gates, sleepless nights unfold just as they do for any new parents. Diapers pile up, feeding schedules dominate, and anxieties about health or milestones gnaw at the mind. The difference, of course, is that every choice, from breastfeeding to childcare, is dissected publicly, transformed into a referendum on the monarchy itself. Something as simple as taking a stroller through a city park becomes a news event, analyzed for its symbolism of accessibility versus aloofness. The comedy here lies in the disproportion. A toddler tantrum in a supermarket becomes a headline, while the same scene in an ordinary family barely raises an eyebrow. Yet beneath the humor is a more unsettling truth. Royal children are never allowed to simply be children. The endurance of this fascination speaks volumes about our collective psyche. For all our talk of modernity, of rationality, of progress, we still invest disproportionate meaning into royal births. We still treat them as omens of stability, as proof that traditions will outlast change, as anchors in a world that often feels unstable. And perhaps that is why we keep watching, refreshing, and speculating. Because in the fragile cry of a royal newborn, we convince ourselves that something eternal has been secured. It may be an illusion, but it is one we cling to, and one that monarchies are only too eager to perform. The cycle of spectacle continues, polished and amplified by technology, but at its core, it remains what it has always been: a woman enduring the most primal of human experiences while the world insists on turning it into theater. And that theater, no matter how absurd, is precisely what keeps the crown alive. By the time we reach the most recent phase of royal childbirth, the paradox has sharpened into something almost theatrical. On one hand, we live in an age of medical sophistication, where the risks that once haunted queens, hemorrhage, infection, fever, are dramatically reduced by antibiotics, sterile procedures, and surgical expertise. On the other hand, the public appetite for turning these births into global spectacles has never been greater. The queen, or princess, whose screams once echoed only within palace chambers, now finds her contractions tracked in real time by journalists, bloggers, and commentators who speculate endlessly while camping outside hospital doors. The absurdity is hard to ignore. Millions of people glued to screens waiting for news about a cervix they will never see. It borders on comedy, except that the person in question is enduring an ordeal that no one would choose to broadcast live. The rituals that follow have become so rehearsed they verge on parody. Within hours of delivery, the new mother appears before cameras, her body still raw from labor, her mind fogged by hormones, her legs wobbling from exhaustion. Yet she's dressed in elegant clothes, her hair neatly arranged, her smile carefully controlled. She cradles the newborn as though nothing extraordinary has happened, except, of course, everything extraordinary has happened. This image reassures the public, projects continuity, and satisfies the appetite for symbolism. But behind the poised photograph are ice packs, stitches, leaking milk, and the aching fatigue of a body that wants nothing more than rest. Ordinary mothers watching at home often laugh ruefully at the performance, muttering, "I was still in hospital socks at that stage." The comedy lies in the contrast between expectation and reality, and yet the contrast is precisely what sustains the illusion of monarchy. The name of the child becomes its own chapter of the drama. Speculation fills newspapers and online forums. Bets are placed on traditions versus modernity, and when the announcement finally comes, it is treated like a revelation with geopolitical significance. Analysts trace the etymology, connect it to dynastic histories, and debate what the choice signals about the future. And all the while, the baby is unaware, crying for milk or dozing in a swaddle, oblivious to the symbolic burden placed on its name. There is something both humorous and poignant in this ritual, the way societies project continuity and meaning onto a bundle of letters, as if stability rests on the syllables whispered into a cradle. Even with succession laws reformed, the shadow of gender expectations lingers. A boy may no longer automatically displace a sister in the line of succession, yet commentary betrays a hierarchy that persists in cultural reflexes. Sons are described as heirs apparent, their weight and length recorded with gravitas. Daughters are wrapped in language of charm, delight, and modernity, as though their existence were a novelty rather than a right. This contradiction is both comic and unsettling. In a world that can split atoms and explore space, we still hesitate to let go of medieval reflexes about heirs. Progress moves, but culture lags, clutching at traditions even when they no longer hold power. Beyond the spectacle, the lived reality of royal motherhood is quietly ordinary. Sleepless nights, crying infants, the grind of feeding and changing, these rhythms unfold in gilded nurseries just as they do in modest apartments. The difference is that every decision is subject to scrutiny. Breastfeeding or bottle feeding, the hiring of nannies, even the choice of stroller becomes a subject of debate and interpretation. A simple outing to a park can become headline news, analyzed for its symbolism of accessibility or aloofness. The disproportion is almost comical. Millions interpret a toddler's tantrum as a reflection of monarchy's future, when in truth it is just a child demanding sweets. Yet beneath the humor lies the weight of expectation. Royal children cannot simply be children, they are always signals. The fascination endures because these stories satisfy a hunger for continuity in a world that feels increasingly unstable. Royal births reassure us that tradition persists, that the chain of succession remains unbroken, that there is something eternal in the cries of a newborn wrapped in silk. But they also expose the cost of that illusion, the reduction of women to symbols, the concealment of pain behind poise, the transformation of private joy into public theater. And the contradiction is precisely what makes the narrative so gripping. It is both absurd and profound, laughable and tragic, ancient and modern. And in that contradiction, we see not only monarchy, but ourselves, our need for symbols, our appetite for stories, our preference for spectacle over truth. Perhaps that is why we cannot look away, because royal childbirth reflects both the fragility of the human body and the endurance of human imagination. And that combination, painful as it is, keeps the story alive. In the most current chapters of royal childbirth, the paradox has become sharper than ever. On paper, these women live in the safest time in history to give birth. Modern medicine can control hemorrhages, cure infections that once spelled certain death, and monitor infants with a precision that past generations could not even imagine. And yet, the spectacle surrounding their pregnancies is more relentless than at any other point. It begins not with labor, but with the first whisper of a swelling belly, which instantly becomes global news. Every appearance is scrutinized, every gesture interpreted, every absence explained away by tabloids as a possible sign of nausea, complications, or secret twins. The royal body, once hidden in chambers, is now magnified in high definition, and people around the world discuss it as casually as they would the weather. There is something almost comic in watching millions speculate about cravings or morning sickness as though they were state secrets. But beneath that humor lies a sobering truth. Privacy, even in its most intimate form, has no place in monarchy. The rituals of unveiling after childbirth have turned into polished performances that are both reassuring and surreal. Hours after labor, the mother emerges from the hospital, standing tall despite her body's protests, her baby swaddled, her smile steady. The photographs become instant icons, shared across front pages and social feeds, symbols of resilience and continuity. But every mother watching knows the absurdity. Behind that smile are bruises, exhaustion, maybe even stitches that tug with every step. It is a performance of strength demanded not for her sake, but for the sake of an institution that depends on appearances. One cannot help but laugh wryly at the disconnect. Ordinary women beg for extra hospital time, while queens are hustled into heels and designer dresses within hours of labor. The comedy is bitter, but it reveals how monarchy thrives not on reality, but on illusion. Names, once chosen within families, now unfold as global spectacles of speculation. Bookmakers publish odds, analysts debate traditions, and entire articles dissect the history of potential options. When the name is finally announced, it is treated like a revelation, every syllable loaded with meaning. A simple choice becomes a political signal, a cultural bridge, a gesture toward history or modernity. And yet, the baby at the center of it all cannot even hold its own head. There is something absurdly human about this ritual, projecting destiny onto a creature whose greatest current accomplishment is burping. But that absurdity underscores the way monarchies operate. They survive not on logic, but on stories that we choose to believe. Even as laws have adjusted to guarantee equality between sons and daughters, cultural reflexes prove stubborn. A boy is still greeted with language that emphasizes destiny, inheritance, and continuity. A girl, while celebrated, is wrapped in words like grace or delight, as though her value lies more in charm than sovereignty. This quiet discrepancy reveals how hard it is to rewrite centuries of instinct, even when statutes are rewritten overnight. It is both laughable and sad, a reminder that progress often limps rather than runs. The world may put men on Mars one day, yet still stumble over how to welcome a princess as a sovereign in waiting without dressing her in adjectives more suited to a doll than a ruler. The daily realities of royal parenthood, stripped of spectacle, remain as chaotic and exhausting as for anyone else. Diapers pile up, nights stretch endlessly with crying infants, and anxieties gnaw at parents about fevers, milestones, and tantrums. The difference is that every one of these choices, breastfeeding or formula nanny or hands-on care, public outings or privacy, is magnified into national debate. Something as mundane as a toddler refusing vegetables can be reframed into headlines about royal parenting styles. The disproportion is almost comical. Tantrums that would be shrugged off in an ordinary home are instead interpreted as signs of what kind of monarch the child may become. It's a reminder that monarchy transforms the ordinary into theater, whether it wants to or not. What makes these modern narratives gripping is how they reveal our own contradictions. We claim to value privacy, yet we devour every detail offered. We admire resilience, but we demand performances that conceal suffering. We celebrate progress, but we cling to ancient reflexes about gender and lineage. In this sense, royal childbirth is less about monarchy than about us, the spectators who sustain it. The fascination endures not because it is rational, but because it offers a story we are unwilling to abandon. The illusion that continuity, permanence, and stability can be born from a single cry in a hospital room. And perhaps that is the deepest irony of all. In a world of constant upheaval, we turn to the most fragile moment of human life, childbirth, to convince ourselves that something eternal still endures. It is a contradiction so profound and yet so familiar that we cannot help but keep watching. By the time we arrive at this stage of the story, royal childbirth is no longer just a family milestone or a ceremonial duty. It has become one of the most meticulously curated events in the public imagination. Every detail, from the announcement of pregnancy to the first glimpse of the newborn, is managed as carefully as a state occasion. The irony is sharp. Something that is, at its core, unpredictable, messy, and deeply human is transformed into a scripted narrative designed to reassure the world that tradition still breathes. And yet, beneath the polished images and choreographed appearances, the raw truth persists. Labor is still labor, pain is still pain, and the woman at the center of it all is still fighting through hours of agony while millions sit comfortably at home, waiting for their notifications to ping. It's almost laughable to think of people refreshing their phones for breaking news while the mother is breaking into sweat. The choreography of the hospital steps continues to serve as the centerpiece of the ritual. The doors open, and the mother emerges in an immaculate dress, heels tapping on the pavement, her hair shining under the glare of cameras. She smiles, waves, and presents the newborn, who fusses or sleeps, blissfully unaware of the global gaze. This performance lasts only minutes, but it reverberates for years, replayed in documentaries, cited in histories, printed in coffee table books. What most will never see are the moments just before, ice packs pressed against swelling, nurses whispering encouragement, a husband asking if she's ready. That gap between the polished image and the unseen struggle is where the true story lies, though it is the one least told. Ordinary mothers watching often find the contrast both hilarious and maddening. While they shuffled home in loose hospital gowns, royalty is expected to look as though labor had been a spa treatment. The naming of the baby becomes the next act in this theater. Long before the announcement, bookmakers publish odds, newspapers speculate, and analysts write essays about historical connections. When the name is finally revealed, It is treated as a revelation of cosmic proportions. Commentators parse every syllable. Does it honor a beloved monarch, suggest continuity, or nod toward modernity? The irony is that these names are often chosen through a mix of personal preference and compromise, a negotiation between family history and contemporary sensibility. Meanwhile, the baby itself responds only to hunger or comfort, indifferent to the symbolic burden laid upon its name. The comedy here is undeniable. The world debates destiny while the supposed heir to continuity spits up on a shoulder. Even in this age of gender equality, cultural reflexes remain stubborn. Boys are still described as heirs with solemn gravitas, their arrival wrapped in destiny and tradition. Girls are celebrated too, but with language that leans toward charm and grace, as though sovereignty can be softened into decoration. This lingering imbalance exposes how slowly culture sheds its biases, even when laws have changed. It is both amusing and depressing that, in an age of advanced technology, global communication, and progressive ideals, people still instinctively react to a prince and a princess differently. Progress is real, but it limps, weighed down by centuries of habit. And perhaps that limp is what makes monarchy so enduring. It thrives not because it evolves quickly, but because it carries its baggage proudly, as though tradition itself were a crown. Daily life, after the spectacle settles, is far less glamorous than the hospital steps suggest. Sleepless nights stretch on, punctuated by cries and feedings, by the same exhaustion known to every parent. Yet in palaces, these ordinary struggles are filtered through layers of scrutiny. Choices about childcare, feeding, or public outings are debated as though they were matters of state. A nanny's hiring becomes headline news. A mother's decision to breastfeed or not sparks editorials. Even the sight of a stroller in a public park is dissected for symbolic meaning. The disproportion is almost comical. Tantrums and teething become international talking points, as though the stability of nations hinged on bedtime routines. And perhaps in a way it does, because monarchy depends not on military victories or economic reforms, but on the perception of continuity embodied in children too young to form words. Yet, despite the absurdity, moments of raw humanity manage to slip through. A nervous glance exchanged between parents, a baby crying mid-photo, a mother's slightly uneven smile. These fragments remind us that behind the staged perfection lies the same vulnerability that defines every family. These glimpses resonate more than the polished images ever could. They reveal that monarchy's power lies not in its distance, but in its ability to reflect something universal. Even in palaces, babies cry at inconvenient times, mothers feel overwhelmed, and fathers look unsure of what to do next. That truth, however fleetingly revealed, is what keeps the public watching, convinced that beneath the pomp, there's a thread of common humanity. The modern story of royal childbirth, then, is not one of resolution, but of tension. It is safer, but more scrutinized. Freer in law, but still bound by perception. More ordinary in practice, but more extraordinary in performance. The crown depends on these contradictions, feeding off the spectacle of continuity while hiding the cost behind polished smiles. And perhaps that is the final insight. We continue to watch, not because we believe in monarchy's rationality, but because we are drawn to its contradictions. We want to be reassured by stability, even if it is built on fragile bodies. We want to believe in permanence, even when it is dressed in swaddling clothes. And so we keep watching, not because the story makes sense, but because it feels eternal, and that feeling is stronger than truth. By the time we arrive at this stage, royal childbirth feels less like a family event and more like a national ritual packaged for mass consumption. The machinery surrounding it is so polished that it almost resembles a film premiere. There are barricades for the crowds, rows of cameras pointed at hospital doors, reporters rehearsing the same lines they'll repeat for hours, and bookmakers tallying odds on names and weights. All of it builds suspense, as though the future of nations rests on the timing of a newborn's cry. But while the outside world waits in anticipation, inside those sterile walls, reality could not be more different. A woman is sweating, trembling, clutching hands, gritting teeth, and riding waves of pain that pay no attention to schedules or symbolic weight. The contrast is absurd, a body caught in primal struggle while the world outside debates baby clothes and ceremonial blankets. It's almost comical in its cruelty, proof that monarchy has always thrived on the collision between raw humanity and staged spectacle. The moment of emergence from the hospital has become iconic, replayed endlessly in documentaries and retrospectives. The new mother steps out in immaculate clothes, hairstyled, smile fixed, baby swaddled in perfect fabric. The scene lasts only minutes, but its power lies in its illusion. That continuity has been effortlessly secured, that monarchy is eternal. What the cameras never show are the preparations. Pain masked with painkillers, fatigue hidden with makeup, wobbling legs supported by quiet determination. It is a performance, but one demanded by tradition and expectation. Ordinary mothers watching from home often laugh, half in disbelief and half in solidarity, remembering their own postpartum realities. The humor stings because it highlights what we demand from these women. Not only survival, but performance. Not only endurance, but perfection. The naming ceremony transforms private choice into public symbolism. Analysts debate whether the name honors history, signals modernity, or builds diplomatic bridges. Newspapers run features tracing the genealogy of each syllable as if stability could be carried in vowels and consonants. The baby, meanwhile, remains blissfully unaware, crying for milk, drooling on shoulders, and disrupting carefully timed ceremonies. The irony is delicious. Destiny projected onto a creature who, in that moment, is most concerned with digestion. Yet this absurdity sustains monarchy's mystique. It thrives on the illusion that something eternal can be secured by the smallest, most fragile of beings. It forces us to reflect on how much of our belief in stability is really just a story we tell ourselves. Even in an age of legal equality between sons and daughters, cultural reflexes prove stubborn. A boy's birth is still narrated with gravitas, his weight and health dissected as though he already carries the crown. A girl's arrival, though equally celebrated, is wrapped in adjectives of charm, grace, and beauty, as if sovereignty could be softened into decoration. It's both comic and tragic that centuries of tradition still echo in the language of headlines. We have the science to map genomes, the technology to explore planets, and the laws to enforce equality. Yet we still stumble when it comes to narrating a princess's birth without bias. Progress limps along, dragged back by the weight of habit. The daily rhythms that follow the spectacle are, in truth, ordinary. Sleepless nights, colicky cries, the endless cycle of feeding and changing, these play out in palaces just as they do in modest homes. But when royal families endure them, every detail is magnified into symbolism. A nanny's hiring sparks national debate. A mother's decision about feeding becomes headline news, and even a child's tantrum in a supermarket can spark commentary about the future of monarchy. The disproportion is almost laughable. Ordinary parenting choice is inflated into matters of state. Yet in that comedy lies a deeper truth. Monarchy is built not on armies or policies, but on symbols, and those symbols are often children. What keeps this story alive is not logic, but contradiction. We know the photographs are performances, yet we consume them eagerly. We know the narratives are exaggerated, yet we retell them. We laugh at the absurdity, yet we refresh our feeds for updates. In this way, royal childbirth is less about monarchy than about us, the spectators who need stories that anchor us, even if they are illusions. A baby's cry convinces us that something permanent endures in a world where permanence is scarce. Perhaps that is why we keep watching, generation after generation. It's not because the story makes sense, but because it satisfies a longing that sense alone cannot fill. And so the cycle repeats. Pain hidden behind smiles, fragility wrapped in symbolism, and history renewed in the most ordinary and extraordinary of human events. By the time we enter this stage of royal childbirth, the spectacle has become something so familiar that it almost feels scripted. Yet it continues to fascinate precisely because of its contradictions. Medicine has stripped away many of the lethal risks that once haunted royal mothers, yet the psychological and symbolic weight seems heavier than ever. A queen or princess still faces not just the ordeal of labor, but the expectation that she will transform that ordeal into reassurance for millions. It is the paradox of monarchy in its purest form, private agony repackaged as public comfort. The absurdity of it becomes clear when you imagine any ordinary mother asked to pose on hospital steps, in heels, hours after giving birth. Most would laugh or curse at the suggestion, yet for royalty, it is as much a duty as cutting a ribbon or delivering a speech. The media coverage amplifies this paradox to comical extremes. Outside hospital doors, journalists spend hours repeating the same phrases, filling airtime with speculation about contractions they cannot see. Crowds cheer at every ambulance siren, convinced destiny has arrived, while inside the labor room, reality is far less cinematic. Monitors beep, nurses bustle, and a woman sweats and screams as her body is pushed to its limits. The disconnect is staggering. Outside, a carnival of anticipation. Inside, a battlefield of endurance. It forces us to reflect on how much of history has been shaped not by strategy or ceremony, but by bodies enduring pain behind closed doors. The moment of presentation after birth is perhaps the most surreal ritual of all. Cameras flash, cheers erupt, and the mother steps into the spotlight with a newborn in her arms. The image is instantly iconic, replayed across television, plastered on headlines, and shared on millions of screens. It reassures the world that continuity has been secured. Yet, hidden behind that poised smile are realities too mundane for history books. Aching muscles, leaking milk, stitches tugging with every step. Ordinary mothers watching often laugh in recognition, muttering that their own postpartum reality looked nothing like this fairy tale. The humor is sharp because it exposes the illusion. We want royalty to be human enough to relate to, but not so human that we have to see the truth. Names, too, are elevated into theater. When the announcement comes, it is dissected with the seriousness of a political treaty. Commentators trace connections to ancestors, speculate about messages to foreign allies, and argue about whether the choice leans toward tradition or modernity. In reality, names are chosen through the same messy process as any family. Preferences, compromises, the occasional veto. The comedy lies in the contrast between the weight projected onto the decision and the baby's own indifference, crying for food while the world debates the symbolism of vowels. It reminds us how much of Monarchy is storytelling layered over ordinary life. Despite laws that guarantee equal succession for sons and daughters, subtle cultural reflexes remain. A boy's birth is often narrated with gravitas, his future as heir emphasized. A girl's birth is celebrated warmly, but with language that emphasizes charm, grace, and novelty. The persistence of this imbalance is both laughable and revealing. We have satellites orbiting distant planets, yet we still stumble when describing a princess without dipping into cliches. Progress is real, but culture lags, dragging behind like an old cloak that refuses to be discarded. Beyond the spectacle, the lived experience of royal motherhood is astonishingly ordinary. Sleepless nights, feeding struggles, the endless cycle of diapers, these play out in palaces just as they do in suburban apartments. The difference is that for royalty, every detail becomes magnified into symbolism. A nanny's appointment sparks debates about tradition versus modernity. A decision to breastfeed or not ignites commentary about accessibility versus elitism. Even a toddler's tantrum in a supermarket becomes headline news, as though the monarchy itself might wobble under the weight of a child demanding sweets. The comedy here is obvious, yet it underscores a deeper truth. Monarchy thrives on transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary, even when it makes no sense. What keeps audiences enthralled is not just the polished images, but the cracks where humanity slips through. A baby crying mid-photo call, a mother's tired smile, a father's awkward hand gesture. These fleeting imperfections resonate more than the staged perfection ever could. They remind the public that beneath the crowns and traditions are people grappling with the same vulnerabilities as everyone else. And perhaps that is why this spectacle endures, because it reassures us that continuity rests not on marble statues, but on fragile bodies, sleepless nights, and whispered prayers in hospital rooms. It is absurd, it is unfair, it is comical, but it is precisely this messy humanity that keeps the story alive. By the time royal childbirth became part of the 21st century's non-stop news cycle, it had turned into a ritual so polished it resembled a performance more than a personal event. The hospitals that once served as mere backdrops for survival were now lit up like stages, with reporters posted at every possible entrance, crowds filling the sidewalks, and live broadcasts running for hours without any actual news. The irony is staggering. A woman struggling through contractions in a private room, her body doing the most ancient work in the world, while outside, thousands of strangers sip coffee and analyze whether the curtains in a hospital window have been drawn differently. It's a scene that would be hilarious if it weren't so heavy with pressure. Imagine giving birth while the entire planet leans in, whispering, "Are you done yet?" The moment the royal baby is presented has evolved into a kind of ceremonial unveiling, carefully timed, choreographed, and styled. Within hours of delivery, the mother emerges into the blinding light of cameras, her dress immaculate, her hair brushed to perfection, her face glowing despite the physical wreckage of labor. The public interprets this as resilience, but any mother watching knows it is a performance, one carried out with the help of makeup artists and sheer force of will. Behind that image lie ice packs, stitches, and the fog of exhaustion. The comedy is bitter. Millions celebrate a symbol of continuity, while the woman who embodies it secretly dreams of nothing more glamorous than a pillow and silence. And yet, the illusion works, because people want monarchy to appear unshakable even when built on the most fragile of human bodies. Naming ceremonies, once family affairs whispered in chapels, have become international debates. Bookmakers release odds, headlines speculate endlessly, and historians scramble to connect every possible choice to dynastic precedent. When the name is finally announced, commentators dissect its meaning as though it were a treaty signed between nations. A single syllable becomes evidence of whether the monarchy leans toward tradition or modernity. Meanwhile, the baby at the center of the storm is more interested in milk than legacy, drooling on royal silk without any concern for symbolism. That disconnect is almost comical. Adults arguing passionately about whether Arthur or Henry carries more weight, while the infant proves that, at least for now, destiny smells faintly of baby powder. Even with succession laws rewritten to treat sons and daughters equally, cultural reflexes prove remarkably stubborn. A prince's birth is still narrated with the gravity of continuity, his weight and length measured with ceremonial significance. A princess, though equally eligible for the throne, is more often described in terms of charm or delight. It is a pattern that reveals how slowly centuries of bias fade, even in an age that claims to embrace progress. The absurdity is striking, and we can map the human genome, but we still stumble over how to describe the arrival of a baby girl without resorting to cliches. That stubborn hesitation is part of monarchy's strange endurance. It survives not by racing ahead, but by dragging its traditions with it, forcing modernity to walk at a slower pace. What often escapes the glittering headlines is the ordinariness that follows the spectacle. The royal nursery, however gilded, is still filled with the same rhythms that define every new parent's life. Sleepless nights, late-night feedings, soiled linens, and the nervous checking of fevers unfold behind palace walls just as they do in small apartments. Yet in monarchy, every decision becomes a statement. The choice of nanny is analyzed for what it signals about tradition or modernity. Breastfeeding or bottle becomes a referendum on accessibility versus elitism. Even a simple family outing is dissected as though it were a policy announcement. The disproportion is comic. Who would imagine that a toddler's tantrum could spark a headline about the monarchy's future? And yet it happens, because symbols inflate the ordinary into something supposedly profound. Still, amid all the absurdities, the cracks where humanity slips through are the ones that resonate most. A mother's nervous laugh when her baby fusses mid-photo, a father fumbling with a car seat, a child reaching out curiously to tug at a reporter's microphone. These unscripted moments remind the world that beneath the spectacle are people. They survive, not because they are flawless, but because they are flawed in ways everyone recognizes. These glimpses of ordinariness keep the story alive, because they show that crowns and titles may polish appearances, but they cannot erase the chaos of real life. And that, in the end, may be the true secret of monarchy's survival. Not its grandeur, but its ability to convince us that beneath the gold and jewels lies the same sleepless, messy human struggle we all endure. By the time royal childbirth reaches this modern stage, the spectacle has become both a ritual of reassurance and a mirror of society's contradictions. On the one hand, medicine has advanced so far that childbirth in a royal hospital suite is safer than at any other time in history. On the other, the psychological burden on the mother has never been greater, because her body and her baby are expected to carry centuries of tradition in front of an audience that never looks away. Imagine being told that your contractions are not just personal but historic, that the rhythm of your pain is somehow tied to the stability of a nation. It's almost laughable in its absurdity, and yet that is the very weight royalty has always demanded from its women. The performance begins long before labor. Every public appearance of a pregnant queen or princess is scrutinized as though it were a coded message. Photographs of dresses are analyzed for clues about the due date, cravings are turned into international news, and a single canceled event can send tabloids into a frenzy of speculation. It is modern-day divination, not so different from medieval courtiers interpreting omens in the sky, except now the omens are creases in fabric or the angle of a smile. There is something comical about watching millions argue about the tilt of a belly, but it also reveals our insatiable need for stories that make us feel that continuity is guaranteed, even if all we are really doing is staring at maternity fashion. When the day of labor finally comes, the scene outside the hospital borders on surreal. Crowds gather, waving flags and camping overnight, while reporters fill the air with endless repetitions of still no news. Inside, the truth is raw and unglamorous. Monitors beeping, nurses rushing, a woman gripping a bed rail as she sweats and screams. The juxtaposition is almost cruel. Outside, a carnival of anticipation. Inside, a battle of survival. And yet, this has always been monarchy's talent, transforming blood and agony into reassurance, turning the chaos of biology into a symbol of order. It is history's most elaborate act of stagecraft, and it is performed with every new royal birth. The hospital steps presentation remains the centerpiece of this ritual. Within hours of delivery, the mother appears before a wall of cameras, her dress immaculate, her smile unwavering, her baby swaddled like a symbol of continuity itself. The crowd cheers, the images circle the globe, and the illusion of effortless resilience is complete. Yet behind that smile lies exhaustion, soreness, and the fog of postpartum hormones. Ordinary mothers often chuckle at the absurdity, recalling their own shaky attempts to stand upright days after labor, let alone smile for the world. The comedy cuts deep because it exposes the truth. What we demand is not honesty but illusion, not reality but reassurance. And the monarchy obliges because its survival depends on it. The choice of name becomes the next act in the performance. For weeks, speculation dominates headlines, bookmakers set odds, and commentators argue about historical echoes. When the name is announced, it is treated as though it carries prophetic weight. Analysts dissect its genealogy, trace its connections to past monarchs, and debate whether it signals tradition or reform. Meanwhile, the baby yawns or cries, blissfully unaware that their very name has been spun into a narrative of destiny. The absurdity is undeniable. Adults projecting meaning onto a syllable while the infant's greatest concern is being fed. Yet this is precisely how monarchy works, by turning the ordinary into the extraordinary, the mundane into myth. Even in this modern age, the shadow of gender still hovers. Laws may guarantee equality, but culture resists letting go. A boy is still described with gravitas, his birth heralded as the arrival of continuity. A girl is praised for charm, for modern symbolism, for softening the monarchy's image. This imbalance lingers like a ghost, revealing how tradition clings to its hierarchies, even as society insists on progress. It's almost comical that, in a world of space exploration and digital empires, we still stumble over the birth of a baby girl, unsure how to narrate her destiny without dipping into cliches. Life after the spectacle is the part rarely acknowledged. Behind palace walls, the rhythms of ordinary parenthood unfold: sleepless nights, diaper changes, feeding struggles, and the anxious checking of fevers. But in royalty, every choice is magnified into meaning. Hiring a nanny becomes a signal of tradition or modernity. Deciding to breastfeed or not becomes a statement on accessibility. Even a toddler's tantrum in public can spark headlines about the monarchy's future. The disproportion is both hilarious and telling. The stability of an institution rests, at least in the public eye, on how a child behaves in a supermarket aisle. And yet, amid the absurdities, moments of humanity still break through. A baby crying mid-photo call, a parent fumbling with a car seat, a nervous laugh shared between spouses. These unscripted glimpses remind us that behind the crowns are people navigating the same vulnerabilities as everyone else. These imperfections resonate more deeply than any polished image because they reveal the truth. Monarchy survives not because it is flawless, but because it convinces us that even in its grandeur, it shares something with the rest of us. That fragile thread of recognition keeps the story alive, reminding us that beneath the gold and tradition, history is still built on the cries of newborns and the resilience of mothers who endure more than they are ever allowed to show. By the time royal childbirth enters this phase of the narrative, it has become both an anchor for tradition and a test of how far spectacle can stretch before it tips into parody. The rituals surrounding a royal pregnancy are now more polished than any state ceremony, and yet they remain stubbornly tethered to the same ancient themes: continuity, stability, and reassurance. What makes it so fascinating is that beneath the grandeur, the event still boils down to something entirely primal: a woman screaming through contractions while the world outside debates names and clothing colors. The dissonance is almost comedic, as though two entirely different realities are happening at once, one raw, sweaty, and intimate, and the other clean, symbolic, and endlessly photographed. Pregnancy itself becomes a prolonged performance. Every public appearance of the expectant mother is studied like a sacred text, with analysts commenting on her glow, her posture, and the supposed clues about due dates hidden in fabric folds. Newspapers write entire columns about the tilt of her belly, and social media erupts with theories whenever she skips an event. It is a new kind of divination, modern society's version of reading entrails, except now we interpret royal maternity dresses. The absurdity would be hilarious if it weren't so revealing. Our obsession with stability is so strong that we project it onto the curve of a stomach, and perhaps the cruelest part is that the woman herself cannot escape it. Every craving, every expression, becomes public property long before labor even begins. When the day of birth arrives, hospitals transform into fortresses. Security guards line the streets, journalists set up tents, and reporters repeat the same lines for hours. We are waiting. The nation is on edge. Outside, people cheer at the sound of sirens, convinced that destiny is arriving. Inside, however, the experience is stripped of all glamour. Monitors beep, sweat pours, and the primal force of childbirth overtakes ceremony. The queen, reduced to gasps and screams, bears the weight of history on her shoulders while trying to survive pain that cares nothing for tradition. The cruel comedy is that her contractions become news bulletins, her suffering fodder for entertainment. It is a reminder that monarchy thrives not just on spectacle, but on its ability to turn agony into reassurance for the masses. The hospital steps unveiling remains the climax of the ritual. Hours after enduring labor, the mother emerges in pristine attire, her newborn swaddled like a relic of continuity. Cameras flash, crowds cheer, and the image is transmitted instantly across the globe. The public sees grace, poise, and resilience, but any woman who has ever given birth recognizes the illusion. Behind the smile are stitches, bruises, and an exhaustion that makeup can only partially hide. It's no wonder mothers at home often laugh aloud, muttering, "I could barely shuffle to the bathroom, and she's in heels." The humor stings because it exposes the absurdity. The monarchy demands not just survival, but the performance of perfection. And somehow, the performance works, convincing millions that history is intact because a tired woman managed to wave. Then comes the naming, which spirals into another global spectacle. Bets are placed, headlines speculate endlessly, and historians weigh in with essays about the significance of each possibility. When the name is finally revealed, it is dissected like a diplomatic treaty, every syllable loaded with supposed meaning. Yet, in reality, names are often the product of compromise, preference, and family dynamics, chosen less for symbolism than for practicality. The baby, meanwhile, responds with cries or yawns, utterly indifferent to the storm of interpretation. There is something deliciously comic about adults projecting destiny onto a name while the newborn spits up milk. It demonstrates monarchy's peculiar genius to take the most ordinary act and inflate it into myth. Even as laws have equalized succession for sons and daughters, the shadow of gender persists. A boy's arrival is narrated with solemnity, his measurements recited as though he were already carrying the weight of a crown. A girl's arrival, though equally celebrated, is wrapped in softer language, beauty, charm, grace, as if her sovereignty must still be cushioned with decoration. The persistence of this reflex is as frustrating as it is amusing. We live in an age of rockets and artificial intelligence, yet we still hesitate to describe a princess without dipping into centuries-old cliches. Progress may change the rules, but culture lingers stubbornly, dragging its feet while pretending to move forward. After the spectacle fades, life in the royal nursery unfolds with the same chaos familiar to every parent. Sleepless nights, crying infants, endless feeding schedules, all of it plays out behind gilded walls. The difference is that in monarchy, each choice is magnified. Hiring a nanny sparks debate about tradition versus modernity. Choosing breastfeeding over formula becomes a political signal. Even a toddler's tantrum in a supermarket becomes a headline, analyzed as though it foretells the monarchy's future stability. The comedy here lies in the disproportion. Private struggles transformed into public symbolism. It is as though the fate of nations were hidden in diaper changes and bedtime routine. And yet, the cracks in the spectacle are the most compelling part. A baby crying mid-photo call, a mother's smile faltering under exhaustion, a father fumbling awkwardly with a car seat. These unscripted moments resonate far more deeply than polished images. They remind us that beneath crowns and jewels, monarchy survives not through perfection, but through vulnerability. These glimpses of humanity reassure people more than any staged wave ever could, because they reveal something universal. Even in palaces, history is built on fragile bodies, sleepless nights, and the stubborn will to endure. And perhaps that is the final irony. The monarchy sells us an illusion of eternity, but what keeps us watching are the moments when eternity looks messy, tired, and achingly human. By this stage, royal childbirth has become something more than tradition. It has become a kind of theater where the entire world plays both audience and critic. The curtain rises with the announcement of pregnancy, and from that moment onward, every gesture of the expectant mother is scrutinized with a zeal once reserved for military campaigns or diplomatic treaties. A slight pause in her stride can spark speculation about complications. A hand placed gently on her belly becomes a headline, and a cancelled appearance ignites theories worthy of conspiracy thrillers. It is both ridiculous and revealing. We treat pregnancy as a state matter when, at its heart, it remains what it has always been, a deeply personal journey full of discomfort, craving, and vulnerability. The comedy comes in recognizing how little we've changed. Medieval courtiers watched for signs in candlelight. Now we zoom in on high-definition images of ankles. When labor begins, the absurdities only deepen. Outside the hospital, the crowd swells with reporters, photographers, and eager citizens, waiting for a moment that they will never witness directly. Hours of airtime are filled with recycled phrases. Still no news, but anticipation is building, as though words themselves could shorten contractions. The carnival atmosphere outside stands in surreal contrast to the intensity within, where a woman sweats, screams, and clings to hands while enduring the ancient trial of childbirth. It is almost cruel that, while she labors through waves of pain, commentators discuss the likely weight and hair color of the child as if reviewing a menu. Yet this is the essence of monarchy. It has always depended on transforming human agony into public reassurance. The unveiling after birth is perhaps the most surreal of all royal traditions. Within hours of delivery, the mother appears before the cameras, her dress chosen with symbolic care, her hair arranged, her face prepared for the world's gaze. She holds the infant swaddled in blankets that seem more ceremonial than practical, and the crowd roars with relief. Millions watching across screens feel comforted, convinced that continuity has been secured. But any mother knows what is concealed behind the smile: exhaustion, soreness, a body still reeling from trauma. There is a bitter humor in this performance. History is reassured not by treaties or speeches, but by the ability of a woman to smile for cameras while her body begs for rest. And perhaps the strangest truth is that the public wants precisely this illusion, because it preserves the fantasy that monarchy is timeless, untouched by sweat or stitches. The name of the newborn becomes the next act in this performance. Speculation reaches fever pitch, with bookmakers publishing odds and historians analyzing possible choices. When the name is finally revealed, it is treated like a revelation, as if the syllables themselves could shape the destiny of a nation. Analysts debate whether it honors ancestors, reflects modern values, or strengthens diplomatic ties. Meanwhile, the baby yawns, cries, or spits up, blissfully indifferent to the layers of symbolism piled onto its tiny shoulders. The comedy here is undeniable. Adults arguing about the geopolitical weight of Charlotte or Arthur, while the child's most pressing concern is digestion. It is monarchy at its most absurd and most revealing. The power to transform the ordinary into myth. Even as laws ensure equal succession for daughters and sons, cultural reflexes reveal themselves in subtle ways. Boys are still greeted with headlines that emphasize inheritance and future reign, while girls are described with language about charm, grace, and delight. This inconsistency exposes how stubbornly tradition clings, even when statutes have moved on. It's almost comical that societies capable of designing artificial intelligence and exploring Mars still hesitate when it comes to narrating a princess's arrival without falling back on centuries-old cliches. Progress exists, but it lags, weighed down by the inertia of cultural memory. And in Monarchy, where symbolism is everything, perception can matter more than the law itself. Daily life after the grand spectacle often surprises those who imagine that palaces are immune to ordinary struggles. Behind gilded walls, sleepless nights stretch on, filled with cries, feedings, and anxious checks for fevers. Royal parents face the same chaos of parenthood, though with one crucial difference: every choice becomes public. Hiring a nanny can ignite debates about modernity versus tradition. A decision to breastfeed or not becomes a cultural flashpoint. Even a toddler's tantrum in public transforms into commentary about the monarchy's future. The disproportion is hilarious, the fate of a dynasty analyzed through the lens of a 3-year-old demanding sweets in a supermarket aisle. But beneath the comedy is a truth that monarchy cannot escape. Its survival rests not only on institutions, but on the smallest gestures of family life. What endures most, however, are the cracks in the performance. The moments when humanity slips through the spectacle. A baby crying during a photo call, a mother's hand trembling from exhaustion, a father fumbling with a car seat. All these details resonate more deeply than the polished images. They remind us that monarchy, for all its pomp, is tethered to the same vulnerabilities as every other family. These glimpses of imperfection do not weaken the institution. They strengthen it because they allow people to believe that beneath the jewels and rituals lies something recognizably human. And that recognition may be the monarchy's greatest survival tool, the quiet thread that ties grandeur to reality. Perhaps that is why, for all its absurdities, we continue to watch, because in those fragile moments we see not just royalty but ourselves reflected back. By the time we step into this stage of royal childbirth, the entire process has turned into a cultural phenomenon that oscillates between reverence and ridicule. The announcement of a pregnancy sets off waves of speculation that ripple across continents, amplified by 24-hour news cycles and the insatiable appetite of social media. Every photo is dissected for meaning, every outfit becomes an omen, every absence is treated like a scandal. It is strangely comedic. Millions of people who could not name their own country's ministers will argue passionately about the angle of a royal belly. It reveals something both ridiculous and profound: our need to anchor uncertainty in symbols, even if those symbols are nothing more than fabric stretched across a dress. The day of labor is no less theatrical. Outside the hospital, crowds camp in the cold, reporters practice their lines, and bookmakers frantically adjust odds. Any moment now, anchors declare, sometimes for 12 hours straight. The carnival atmosphere grows absurd. Strangers waving flags for a baby they will never meet, commentators speculating on the precise dilation of someone they've never spoken to. Meanwhile, inside the hospital walls, reality is stripped bare. A woman is gasping, sweating, clutching hands, fighting the same primal battle as billions of women before her. The split between inside and outside is almost cruel, pain measured in screams on one side, anticipation measured in headlines on the other. And perhaps that is monarchy's greatest trick: converting private suffering into public reassurance without ever letting the two touch. The unveiling that follows has become so ritualized it feels less like a family moment and more like a press conference. Hours after delivery, the new mother appears, hairstyled, dress chosen with precision, infant swaddled like a relic of continuity. Cameras erupt, the crowd cheers, and the image is broadcast instantly to every corner of the globe. The world sees stability, strength, and grace, but mothers watching from home often laugh aloud. They remember their own swollen ankles, messy hair, and hospital socks, and marvel at the absurdity of expecting anyone to look radiant hours after labor. The humor bites because it highlights what the monarchy demands: not authenticity, but illusion, not reality, but spectacle. And yet that illusion works, because people cling to the fantasy that crowns make even childbirth look effortless. Names are treated with the seriousness of constitutional amendments. For weeks, speculation floods headlines, betting slips circulate, and historians scramble to link possible choices to dynastic legacies. When the name is revealed, it is dissected, syllable by syllable, parsed for political and cultural significance. Does it honor tradition? Does it nod to modernity? Does it send diplomatic signals? The baby, of course, responds with yawns or cries, entirely uninterested in the burden of interpretation. The comedy is rich, adults projecting destiny onto a syllable while the supposed heir to continuity gurgles and drools. Yet this absurdity lies at the heart of monarchy. It thrives on turning the ordinary into myth, on convincing people that continuity can be contained in the fragile sound of a name. Even in an age of equal succession, gender narratives refuse to fade. A prince's birth is still narrated with gravitas, his arrival wrapped in destiny, while a princess is often framed with language of charm and grace. The stubbornness of these reflexes reveals how tradition lingers like dust, clinging to every corner of cultural memory. It is almost comical that societies capable of editing genes and exploring galaxies still hesitate to describe a princess without resorting to cliches. Progress may rewrite laws, but perception lags behind. And in monarchy, perception often matters more than law itself. The crown survives not because it evolves quickly, but because it lingers in the tension between what is outdated and what is inevitable. What comes after the spectacle is rarely discussed, though it is the most universal part of all. Behind palace walls, the same sleepless nights unfold, the same cries echo in the dark, the same anxieties gnaw at new parents about health, milestones, and identity. The difference is that in monarchy, these choices are magnified beyond reason. Hiring a nanny becomes a cultural referendum. Choosing breastfeeding or formula sparks op-eds. Even a toddler's tantrum in a park becomes a story about the monarchy's future. The disproportion is hilarious. Imagine your child refusing broccoli in newspapers, declaring it a crisis of leadership. Yet this is precisely how monarchy functions, by inflating the mundane into the monumental, reminding us that its endurance rests on the theater of the ordinary. And yet, the cracks in this spectacle are what resonate most. A baby wailing during a photo call, a mother's tired smile slipping, a father fumbling awkwardly with a car seat. These unscripted glimpses feel more powerful than any official announcement. They remind the world that even behind crowns and centuries of tradition, life is fragile, messy, and profoundly human. Perhaps that is why people continue to watch, generation after generation. The polished performances reassure, but it is the imperfections that connect. Monarchy convinces us of its eternity, but it survives because, at its core, it still bleeds, cries, and stumbles like the rest of us. And that paradox, absurd, comic, and deeply human, is what keeps us leaning forward, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. By the time we reach this phase, royal childbirth has become less about the actual baby and more about the ritualized storytelling that surrounds it. The pregnancy itself is treated as a 9-month drama, with every appearance of the mother analyzed as if it were part of a mystery novel. Fashion journalists debate the symbolism of fabric choices, while gossip magazines interpret facial expressions as though they were state documents. A missed dinner engagement can spark theories of complications, while a hand resting on a stomach becomes global news. The absurdity is obvious, yet the fascination is relentless because people aren't just following a pregnancy. They're following a narrative in which biology and dynasty blur. It is comedy and solemnity interwoven, a reminder that monarchy thrives not on truth but on interpretation. The day of delivery amplifies the contradictions to surreal proportions. Outside the hospital, reporters fill the air with endless commentary, repeating the same phrases for hours, creating suspense out of silence. Crowds gather, waving flags and chanting, while cameras remain fixed on closed doors. Inside, however, the reality is raw and unscripted. Monitors beep, contractions intensify, and a woman's cries echo down sterile hallways. The contrast is almost cruel, the world celebrating destiny while the woman at its center is fighting pain that has nothing ceremonial about it. And yet, this is the paradox that monarchy has perfected, taking blood and sweat and rebranding them as stability and continuity, never acknowledging the mess that makes the myth possible. The unveiling afterward is the most iconic ritual of all. Within hours, the mother appears on the hospital steps, her hair brushed, her dress immaculate, her smile steady. She holds the newborn wrapped in a carefully chosen blanket, and the cameras explode with flashes. To the world, the scene is reassurance incarnate. To the mother, it is endurance, dressed as serenity. The comedy is sharp here. Women watching from home often mutter about how they could barely walk upright after childbirth, while royalty is expected to look radiant in heels. It is a performance demanded not by vanity but by necessity, because monarchy survives by presenting the illusion that even pain can be polished into poise. Then comes the ritual of naming, which spirals into a spectacle all its own. Bookmakers publish odds, historians dust off genealogies, and analysts write columns about what each potential name might signal. When the announcement is finally made, the name is treated like a revelation, dissected for every syllable's resonance with history and tradition. The baby, of course, remains blissfully unaware, preoccupied with crying, feeding, and sleeping. There is a delicious irony in the fact that so much meaning is projected onto a child who cannot yet hold its own head. Adults argue passionately about whether a name honors ancestors or modernizes the dynasty, while the newborn drools on embroidered fabric. That gap between perception and reality is monarchy in miniature, ordinary life inflated into myth. Even though succession laws have modernized, the shadow of gender bias still lingers. A boy's birth is narrated with weighty language of inheritance and continuity, while the girl's birth is celebrated with softer adjectives like charm and grace. It is both comic and sad that even in an age of scientific marvels and social progress, centuries-old reflexes still color our perception of a baby's worth. It highlights how monarchy, for all its gilded adaptation, is still tethered to habits that resist reform. Progress can change statutes overnight, but culture trudges along, dragging its feet, reluctant to let go of the old scripts. And in monarchy, where symbolism is everything, culture often trumps law. Life after the cameras fade is where the illusion unravels. Sleepless nights, feeding struggles, colic, and exhaustion settle in like unwelcome guests. Behind palace walls, the same anxieties echo as in any other home. Is the baby eating enough? Why won't they stop crying? Are we doing this right? But here, every decision is magnified into symbolism. A nanny's hiring becomes a referendum on tradition. A choice between breastfeeding and bottle feeding becomes a headline about accessibility. And even a toddler's meltdown in a park can be spun into an omen of monarchy's future. The comedy lies in the disproportion. The survival of an institution judged by the whims of a child too young to form words. And yet, amid all the absurdity, the moments that resonate most are the unscripted ones. A baby fussing during a photo call, a mother's smile faltering with fatigue, a father fumbling with a car seat. These details matter more than the polished images. They remind us that even amid crowns and ceremony, life is fragile and flawed, built on the same messy truths that define every family. These imperfections connect more deeply than any staged performance, because they reassure people that the monarchy, for all its grandeur, is still tethered to the same humanity that binds us all. Perhaps that is why the story endures, not because it is flawless, but because its flaws make it relatable. And in a world that constantly questions monarchy's relevance, it is these fleeting, fragile glimpses of reality that keep people leaning forward, waiting for what comes next. By this point in the long story of royal childbirth, the spectacle has become so refined and predictable that it almost feels like a scripted play. Yet people still flock to watch it unfold as if it were happening for the first time. The rhythm is familiar. Whispers of pregnancy spark a frenzy. Every appearance of the expectant mother is dissected for clues. The day of labor turns into a national vigil. And finally, the unveiling on hospital steps delivers the reassurance that the dynasty still endures. It is extraordinary how something so personal has been turned into a cultural ritual repeated across generations, like a ceremony that blends biology with theater. And the comedy in all of this is that the very unpredictability of childbirth, the sweats, the tears, the chaos, gets transformed into a neat narrative for cameras, as though chaos could ever be fully choreographed. Pregnancy itself becomes a kind of public exhibition, whether the mother likes it or not. Tabloids speculate endlessly about cravings, wardrobes, and the tilt of her walk. A slightly loose dress sparks debates about whether she's further along than the palace admits, while a cancelled engagement turns into international gossip. It's absurd in its intensity, millions of strangers charting the progress of a woman's uterus as if it were a matter of state. And perhaps the most ironic part is that, in a way, it is a matter of state. The continuation of a dynasty hinges on the successful delivery of a baby, and so the private body of the mother becomes an arena of public obsession. It is equal parts fascinating and cruel, a reminder that monarchy has always treated women's bodies as vessels not only of life but of continuity. The day of labor amplifies this absurdity to an almost surreal level. Outside the hospital, crowds wave flags, cheer at passing ambulances, and camp overnight for a glimpse of nothing more than closed doors. Reporters fill airtime with speculation, repeating still no news for hours on end, while television anchors lean on cliches about anticipation. Inside, however, the reality is anything but ceremonial. Machines beep, contractions arrive in merciless waves, sweat drips, and a woman's cries echo down sterile corridors. The dissonance is almost unbearable. Outside, a carnival of anticipation. Inside, a battlefield of survival. And perhaps this is the truest emblem of monarchy's paradox, the way it takes something raw and painful and repackages it as stability, never admitting the cost hidden beneath the illusion. Then comes the unveiling, a ritual so iconic it has eclipsed coronations as the defining image of modern monarchy. Hours after birth, the mother steps out before the world, her hair brushed, her dress elegant, her baby swaddled like a relic of tradition. The crowd roars, cameras flash, and the image is instantly immortalized on front pages. The performance reassures millions that all is well, that continuity has been secured. But mothers watching at home laugh, sometimes bitterly, remembering their own first postpartum hours, swollen ankles, trembling legs, and hospital gowns. The humor stings because it exposes the absurd demand placed on royal women, not only to endure childbirth, but to mask it as effortless grace. Monarchy requires illusion, and this is its most visible act of stagecraft. The naming ceremony transforms a personal choice into an international event. For weeks, speculation dominates headlines, bookmakers take bets, and historians connect potential names to dynastic precedents. When the name is revealed, it is dissected like a diplomatic communiqué, analyzed for its resonance with tradition or hints at modernity. Yet in reality, the choice often emerges from personal preference, compromise, or family influence. Meanwhile, the newborn is far more concerned with feeding or sleeping than with carrying centuries of symbolism. The irony is sharp. The world projects destiny onto syllables, while the baby spits up milk. This is monarchy distilled, ordinary life inflated into myth, personal choices reframed as national narratives. Even as succession laws have changed, the shadow of gender still hangs heavy. A boy's birth is narrated with the weight of inheritance, while a girl's arrival is softened with language about charm, grace, or symbolism. This persistence of bias reveals how cultural reflexes linger even when statutes have moved on. It is almost comical that in a world capable of building artificial intelligence and exploring deep space, we still hesitate to describe a princess without slipping into centuries-old cliches. Progress is real, but it is slow, limping under the burden of tradition. And in monarchy, where perception is as important as law, these reflexes matter because they shape how people interpret the future. Once the cameras are gone, the glamour dissolves into sleepless nights, feeding struggles and the chaos of caring for an infant. Behind gilded walls, royal parents face the same doubts and exhaustion as everyone else, wondering if the baby is eating enough, panicking at fevers, debating bedtime routines. The difference is that every decision is magnified into symbolism. A nanny's hiring becomes a headline. A stroller choice becomes an editorial about tradition. Even a toddler's tantrum in public can spark debates about the monarchy's image. The disproportion is comical. Imagine your child refusing peas in newspapers, turning it into a constitutional crisis. And yet, this inflation of the ordinary is how monarchy sustains itself, by making every mundane moment feel momentous. But it is in the unscripted cracks where the humanity shines through. A baby crying during a photo call, a mother's hand trembling with fatigue, a father fumbling with a car seat. These fleeting imperfections resonate more deeply than any polished performance. They remind people that even amid jewels and centuries of ritual, monarchy is still built on fragile, messy human life. These glimpses of reality are what keep the story alive because they connect more than grandeur ever could. They show that beneath the crown, the struggles of parenthood are the same, whether in a palace or a small apartment. And perhaps that is the monarchy's most powerful secret. It convinces us of eternity, but it survives because of its humanity, revealed in fleeting, unplanned moments that feel far more authentic than any parade. By the time we arrive at this point in the narrative of royal childbirth, the line between history and spectacle has blurred so completely that it feels impossible to separate the two. The story no longer belongs only to the palace. It belongs to the millions who watch, interpret, and demand meaning from it. Pregnancy becomes less about swollen ankles, nausea, or midnight cravings, and more about a living symbol carried in plain sight. Crowds wait for glimpses of a growing belly. Commentators debate whether a gesture signals tiredness or tradition, and fashion critics interpret the drape of a dress like oracles reading smoke. The comedy, of course, lies in the fact that for the mother, the experience is not a performance but a visceral, exhausting reality. Yet the world insists on treating it like a Netflix series unfolding episode by episode. When labor begins, the absurdity reaches a crescendo. Streets outside the hospital are barricaded. News anchors fill endless hours of airtime with updates that say nothing at all. And ordinary people camp on sidewalks just to catch a glimpse of a car door closing. There's something almost medieval about the scene. Peasants once gathered outside palaces, waiting for bells to announce an heir. Now citizens refresh news feeds and live streams as though they were sacred texts. Inside, the truth is far less glamorous. Monitors flashing, doctors adjusting instruments, a woman battling pain that feels eternal in its intensity. The gap between the carnival outside and the primal reality inside is staggering. And maybe that is why people cannot look away. Because monarchy's greatest skill has always been to take something raw and chaotic and convince us it represents stability and order. The unveiling is where the illusion is cemented. Hours after delivery, the mother steps out into the world, polished and poised, cradling the infant as though she had just returned from a peaceful stroll. The applause, the cheers, the blinding flashes of cameras, this image travels instantly across continents, settling into newspapers and memory as proof that all is well. Mothers at home, of course, laugh at the fantasy. They remember wobbling through hallways in hospital gowns, clutching pillows, not stepping into stilettos under global scrutiny. The humor stings because it underlines what is really being demanded. Not authenticity, but reassurance. The monarchy doesn't just want its women to endure childbirth. It wants them to transform pain into spectacle so seamlessly that people forget the suffering ever happened. The naming of the child then becomes a theater of interpretation. Long before the announcement, bookmakers print odds, experts give interviews, and newspapers devote entire pages to speculating on the options. When the name is finally spoken, it is dissected as though it were a political manifesto. Does it honor a long-dead ancestor? Does it nod toward inclusivity or modernity? Is it a gesture of reconciliation or a symbol of tradition? The baby, meanwhile, has no idea their first act in life is to serve as a statement. The irony is thick. We project centuries of expectation onto syllables chosen for someone who is currently more interested in milk than monarchy. Yet this is exactly how the institution functions, by turning the ordinary into myth, by persuading people that destiny can be contained in a name. Even as legal reforms guarantee equal rights for princes and princesses, the commentary betrays an old script. A boy's birth is delivered in tones of weight and continuity. A girl's arrival, though celebrated, is softened with adjectives of grace, charm, or sweetness. The persistence of this reflex is both comical and disheartening. We can engineer spacecraft and explore the cosmos, yet we still stumble over how to narrate the birth of a girl without falling into centuries-old cliches. Progress exists, yes, but tradition clings stubbornly, dragging its feet like a royal train that refuses to lift from the ground. And in monarchy, symbolism is everything, so the language chosen matters, because it feeds into the illusion that crowns are not only worn, but inherited through meaning itself. Behind the spectacle, the daily reality takes root, and it is far from polished. Nights of broken sleep, the endless rhythm of feedings, diapers, and exhaustion remind royal parents that biology cares nothing for crowns. The same anxieties plague them as any other family. Whether the baby is thriving, whether they are making the right choices, whether exhaustion will ever relent. The difference, of course, is that every choice is magnified under a microscope. A nanny's arrival becomes a headline. A stroller's brand becomes a statement. A toddler's tantrum in public is turned into a metaphor for the monarchy's future. The comedy in this distortion is obvious. Ordinary milestones transformed into exaggerated signs of destiny. Yet, it is precisely through this inflation of the mundane that monarchy sustains itself. And yet, the moments that resonate most are those that escape control. A baby fussing during a photo call, a father fumbling with a car seat, a mother caught in a tired laugh. These unscripted cracks feel more powerful than the flawless performances. They remind the public that beneath the jewels and rituals, the monarchy survives because it convinces us it shares something deeply human. These imperfections bind us to the story more tightly than perfection ever could. Perhaps that is why this ritual of childbirth has endured for centuries. Not because it is logical, but because it reassures us that history continues in the cries of babies, the sweat of mothers, and the fragile thread of continuity spun from bodies that must endure what crowns alone cannot. And it is in those fragile threads, messy and flawed as they are, that the monarchy quietly renews its claim to eternity. By this point in the long and often contradictory saga of royal childbirth, the ritual has been perfected into a spectacle that is as much about the audience as it is about the family at its center. The announcement of pregnancy is no longer simply news. It is the opening act of a story that will dominate months of coverage. Tabloids erupt with theories, newspapers commission endless opinion pieces, and commentators debate every photograph as if it were a coded message. A loose-fitting dress becomes evidence of hidden progress. A tired smile sparks rumors of complications, and a canceled engagement sets fire to speculation. The comedy lies in the fact that an entire nation, or sometimes the entire world, behaves as though it were collectively pacing outside a delivery room, eager to insert itself into someone else's contractions. When the day of labor arrives, the theater intensifies. Streets outside the hospital fill with flag-waving crowds. Television anchors repeat cliches about anticipation for hours, and camera lenses focus obsessively on the sealed doors through which no one will pass until the performance is ready. It is spectacle in its purest form, the celebration of absence, the creation of suspense out of silence. Inside, the truth is far less glamorous. A woman grips hands, breathes through pain, sweats and cries, while doctors and nurses work with quiet urgency. The juxtaposition borders on cruel. One side a carnival, the other a battlefield, and yet it is precisely this gap that monarchy thrives on, its ability to transform private struggle into public reassurance without ever letting the audience glimpse the cost. The unveiling after birth has become the most iconic of all royal rituals. Within hours, the mother steps outside, baby in arms, looking composed despite exhaustion. The world interprets her polished appearance as strength, but mothers watching at home often laugh aloud. They remember the reality of swollen feet, tangled hair, and hospital socks, and marvel at the absurdity of expecting anyone to smile in heels mere hours after childbirth. The humor stings because it exposes what is really being demanded, not just resilience, but performance. Monarchy doesn't merely want its women to survive childbirth, it requires them to transform pain into spectacle, so convincing that millions believe continuity itself has been made visible in the fabric of a dress and the lift of a smile. The naming of the child unfolds like the climax of a mystery novel. For weeks, speculation consumes airwaves and newspapers, with odds calculated on every possibility. When the name is finally revealed, it is parsed with the gravity of a constitutional document. Historians debate its roots, politicians weigh its diplomatic meaning, and journalists speculate about its symbolic direction. Meanwhile, the infant at the center of this storm is far more preoccupied with hunger and sleep than with carrying centuries of expectation. The absurdity is delicious. Adults projecting destiny onto syllables chosen for someone who has not yet mastered holding up their own head. But this is monarchy's gift, to inflate the ordinary into myth, to make people believe continuity is secured through the fragile sound of a name. Even with modern succession laws guaranteeing equality between sons and daughters, cultural reflexes linger. A boy's birth is narrated in tones of inevitability and inheritance, while a girl's arrival is softened with adjectives like grace or charm. The persistence of this bias is both comic and revealing. We live in an age of space exploration and artificial intelligence, yet we stumble over how to describe a princess without reaching for centuries-old cliches. Progress in law moves swiftly, but progress in perception limps behind, burdened by tradition. And in monarchy, perception matters almost more than law, because the institution's survival depends not on legality, but on belief. Behind the spectacle, life in the royal nursery begins, and here the illusions dissolve. Nights stretch on with cries and feedings, exhaustion weighs heavy, and parents wrestle with the same anxieties as any family. Is the baby healthy? Are we doing this right? Will the sleeplessness ever end? The difference is that for royalty, these ordinary struggles are inflated into public debates. A nanny's hiring becomes headline news, a feeding choice is reframed as a cultural signal, and even a toddler's tantrum becomes a metaphor for monarchy's resilience or fragility. The disproportion is laughable, but it demonstrates the monarchy's survival tactic, transforming every detail of family life into symbols that the public consumes as reassurance. Yet it is the unscripted moments that capture people most deeply. A baby fussing during a photo call, a mother's smile faltering from fatigue, a father fumbling with a car seat. These glimpses of imperfection resonate more than any choreographed wave. They remind people that beneath the centuries of ritual and jewels, the monarchy is still anchored in something fragile, something messy, something unmistakably human. And that perhaps is why the fascination never fades. The institution sells the illusion of eternity, but what keeps people watching are the cracks where reality slips through. In those moments of unvarnished humanity, the monarchy's claim to relevance feels not only believable, but strangely relatable, as though crowns are lighter because of the flaws they cannot conceal. By the time we arrive at this chapter of royal childbirth, the event has ceased to be a private milestone and has instead become a carefully orchestrated production in which every detail is loaded with symbolic weight. The pregnancy itself unfolds like a serialized drama, reported in weekly episodes by tabloids, gossip magazines, and online platforms. The slightest change in the mother's appearance sparks commentary. A swollen ankle becomes evidence of due dates. A tired expression turns into speculation about complications, and a hand gently placed on her stomach is dissected as if it were a political gesture. It is absurd, almost comical, that a woman's bloating or cravings could occupy the same pages once reserved for wars and treaties. Yet this absurdity points to a deeper truth. Monarchy thrives on the transformation of the ordinary into the extraordinary, demanding meaning even from things that in any other life would be dismissed with a shrug. The day of delivery magnifies this absurdity to theatrical extremes. Outside the hospital, crowds gather in anticipation, waving flags, singing hymns, and cheering at every ambulance that passes by. Reporters stretch hours of silence into endless commentary, repeating any moment now as if the repetition itself could induce labor. The carnival atmosphere outside could not be more at odds with the raw intensity inside, where contractions crash like waves, sweat drips onto hospital sheets, and screams pierce the sterile air. It is in this cruel contrast between the woman's reality and the world's fantasy that monarchy reveals its central paradox. The institution is built on the ability to turn blood and tears into a reassuring story, to conceal suffering beneath polished symbols. If it weren't so tragic, it would almost be funny. A mother in agony while millions outside treat her labor as entertainment, like they're waiting for the climax of a play. The hospital steps presentation, which follows, is monarchy's most iconic act of stagecraft. Hours after birth, the mother emerges into the blinding flash of cameras, her hair styled, her dress immaculate, her baby wrapped in a blanket designed to carry as much symbolism as warmth. The applause is thunderous, the images circle the globe within minutes, and millions sigh with relief. It is not just a child that is being revealed. It is the reassurance that continuity endures. Yet mothers watching from their living rooms often laugh in disbelief, recalling their own first days postpartum. Swollen feet, exhaustion so deep it blurred reality, the inability to even contemplate walking in heels. The comedy stings because it exposes the illusion. Monarchy doesn't just ask women to endure childbirth, it asks them to repackage agony as poise, to convince the world that history itself can be held steady in the crook of an arm. The naming of the child becomes the next ritual in this elaborate theater. For weeks, speculation saturates the media. Bookmakers set odds, newspapers fill columns, and historians dust off genealogies to argue about likely choices. When the name is finally announced, it is analyzed with a seriousness that borders on parody. Commentators debate whether it honors ancestors, signals reconciliation, or pushes toward modernity. Yet, behind all this pomp, the truth is far simpler. Names are chosen by families, often through compromise and preference, with as much chance of being influenced by a grandmother's request as by state tradition. The irony is delicious. The world projects destiny onto syllables that, in reality, were just debated around a family table. Meanwhile, the baby at the heart of it all remains blissfully unaware, more interested in milk than monarchy. This is the essence of the institution. Ordinary family life inflated into national myth. Even in an age where succession laws have been modernized, cultural biases still leak into the narrative. A prince's birth is greeted with solemn gravitas, headlines heavy with talk of inheritance and destiny. A princess, though equally positioned in law, is still often wrapped in the softer language of charm, grace, and novelty. The stubbornness of this reflex is both comic and depressing. We live in a world of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and planetary exploration, yet we stumble when narrating the arrival of a baby girl without reaching for cliches centuries old. Progress in law may happen overnight, but cultural habits crawl, weighed down by the inertia of tradition. And monarchy, where symbolism is more powerful than statutes, lives and dies by these perceptions. Behind the spectacle, the nursery becomes the stage for the real work, the kind no camera will ever capture fully. Nights stretch endlessly, punctuated by cries, feedings, and the anxious checking of fevers. Royal parents, like all parents, wrestle with the same doubts. Is the baby thriving? Are they doing it right? Will the exhaustion ever relent? The difference is that every choice is magnified under the public lens. A nanny's appointment becomes a cultural statement. A stroller brand becomes a signal of accessibility or elitism. Even a child's tantrum in public becomes a metaphor for monarchy's health. The comedy here is almost unbearable. Imagine your toddler refusing peas at dinner and the newspapers treating it as an omen of institutional decline. And yet, this is precisely how monarchy survives. By inflating the mundane into monumental significance, by weaving the ordinary into the narrative of destiny. And still, for all the polish and illusion, it is the unscripted moments that people remember most. A baby crying during a photo call, a mother's tired smile betraying her exhaustion, a father fumbling with a car seat. These glimpses of imperfection resonate more than flawless images ever could. They remind us that monarchy's power lies not in being untouchable, but in being human enough to reflect the same vulnerabilities we all know. The institution promises eternity, but it survives because of fragility, because crowns may glitter, but they rest on bodies that tremble, sweat, and endure like everyone else's. Perhaps that is the true secret of royal childbirth. It convinces us that history continues not because it is perfect, but because, in spite of all the absurdities, it remains profoundly, achingly human. By the time we reach this chapter of royal childbirth, the story has crystallized into a ritual so deeply ingrained that even its absurdities feel inevitable. A royal pregnancy is no longer simply a biological process. It is a global narrative, updated daily by tabloids, fashion commentators, and social media sleuths. Every gesture of the mother-to-be becomes evidence, every wardrobe choice a supposed clue, every expression a spark for speculation. A slightly looser dress ignites headlines about due dates. A momentary pause at an event is interpreted as morning sickness, and even a craving whispered in confidence finds its way into print. The humor in this is sharp. Millions of strangers behave as though they have the right to chart a woman's reproductive timeline, while she is left with little more than the illusion of privacy. Yet this invasion is precisely what monarchy feeds on, the blending of the personal and the public until no one can quite tell where one ends and the other begins. The anticipation of birth takes this absurdity to theatrical proportions. Outside hospital doors, reporters rehearse cliches, filling endless hours with the same empty phrases. Crowds chant, flags wave, and people camp overnight for a moment that will last less than a minute. It is almost medieval in its fervor, like villagers waiting for church bells to announce the arrival of an heir, except now the bells are camera flashes and the church is a hospital wrapped in barricades. Inside, the contrast is jarring. Machines hum, nurses move with quiet urgency, and the mother labors through waves of pain that recognized no tradition. While the outside world treats her contractions as a cliffhanger, she experiences them as agony measured in minutes and screams. This cruel divide reveals the monarchy's strangest alchemy, its ability to transform blood and sweat into reassurance, to make suffering look like stability. When the doors finally open and the mother steps out, the illusion is complete. Her hair gleams under the lights, her dress falls perfectly, and in her arms the newborn rests swaddled in a blanket that carries as much symbolic weight as it does warmth. Cameras explode with flashes, the crowd erupts, and the image is beamed instantly across the world. The moment reassures millions. History is safe, continuity has been secured, but mothers watching from home shake their heads and laugh, muttering about how they could barely walk to the bathroom hours after giving birth, let alone stand in heels before thousands. The comedy here cuts deep. It highlights how the monarchy doesn't just require survival, It demands performance, an expectation that agony can be polished into poise and presented as destiny fulfilled. The naming of the child becomes another spectacle, one almost more theatrical than the unveiling itself. For weeks, newspapers speculate, bookmakers publish odds, and historians dredge up genealogies to predict the likely choices. When the name is finally revealed, it is treated with a seriousness bordering on parody. Analysts dissect its syllables, argue about its connections to the past, and debate whether it signals a commitment to tradition or a nod toward modernity. Meanwhile, the infant is more concerned with feeding than with carrying centuries of expectation. The irony is rich. The world pours destiny into sounds that, to the baby, mean nothing yet. Adults argue passionately about whether the choice of Elizabeth or Arthur secures the crown's future, while the supposed heir burps on cue. It is monarchy distilled, ordinary family life inflated into myth through the sheer force of collective imagination. Even with legal reforms that place sons and daughters on equal footing, cultural reflexes refuse to die. A prince's birth is still narrated with gravitas, framed as the continuation of a lineage. A princess's arrival, though celebrated, is wrapped in language of beauty, grace, and charm, as though her sovereignty must still be softened with decoration. The persistence of these biases is both comic and telling. We live in an age where we can manipulate genomes and land robots on Mars, and yet we stumble when it comes to narrating a princess's future without resorting to centuries-old cliches. Progress is real, but tradition drags behind like an anchor, and monarchy thrives precisely because it embraces that contradiction. It does not rush to modernize. It survives by letting progress limp alongside nostalgia, each step slowed by the other. And behind the spectacle, the ordinary chaos of parenthood takes over. Sleepless nights blur into one another, diapers pile up, and anxieties about health and milestones creep into even the most gilded nurseries. The difference is that in monarchy, these choices are magnified to absurd degrees. Hiring a nanny is treated as a cultural referendum. A decision about breastfeeding becomes a headline. Even a toddler's tantrum becomes a story about the monarchy's stability. The comedy lies in the disproportion, the future of a dynasty supposedly reflected in whether a child eats peas or throws them across the room. But this is how the monarchy sustains itself, by turning the mundane into the monumental, by weaving everyday family struggles into the mythology of continuity. Yet, for all the carefully crafted images and rehearsed rituals, it is the cracks in the performance that resonate most. A baby wailing during a photo call, a mother's tired smile faltering, a father fumbling with a car seat. These moments remind people that behind the jewels and traditions are humans who bleed, sweat, and stumble. These glimpses of imperfection matter more than polished illusions because they make the monarchy relatable, reminding us that crowns may glitter, but they rest on fragile bodies. And perhaps that is why people keep watching. Not for the flawless performances, but for the fleeting imperfections that feel more authentic than centuries of ritual. The monarchy sells the illusion of eternity, but it survives because it convinces us, again and again, that eternity looks human. By this stage, royal childbirth has become less an event and more a ritualized performance that feeds on repetition, expectation, and spectacle. The pattern is so familiar that even the absurdity of it feels rehearsed. From the first rumors of pregnancy to the flashing cameras on the hospital steps, the story plays out like a script the public already knows by heart. Yet people watch anyway, captivated, not because they expect surprises, but because the ritual itself reassures them. It is the same impulse that drives audiences to see plays they already know the ending to. The satisfaction lies not in discovery, but in the performance. And what a performance it is! A private agony converted into a national celebration, all through the careful choreography of tradition. The pregnancy months resemble a season of serialized drama. Each public appearance of the expectant mother is transformed into an episode, scrutinized for signs and symbols. Fashion writers analyze fabrics as though they were state documents. Tabloids speculate about cravings with the intensity of investigative journalists, and missed appearances are treated as plot twists. People project meaning onto every gesture, as though the monarchy were speaking in a secret code only decipherable by tabloids and morning talk shows. The comedy of this lies in the exaggeration. A swollen ankle becomes global news, a faint smile sparks international debate, and a craving for pickles is suddenly linked to dynastic destiny. And yet, the absurdity is precisely the point, because monarchy has always survived not on logic, but on the ability to convince people that every detail, no matter how small, carries meaning. When labor begins, the script shifts to suspense. Outside the hospital, streets become a carnival of flags, chants, and speculation. News anchors repeat themselves endlessly, creating tension out of silence. Crowds cheer every ambulance siren convinced history is arriving, while camera crews remain fixed on closed doors. Inside, however, reality is stripped bare. The mother labors through pain that is universal, messy, and brutal. Machines hum, doctors move with focus, sweat drips, and time stretches endlessly. The disconnect is striking. Outside, a festival of anticipation. Inside, a battlefield of survival. This cruel contrast has always been monarchy's paradox, transforming pain into reassurance, agony into stability. It is theater at its most raw, and the strange comedy lies in the fact that while millions refresh their news feeds, the woman at the center of it all is screaming through contractions that care nothing for history. The unveiling that follows has become the most iconic moment in modern monarchy. Within hours of delivery, the mother appears on the hospital steps, her hair styled, her dress chosen with precision, her baby swaddled like a relic of tradition. Cameras flash, the crowd roars, and the world sighs with relief. Continuity has been secured. But for mothers watching at home, the illusion is both hilarious and enraging. They remember hobbling down hospital hallways in socks and robes, not standing upright in heels under a global spotlight. They laugh because they recognize the absurdity, and they bristle because they know how impossible the expectation is. The comedy cuts deep because what monarchy asks of its women is not just survival, but performance. Pain repackaged as poise, exhaustion hidden behind a smile. The naming ceremony then takes over as the new act in the ritual. For weeks, speculation dominates headlines, odds are calculated, and historians scour the past for precedents. When the name is finally announced, it is dissected with the seriousness of a political treaty. Commentators parse syllables, argue over traditions, and debate the cultural messages encoded in a single choice. Yet the reality behind the scenes is often far simpler. Compromise, preference, the sway of family dynamics. The baby at the heart of this storm is blissfully indifferent, preoccupied with crying, feeding, or sleeping. The irony is delicious. A child unable to hold its head is being treated as a symbol of national identity. This is monarchy in its purest form, the inflation of the ordinary into myth, the transformation of a private choice into a public declaration of continuity. Even with modern laws guaranteeing equality, gender narratives still cling stubbornly to the story. A boy's birth is framed as the arrival of an heir, wrapped in gravitas, while a girl's arrival is softened with language about charm or grace. The persistence of this reflex is both comic and revealing. We are capable of mapping genomes and sending probes beyond the solar system, yet we stumble when asked to narrate a princess's future without resorting to cliches centuries old. Progress in law is fast, but progress in perception limps behind, and monarchy feeds off that imbalance. Its survival depends not on adapting quickly, but on lingering in contradictions, forcing modernity to walk at the same pace as nostalgia. Behind the spectacle, the reality of parenthood unfolds in ways that are both familiar and absurdly magnified. Sleepless nights, crying fits, anxieties about health and milestones, all of these play out in palaces just as they do in small apartments. But in royalty, every choice is inflated into cultural significance. A nanny's hiring becomes a referendum on tradition, a stroller brand becomes a political symbol, and even a child's tantrum becomes a story about the monarchy's stability. The comedy is sharp, ordinary struggles reframed as omens of national destiny. Yet it is precisely this inflation of the mundane that sustains monarchy, because it convinces people that nothing in royal life is ever truly ordinary. And yet, for all the polish and perfection, it is the unscripted cracks that resonate most. A baby crying during a photo call, a mother's hand trembling from exhaustion, a father fumbling with a car seat. These fleeting imperfections are what the public remembers most vividly. They reassure people that beneath the crowns and rituals, there are still humans, vulnerable and flawed. It is this humanity, not the spectacle, that convinces people to keep watching. Monarchy sells the illusion of eternity, but it survives because it reveals just enough fragility to make itself relatable. And in those moments, messy, unplanned, achingly human, it convinces us, once again, that history is not built on perfection, but on endurance. By this point, royal childbirth has become a paradox of epic proportions, at once hypervisible and completely hidden. The spectacle that the world consumes is smooth, controlled, and meticulously curated, yet the reality behind it is as messy and unpredictable as any labor ward. This double vision is what makes it so endlessly fascinating. People crave the illusion that monarchy provides, that continuity can be swaddled, that history can be wrapped in a blanket and carried into the light. And yet, deep down, everyone knows that what lies behind the performance is something entirely different: blood, sweat, exhaustion, and a woman's body bearing the full weight of tradition while enduring pain that no crown can soften. The absurdity is almost comic because it means the very institution designed to project stability is built on a foundation of unpredictability. Pregnancy itself, in this context, plays out like an endless press release. Every outing of the expectant mother is treated like a coded message to the world. A hand brushing against a stomach is transformed into confirmation of due dates. A change of shoes becomes symbolic of health, and even dietary choices spark speculation. The world suddenly becomes obsessed with ginger biscuits and sparkling water because, perhaps, just perhaps, those cravings carry dynastic meaning. There is something hilariously revealing about millions of people analyzing snacks for clues to the future of a crown. But this exaggeration has always been monarchy's lifeblood, the ability to turn the trivial into the transcendent, convincing people that stability can be found in something as simple as a biscuit wrapper. The labor itself stands in stark contrast to the carnival outside. Streets overflow with crowds waving flags, chanting songs, and camping overnight in the hope of witnessing a glimpse of history through the closing of a car door. Reporters stretch airtime with speculation that borders on parody. Still no news, but anticipation is growing. Meanwhile, inside, the world narrows to the rhythm of contractions, the hum of monitors, and the raw force of survival. The gap between the two scenes is surreal. On one side, a festival of hope. On the other, a battlefield of endurance. And yet, this divide is the monarchy's most powerful tool. It manages to take agony and sell it as reassurance, to convert a scream into a symbol. If it weren't so strange, it might almost be genius. The unveiling afterward is monarchy's masterstroke. Hours after giving birth, the mother steps out, her hair styled, her dress immaculate, her baby swaddled in fabric that balances practicality with symbolism. Cameras explode, the crowd cheers, and within seconds, the image circles the globe. This moment reassures the world that continuity is intact, that the crown remains secure. Yet mothers watching from home often laugh at the absurdity. They remember hobbling to bathrooms in hospital socks, their bodies aching, their hair disheveled. The idea of stepping outside in heels, smiling for thousands, seems not just ridiculous, but cruel. The humor here lies in the impossible demand. Monarchy doesn't just expect survival, it expects survival to be disguised as elegance. The illusion works, but only because people want it to. They need reassurance more than they need truth. The naming of the child becomes its own spectacle, as though syllables themselves could guarantee stability. For weeks, speculation fills newspapers, bookmakers print odds, and historians make connections between possible choices and dynastic pasts. When the name is finally revealed, it is dissected like scripture, analyzed for its political, cultural, and historical weight. Yet behind the pomp, the process is often far more human. Debates between parents, suggestions from family members, compromises between tradition and preference. The comedy is delicious. A decision made at a family table becomes a global event, treated as if it were a diplomatic treaty. And the baby at the heart of it all? Entirely indifferent, crying for food while adults argue about symbolism. Even in this modern age, gender narratives cling stubbornly to the story. A prince is still framed with gravity, his arrival wrapped in inevitability, while a princess's birth is described with softer language, grace, charm, sweetness. The persistence of these biases is almost laughable. We live in an era of artificial intelligence, space exploration, and genetic breakthroughs. Yet we cannot narrate the arrival of a baby girl without slipping back into centuries-old cliches. This contradiction exposes monarchy's greatest irony. It survives not by moving quickly, but by slowing everything down, binding the future to the language of the past. In doing so, it reassures people that the world is stable, even when it isn't. And behind all the spectacle, the chaos of everyday parenthood begins. Sleepless nights, diaper changes, cries at dawn, all the same rhythms that define parenthood in every home play out within gilded nurseries. The difference is that for royalty, each decision becomes inflated into symbolism. A nanny's arrival is treated as a cultural debate, a feeding choice becomes an editorial, and even a toddler's tantrum in a park is transformed into a headline about monarchy's stability. The comedy is sharp here. The fate of a dynasty supposedly reflected in whether a child refuses peas. Yet this is the monarchy's secret survival tactic, convincing the world that every ordinary act is extraordinary, every private moment a piece of history. What makes the story endure, however, are the cracks in the spectacle. A baby fussing during a photo call, a mother's smile faltering with exhaustion, a father fumbling with a car seat. These unscripted moments resonate more than polished images. They remind people that beneath centuries of tradition and ritual, the monarchy rests on the same fragile realities that define every family. These imperfections are what make the illusion work, because they tether grandeur to humanity. And perhaps this is the final paradox. Monarchy presents itself as eternal, but it survives because it is achingly human. In the end, what keeps people watching is not the crowns or the ceremonies, but the flaws that reveal something both comic and true, that even history itself is built on cries, sleepless nights, and the fragile endurance of those who carry its weight. By the time we arrive at this final stretch of royal childbirth, the ritual has transcended its practical purpose and become almost mythological. The pattern is familiar. Rumors, speculation, spectacle, unveiling, but the fascination never diminishes. In fact, repetition only strengthens it. People want to believe that each new birth is not just another child, but another anchor tying the present to the past, proof that history continues unbroken. The irony, of course, is that the experience itself is never neat or unbroken. Behind the smooth performance are sleepless nights, medical interventions, and the uncontrollable chaos of biology. Yet this is where monarchy thrives, in the gap between illusion and reality, in the space where a scream can be translated into reassurance. It is theater disguised as destiny, and everyone agrees to play along. Pregnancy in the royal family becomes a national obsession long before labor pains begin. Every appearance of the expectant mother is treated as an episode in an unfolding series, with tabloids and television commentators rushing to interpret every glance, every garment, every absence. The comedy lies in how much weight is attached to trivia. A craving for strawberries becomes symbolic of prosperity, a pair of flat shoes is read as an omen of difficulty, and a single canceled engagement sends shockwaves through newspapers. People scrutinize ankles and handbags as if they were state documents, forgetting that behind the spectacle is a woman just trying to navigate swollen feet and exhaustion. But the monarchy cannot survive on reality. It survives on stories. And so these microdramas become essential. They fill the space between truth and fantasy, convincing people that continuity has a heartbeat they can track through photographs. When labor finally begins, the performance reaches its peak. Streets outside hospitals become carnivals of expectation, with people camping overnight, waving flags and chanting songs. Journalists fill endless airtime with speculation, repeating the same lines for hours, while cameras stay trained on closed doors. The absurdity is obvious. Entire crowds waiting to celebrate an event they cannot see, cheering for the sound of an ambulance that might not even be relevant. Meanwhile, inside those walls, the reality is as raw as it gets. Contractions surge, sweat pours, and the primal force of childbirth overrides centuries of tradition. The cruel comedy is that while the outside world treats this as a cliffhanger episode, the woman inside is not living in suspense, but in agony, measured minute by minute. And yet, when the dust settles, monarchy will package that agony as triumph, transforming pain into a polished image of continuity. The unveiling after birth has become so iconic it borders on absurd. Within hours, the new mother steps out, dressed immaculately, her hair styled, her face radiant, or at least appearing so under the glare of cameras. In her arms rests the swaddled newborn, who instantly becomes less a child than a symbol. Crowds erupt, cameras flash, and the image is broadcast around the world. To millions, it is reassurance. To mothers watching at home, it is comedy. They remember wobbling through hospital corridors in slippers and oversized robes, barely able to walk, let alone stand in heels and smile for thousands. The expectation is almost cruel, yet it works precisely because it is impossible. Monarchy relies on the illusion that its women can do the unthinkable, suffer in private and present perfection in public, convincing people that continuity itself can be dressed in silk and revealed on cue. Then comes the naming, the next act in the spectacle. For weeks, newspapers and bookmakers feed the frenzy, publishing odds, analyzing family trees, and debating traditions. When the name is finally announced, it is parsed like scripture. Analysts debate its historical echoes, speculate on its political implications, and argue about whether it signals modernity or tradition. Yet the truth behind the decision is far more mundane. Family preferences, compromises, the influence of grandparents. The comedy is sharp. A choice made over kitchen conversations is treated as though it were a constitutional amendment. Meanwhile, the baby responds to the announcement with yawns, cries, or milk-dribbled indifference. And yet, this is monarchy's genius. Its ability to inflate the ordinary into the extraordinary, to convince people that syllables carry the weight of nations. Even in an era of gender equality, old reflexes refuse to die. A boy's birth is narrated in solemn tones of inheritance and destiny, while a girl's is often wrapped in softer language about charm or modern symbolism. The persistence of this imbalance is both laughable and revealing. We live in a time when scientists can edit genomes and machines can map galaxies, yet society still stumbles when describing the future of a princess without leaning on cliches. Progress may move in leaps legally, but culturally it crawls, and monarchy thrives precisely in that lag. It exists in the tension between what has changed on paper and what remains unchanged in perception. That is its secret strength, to be old and new at once, to survive not by rushing forward but by lingering just behind. Behind the curtain of spectacle, however, the ordinary truths of parenthood unfold. Nights filled with crying, bleary-eyed feedings, anxious checks for fevers, and the endless cycle of diapers and exhaustion. Royal parents ask the same questions as everyone else. Is the baby healthy? Are we doing this right? Will we ever sleep again? But the difference is that every choice they make is magnified into symbolism. A nanny's arrival becomes a headline, a stroller brand becomes a cultural statement, and even a toddler's meltdown in a supermarket becomes a metaphor for monarchy's health. The disproportion is comical, almost cruel. Imagine your child refusing peas at dinner and newspapers turning it into a national crisis. And yet, this is precisely how monarchy keeps itself alive, by inflating the mundane into myth, by making sure that nothing in its story is ever just ordinary. And still, despite all the polish, it is the cracks in the performance that matter most. The baby crying during a photo call, the mother's smile faltering, the father fumbling with a car seat. These unscripted moments resonate more than the staged ones. They reassure people that beneath the gilded surface, monarchy rests on the same fragile humanity that defines every family. These glimpses of imperfection are what bind the audience more tightly than any crown or robe, because they remind us that eternity is an illusion. What survives is not perfection, but endurance. Bloody, sweaty, exhausted endurance. And that, perhaps, is the monarchy's strangest achievement, convincing people that continuity is eternal, while quietly depending on the same fragile cries of newborns that have always carried history forward.